Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? My name is Cotter, and don't worry, we have some fire content going for you today. But as is tradition on this show, we need to do our Never Trump intro. And so as a result, let me share the screen with you and play our inaugural song.
Really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Okay.
I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
Excellent. So I needed that little bit of a wake up, and I'll do an intro momentarily, but I'm just going to yap at chat for a moment. So just going over some housekeeping things. So I did put gel in my hair. Why is it still poofy? I hate that. Anyways, so as you'll notice right now, there is a shadow on my face that can be fought through having this light. And now it's okay lighting. It's not perfect, but I have a 3-point lighting system. I have a light box over here. I have a light box over here. I have a lamp over here for a 3-point light. And then what happens is I have this giant, beautiful window over here that washes me out and gets dark randomly and all that kind of stuff. I have the blackout blind. So I'm going to install that probably this weekend. Let's be real. I'm a very busy fella, and the lighting is going to increase substantively in quality. So that I'm excited about that. Another excited thing. We are doing, good morning, Christian Valeris. Good morning, Commander Haircut. Good to see both of you. The other thing that we're going to be doing is I have 2 pre-recorded episodes scripted. It's taken me a minute in order to get them done just because we've been so busy. However, the first one is a breakdown of the fight between Achilles and Hector from the movie Troy. I know that's not like super military. It's not Navy SEAL tactical, but at the same time, I think there's a lot of like thematic, psychological, physiological breakdown content in there. And so we're effectively taking the Counterpoints 40K breakdown formula and we're applying it to military, law enforcement, first responder content, which was popular on my old channel, but obviously not as popular as Warhammer. So that's the good news is Valor is effectively requesting that I do my Warhammer content towards military and first responder content. I'm very excited to do that. So I do have it scripted. I need to shoot it, edit it. I'll be doing that tonight. Also, in reference to Warhammer, some of you guys might know me from my Warhammer content. In reference to Warhammer content, they did post an advertisement for Kill Lupercal, which is a Titan that is trying to assassinate Horus Lupercal, the War Master, during the Horus Heresy, which is very exciting. Should be a good animation. Should be fun. You know, Titans are giant walking war machines. So if you like Mech Warrior or Battletech or the Mech Warrior video game series, or if you like giant walking robots, then, you know, it should be a pretty good week. So anyways, wife is texting me. Let me check in with her. At some point this morning, I'm going to take the leftover, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. My wife is making a run for some stuff. I'm not going to say exactly when her birthday is, but let's just say it's around her birthday. And so we are celebrating. So that's why I have a coffee. I normally don't spend $5 on my coffee, but today I did because it's, you know, around her birthday and we are celebrating. So I'm getting her nice things. So happy birthday to Mrs. Points. Now let me do an intro. You might have noticed that I'm kind of skipping the news segments. It's because, let's be real, we've gone over the same news segments half a dozen to a dozen times. And I'm just going to pull them up real quick. And I'm just going to show you what's going on. That way you can maybe understand like why I'm skipping them. So birthright citizenship, this isn't done. This is going to happen. And it's important. Okay. Then executive incompetence. Okay, we've known that the entire time. There's inflation data. Okay. Then, Ukraine conflict still going on, but not resolved. There's Sean Diddy Combs, rape trial. So effectively, it's all the same news stories that we've been covering for a few weeks, but none of them are resolved. And so I don't want to keep like reading you the same news articles over and over again to add in like nuances of, hey, all those stories we were talking about, they're still not done yet. I don't want to spend an hour telling you that every single day. I would rather just get into content that's interesting. Speaking of which, so let me do my intro. We'll get into the content. Treasury yield's about to hit an 18-year high. Well, I'm happy or sad that we had to go through all the economic turmoil that we did in order to hit that benchmark. So if Treasury yields about to hit an 18-year high, let me summarize real quick what I think that would mean. Treasury bonds are things that the United States issue to people in order for them to invest in the United States so we can spend their money and then we can give them like a minimal ROI, right? It's like 5%, 7%, something like that, right? It's supposed to be inflation plus a few percentage points. Well, Trump did all of the economic turmoil in order to shore up the value of the dollar, in order to allegedly onshore manufacturing, in order to readjust the free trade, et cetera, et cetera. And they were selling the world a new vision of an economy that they've now backed down on because they renegotiated all of the tariffs back down. So on one hand, Treasury bonds going up to a new high. That could be because people are betting on the faith of the future of the American economy. It also could be because the bonds are now back in demand because we backed off of our catastrophic economic negotiations that have happened over the past 90 days. That's a bad thing. Okay, well, there you go. Boom. Oh, or here's another thing. The Treasury bonds, we could be offering a higher interest rate in order to incentivize people to purchase them, which means that we're desperate to sell the bonds because nobody's interested in investing with us because we're so all over the place. Silver says, bro, can't tune in this morning, but please don't torture chat with more than an hour of the J slop. It's bad faith and doesn't go anywhere and isn't even funny. Well, Silver, do you have a better recommendation? The reason why I wanted to do the J slop, so there's another, let's be real, okay? I woke up this morning and there's obviously always something going on. We can always find something. But Ethan Hassan Destiny is a joke in the commentary community right now because it seems like all of the drama is Ethan Hassan and Destiny. And while commentary on the Hassan Piker drama and Ethan Klein drama gets good views, it's also not that substantive. It's effectively they're taking, a bunch of rich people are taking pot shots at each other because they disagree on Israel-Palestine. Okay, cool. Like, we understand the overall story within 15 seconds. And what's going on in reference to those developments is Hassan Piker took an L and now he's licking his wounds. It would be funny to watch him lick his wounds, but he's not that interesting of a guy. I'm not going to lie. I don't know how people watch his content. He's filled with dead air. He's not that insightful. He's not that intelligent. We watched his content the other day. Effectively, when he was breaking down the drama, he would just go on a geopolitical rant for 2 or 3 minutes. We love geopolitical rants here, by the way. But he wouldn't address the points being made. He would just list a series of historical facts about the situation and then move to the next thing as if he had addressed it, but he didn't address it. So, that's not good content in my opinion. So do I dunk on Hassan for having bad content for the 50th time this week? Christian Lair says Destiny versus XQC debating Elon Roman salute. Yeah, but XQC, no offense, kind of a moron. I mean, that could be fun. It could be fun to watch Destiny grill people about the Roman salute. That could be fun. But is that good content? Even better is that tariff staff is only paused for 90 days. So he's min-maxing U.S. economy, market instability, and fear. Yeah, it's crazy. The way that he conducts the economy is crazy. So anyways, Silver, we are on a bad path We are in a self-destructive path, and you don't like it. But I need to remind you, Silver, okay? You and I and not Destiny, you and I and Taze, we thought that our Lauren Southern debate versus Tale of Twin Rabbits was a train wreck that was unwatchable because it was so stupid. And yet, that became one of the most popular debates that we ever did because it was such a train wreck. So if you're saying Jay Dyer versus Not So Erudite is a train wreck, then, you know, could be fun. Could be a fun train wreck. Were you able to set up a time to chat with Destiny today? No, but I'm going to DM him probably now and say, hey, bro, it's time we check in and had some debate because let's face it, we're now watching the Whatever podcast for a feminism debate. All right. It is absolutely economic terrorism. True. Christian Blair says, got to leave at 11 for a project meeting anyways. Okay, cool. Well, we'll take limited psychic damage. Reminder, Ben Shapiro interviewed Zelensky was good. John, I agree with you, but like that's too white pill, right? Like that's too wholesome. We have a leader of the free world finally reconciling with the Conservative Party of America. And there are people who will follow Ben Shapiro because they think he's smart and a good dude. And sometimes he is and sometimes he isn't. So that means that there's a thawing of the anti-Ukrainian sentiment within the Conservative Party. That's great. I mean, that's great news. Honestly, it's awesome. But that's too hopeful, man. Like we need psychic damage. I forgot you were talking to Destiny today. I mean, we'll see. I DM'd him. I was supposed to talk to him on Monday, but then I flaked a little bit. Oh, there's a DM from him already. Hey, well, being busy is never bad and good. I was just streaming and working. Okay, cool. Well, let me know when you're live today so we can catch up and do Israel, Palestine outcomes. And then I'm just going to be real with him. In my opinion. Okay, cool. Anyways. All right. Yes, I DM'd him. Let's see if we can get a specific time for us to talk. Shapiro gets so much undue grief. It's wild. I mean, yeah, but that's like, it's because Shapiro goes along to get along with MAGA, but he's not a dyed-in-the-wool cultist. He does what's politically expedient. So as bad as that is sometime, it's better than a lot of other folks. I'll put it that way. Oh, thank you, Kesoko. Appreciate it. I don't know if it's worth it, but Hassan sanitizing himself for normie content might be. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll definitely do that as a segment. So I know that we don't want to do Hassan Piker, Ethan Hassan, Destiny, Ethan Hassan, Destiny, Ethan Hassan, Destiny, right? But there was Hassan Piker on the Daily Show, which is a freaking nightmare. And then there's Hassan Piker on NBC News. The fact that he's getting so normalized is repulsive. I hate these guys. I hate that they're normalizing him. But that's okay. We'll do that later.
Oh, it's coming now.
Ethan Hassan, Destiny. Ethan Hassan, Destiny. No. We must take our psychic damage first, okay? We must hurt ourselves psychically first. Conservative liberalism says Shapiro gets a lot of due grief too. He makes the U.S.-Israel relationship feel like a hostage situation. Well, you know, the survival of his kin is reliant on that relationship. So Christian Blair says that unprincipled F got famous dunking on college students, dodging debates from Pac-Man and Cedar, and threw all his weight behind Trump despite criticizing him throughout the election. Yeah. Ethan Hassan, Destiny Fuentes. Ethan Hassan, Destiny Fuentes. Yeah, true. All right. Anyways, we've been yapping enough. We've been having too much fun. You guys are trying to distract me from my job. Okay, my job is waking up, drinking a bit of caffeine, jumping into the deep end of the sewage pool that is Twitch and YouTube politics, taking psychic damage for your amusement, and then while I'm taking psychic damage, maybe say something intelligent and insightful that makes your understanding of the world a little bit better. That's my job. And you guys are having fun, not allowed. You guys are having fun, and you're trying to give me good ideas for us to avoid taking psychic damage, but that's not my job. My job is not to avoid the pain. My job is to psychically hurt myself for your amusement. Okay, this is entertainment, intellectual masochism. Like, conservatism says, I want Americans to be Shapiro's kin. Maybe his kin need to figure out a way to get along with their neighbors better. I mean, you said it, and it sounds fair to me, okay? Christian Lara says, all lies to his working class base about BS, pull up your bootstraps economics. I think that's because of who funds him, Chat took our jobs. It's true. Local streamer says, yapping on stream with chat isn't his job. Lol. Okay, I mean, you caught me. Yeah, John says it's crazy. I like the Daily Show, but this is insane. Yeah, normie libs are not doing their research, and they're sanitizing Hassan Piker very stupidly. All right, sorry. A few more chats, and then I'm going to do an intro and get into the content. Okay, Commander Haircut. That's not fair. Commander Haircut says, Christian Valera says, got famous for high intellectualism, like if climate change will sink people's houses, won't people just move? Okay. And he said something stupid and people turned it into a meme where he just said that, let's say Florida sinks, that they're just going to sell their houses. And that's obviously a dumb point. I think it was a misspeak. I don't think it was you have to understand that Ben Shapiro is like what? Yale, Harvard. He's one of the top 2 Ivy League school level educated. I think he has a JD. He's a really rhetorically and intelligent and rhetorically gifted human being. I think that if you pointed out to him, hey, dummy, you're not going to be able to sell your house if it's underwater, then he'd be like, okay, yes, sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is market forces are going to cause people to move away from areas that are flooded, which is probably a good thing in the long term. So, that you can dunk on him for that because it was a misspeak. But if I was Ben Shapiro and somebody was bringing up my sell your house that's been destroyed by global warming take, I would be annoyed. Shapiro threatened that Israel would nuke Hezbollah if the U.S. didn't protect Israel's northern border. Meh. Now he's flipping stuff that Trump got the only U.S.-born POW free, no more skin in the game. I mean, yeah, because he wants our skin in the game. Grassroots says, bullying Ben is fine for me on January 6th, etc., but he has been really brazen against Trump's economic policies even after endorsing him. It's true. He's actually throwing right-wing elbows. Christian Blair says, this is just as bad, and Shapiro rhetoric has always been the same, so he's being paid to say it, but is a believer? Maybe. So he was willing to take a broken nose publicly to say what he believes? Yeah. Saw Cam Caskey cover the Hassan CBP detainment and do Hassan sweeping, and I'm like, please, Tim Miller, sort out your podcast host. Well, okay, so I don't want to sweep for Hassan. I think my hatred of Hassan Piker is well documented on this stream, okay? I do not like Hassan Piker. I do not like him. However, what's going on, Drew Pavlou, friend of the show, friend of the channel, online friendly peer associate. I would love to be his friend in the future. Drew Pavlou and some other people are haranguing Hassan because he claimed that he was detained by law enforcement for 2 hours, and he was only detained by law enforcement for an hour. Okay. So, and he was able to like catch his next flight or get to his location or whatever. And they're able to back this up with social media posts because he gets detained by CBP. He texts a friend. The friend asks for a lawyer prematurely. He's only in interview for like 30 or 40 minutes, and then he's released, and he tweets that he's released. So he was only detained by Customs and Borders Patrol for like 45 minutes or so. That being said, and he said it was like 2 hours. 2 hours is hyperbole, exaggeration, maybe even a lie to make his position, more shored up. However, I will tell you that the emotional feeling of being detained by law enforcement, because I've been detained by law enforcement before. I've been a cop and I've seen the emotional stress I've inflicted on other people when I've detained them. That can still be an oh shit scary moment when instead of going about your day being an edgy boy spreading terrorist propaganda, for the Houthis and Hamas, a uniformed armed human being says, excuse me, Mr. Piker, can you please step over here so we can have a chat? That moment can be scary as shit. Just to share, when I was 19 and enlisted in the Marine Corps, my friends and I were hanging out. We were having a good time. We were having a party because I was on deployment and I knew that there was a small but real chance I could die. And we were setting off fireworks because it was around the 4th of July. And we set off fireworks. My house backs up to a school. And so we were setting off fireworks in the school pavilion, effectively. It was concrete. We didn't do any damage, but we were setting off fireworks on a public school at 11 o'clock at night. Not exactly the smartest thing in the world. And law enforcement shows up and tells us to freeze. And we're all like, oh, shit. And we froze. And we got detained. And we got put in cuffs. And we got held. And then they actually saw that we didn't do any damage and we weren't doing vandalism. And we were a bunch of like dumb teenagers just setting off fireworks. And they took our information. They said they would write it up and refer it to the state's attorney's office. And then they would, just the state's attorney's office would decide whether or not to prosecute. I didn't hear anything from the state's attorney's office, so I didn't get prosecuted. So I was fine. But bear in mind that when an armed man tells you not to move and puts you in handcuffs, you can shit your pants a little bit, right? K Soko for the 20. Thank you for the donation. Make sure you spend this dono on your wife, buy her flowers or something from chat. Absolutely, King. I'm on it. Aside from Shapiro's ripping Trump for his corruption, the only thing that he has contributed to this phrase is facts don't care about your feelings. Yeah, which unfortunately has like ruined political discourse for a generation. Grassroots Hegemon says, spend the super chat on your mom as a permanent apology for my foul mouth. Absolutely. Right. You guys are being too kind. Rises 25 HK. I'm sorry for being edgy. Is classify messing around and finding out. True. All right. You guys are being way too kind. We haven't even started the content yet. You pooped your pants at school? Yes. Yes, I did. Pooping your pants is cool. All the cool kids are doing it. All right. Stop it. It's time to take psychic damage. Stop it. You guys are having fun. You're giving me money. You're being engaged and having fun. It's too much. You are being too kind too quickly. Stop it. Okay? We need to be cynical. All right. Let's do it. Hi, guys. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and today we are going to be breaking out a debate between a friend of the channel, not so erudite, also known as Kyla, and a gentleman by the name of Dyer in reference to feminism. They're going on the Whatever podcast, which is effectively a Los Angeles-based popular podcast where they invite young women on. So misogynists, I don't say that as pejorative. I'm saying it descriptively. So misogynists can bully women. That's the format. Now, unfortunately for them, Kyla is a relatively intelligent gal, and she's also quite tenacious in a conversation, so she's not a pushover. That being said, I have heard that this debate is a train wreck, so I'm looking forward to reviewing it for your, so I can take psychic damage for your entertainment pleasure. So without further ado, let's go ahead and add our interlocutors to the screen. Let's full screen it, and then let's allow them to do intros, break it down. I'll be pausing intermittently and injecting my own 2 cents. Let's
open the tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce our 2 debaters. I'm joined today by Dyer. He's an author, comedian. He's the writer for the Sam Hyde Show and host of the Alex Jones Show TV. He has a bachelor's degree in philosophy. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
just making sure. Just making sure Google is correct on that. He's a political and social commentator. Also joining us today is Kyla, or as she goes online, not so erudite. She has an undergraduate in psychology and a graduate diploma in psychometrics. She's a content creator, streamer, and is a political and social commentator. The topic of today's, excuse me. I'm still sick, guys. I'm getting over my illness, so my brain's operating at 10%. The topic of today's debate is feminism. You will each have a 5-minute opening statement, up to a 5-minute opening statement. The rest of the show is going to be open conversation with a few breaks for audience messages. At the end, you will each have up to a 5-minute closing statement. And Jay, we're going to have you give your opening statement first. Go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. Yeah. So I take the position that feminism is absolutely destructive to society. The only healthy society that we can have is a patriarchal society. If you look at the history of the world, history of civilizations, we notice that the natural formation, the natural structure that all societies almost across the board, maybe a few tribal societies have had a matriarchy, but most societies fall into some form of natural hierarchy. Hierarchy is found in nature. We see it in the animal kingdom. We see it in the manimal kingdom that we inhabit. And when we look through history, we find certain civilizations have flourished, particularly with a worldview or a philosophy that gives it its social cohesion. The longest running civilization in history, the most successful, the most prosperous, was Byzantium. Byzantium was an Orthodox Christian imperium dating back to the time of Constantine all the way up into the 1400s, when it fell to Islam due to liberalization, due to forms of modernization, certain economic open borders policies, shall we say, that led to the decline of Byzantium. So even in the most successful civilization in history, in Byzantium, we begin to notice that the liberalization of that society is what led to its decline and its eventual collapse, and even falling to Islam. If we fast forward to modernity, we look at women's rights, or the idea of the first wave of feminism. Feminism finds its origins in French revolutionary philosophy, which led to the first wave, I should say. French revolutionary philosophy with Mary Wollstonecraft and others posited the idea of absolute equality in society based around the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity, all of which were revolutionary at the time and sought to overthrow not just the church and not just the state or the monarchy or a patriarchal society, but all society, all areas of life had to be revolutionized. Since that time, we've had second wave feminism, we've had third wave feminism. Third wave feminism, interestingly, which not many people know, was actually funded by very wealthy, powerful oligarchical elites. In fact, in the Rockefellers' authorized biography, there's an entire chapter on Abby Rockefeller's funding of third wave feminism and Cell 16, which was the most radical form of this. This is really what prepared the way for the absolute insane degeneracy that we see in today's society. Western civilization, in other words, could not have gotten to the point that we're at had we not had first, second, and third wave feminism preparing the way for the absolute and total revolution against all natural order, all biological order, and the notion of patriarchy itself. In fact, many of the famous feminists over the last several decades have openly said that in order to destroy Western civilization, they would have to destroy the masculine archetype, the patriarch. That is, God the Father had to be destroyed to make way for the rise of the goddess, etc. All the various things that we see attending to or accompanying the revolution that is feminism. If you look on my wall on X right now, you'll notice at the very top is an interview that the famous director Aaron Russo did with a friend of mine, Alex Jones. And in that interview, they discuss Aaron Russo's interview with Nick Rockefeller. And Nick Rockefeller said that the greatest tool to revolutionize and control society was feminism. Modern feminism changed the landscape of getting women out of the house, into the workforce, quote, so that they could be taxed and that there would be less children, less families. So we have from one of the key elites from the Rockefeller family admitting that the purpose of this was to change society, reduce population, tie it into neoliberal economics, taxation on a mass scale for the population, and thus it has been an absolute disaster. And it has nothing to do with equality. It has to do with control. It has to do with social control. It's dystopian. It has to do with social dystopian control, putting us into a utilitarian technocratic society. And I would say that this is all an attempt, admittedly, if you go back to people like early feminists like Wollstonecraft or others throughout history, Alexander Kollontai of the Bolshevik Revolution, they all speak about this as intimately tied into not just sexual revolution, but the overthrow of masculinity, ultimately the overthrow of the idea of God the Father, the ultimate patriarch. And that's where we are today, is in a society that has adopted revolutionary philosophy that is ultimately anti-male, anti-biology, anti-reality, because they all go together. In other words, feminism cannot be divorced from the revolution against biology, the revolution against masculinity, the revolution against every area of life that is healthy, wholesome, and based around patriarchy.
All right. Bruh. Can I say I like this? Also, crazy donation coming through already. Good Lord. So sorry. Rises says, I am sorry for being edgy as classified, effing around, finding out. True. That was the last dono. Seeing if there's anything that kill him with kindness chat. Get him. Not sure who you're talking to, but sure. Kindness doesn't care about your feelings. True. We need to kill everyone with kindness, apparently. Haven't heard Jay Dyer in years, although he's been writing for a couple of different shows. So maybe I have. Yeah. It sounds like he's running in the background for a few popular shows. There's a lot. This is so dense that it's crazy. K-Soko says, bro, Intelligence Squared, best debates YouTube ever had. Ooh, okay. K-Soko says, Shell, you got to check out Intelligence Squared debates, not most real debates on YouTube. Okay, we'll add that. Is this guy saying nothing or is it just me? No, he's saying a lot. Report for my daily dose of psychic damage. Thank you, Hoxley. I appreciate you reporting for duty this morning. Harmonic Fox says, imagine admitting you're friends with Alex Jones on live television. Listen, I don't want to be friends with Alex Jones, but I will be if compelled to do so. And what I mean by that is if Alex Jones says, hey, Connor, come to the ranch. We're going to shoot bear at 50 cals and do cocaine. I'm going to be like, okay, you do cocaine. I want to shoot the bear at 50 cal. Grassroots for the insane donation. $100. Feminism went into the doghouse when Hassan's mother failed to deliver enough chicken tendies. Indeed. Cal, don't worry. I'll get into what he said momentarily. I just want to respond to chat because we had that insane dono, and then also chat was popping off. Kalili says, lowest child marriage and abuse, lowest infant mentality, no starvation, lowest death in childbirth equals degenerate society. Kalili, you know where I'm going. You know where I'm going. Okay. Riza says, this is so R-slurred already. This is like everything bad because of feminism. Right. Okay. So let's break this down. Bear in mind, I'm probably going to be a little bit more conservative than you guys. However, this guy is going way too far, way too fast. So let's break down each talking point. Okay. Feminism. Let's look up the colloquial usage of the word feminism. And let's also come to some level of consensus, which is that the 19th century, all of history, even in the modern era, nature is not kind to women. Okay. So I am a man. I have testes. I have the male gonads. And therefore my life is different to somebody who has ovaries and has, female gonads. Right. And so the ways our lives are different are, I can procreate and inseminate, and I do not have to carry children. And while I do have a biological incentive to care for my offspring, I don't physically need to be there in order for my offspring to survive. So there are actually plenty of men, we call them, fuck boys and deadbeat dads, who can walk around and they can, have sex, procreate, and never have to take care of the offspring. Whereas with a woman, the females who have these, the sex gonads of the ovaries, they do have to take care of the children if we're going to perpetuate as a species, because not only are they responsible for growing the child within their uterus and then birthing it and all of the citation source, not only are they biologically responsible for growing the child, having the child, all that kind of stuff, and all the physiological consequences that come with that, but oftentimes they are biologically compelled and enforced by society in order to raise the child from 0 to 18. So women are already operating at a disadvantage, even when we try to maximally make life easier and better for women. They're already operating at a disadvantage. And in the 19th century and the 20th century, women effectively organized, particularly the suffragette movement, trying to gain political equality, and then feminism in the mid 20th century around the sexual revolution, trying to gain social equality for women. And the argument was that, hey, we've been your partners in this thing called civilization for a long time, but we've always taken a backseat culturally and politically, because if we piped up too much, you would burn us at the stake or beat the shit out of us, and that's not fair, which I think is a fair argument. So let's look up feminism in the colloquial definition. The advocacy of women's rights on the basis of the equality of the sexes. Okay. And my position to you would be that men and women should be equal in society, but we're not the same. We can be equal politically. We can have equal political rights. We can be equal socially in that we try to maximize the respect and all that kind of stuff, but we're not the same, right? And so what we should view men and women as being is complementary, not competitive. And it should not be patriarchy or society dies, right? We should work together considering we are a binary sexual expression or a bimodal sexual expression. Source, your mom. Sex gonads. I feel like we need a biology class. Hold on. So let's look at gonads. What are gonads? Gonads definition: an organization that produces gametes, a testes, or an ovary. I use that correct. And then sex definition, not procreative, but like male or female. So if you have a sex gonad, then it is the gonads segregated by sex. That's what I meant, even if it was a clunky way to say it. Okay. We still have like 10,000 things to break down from Jay Dyer, but I feel like we need a biology class. No, I said it okay. Old school says really 0 to 13 to 14, but that's okay. If you're talking about taking care of biologically, but in our society for children, you know, they're the responsibility of the parent until they're 18 and they graduate high school and then they're able to work for themselves. So let's look at gonads. Are there non-sex gonads? I don't know. Probably not, right? All right. You guys are having too much fun with gonads, all right? So advocacy for women's rights is destructive. I'm going to go ahead and reject that because feminism can be, hey, women should have the right to vote, to women should stop having children because sex is violence, right? There's obviously a lot of different thoughts that are contained within the concept of feminism. Patriarchal societies are best. So this is where I might lose some of you guys, but that's okay. Just give me some latitude. If you look at the matriarchal societies, this is something that like Vosh and the far leftists argue about. There are only a half dozen matriarchal societies. And what I've read, matriarchal societies, societies in the world, what happens is the women or the men are treated as like sperm donors, and they're treated as equally exchangeable economic units. And so as a result, what happens is in a voluntary system, the men end up leaving. So the men are sperm donors and food and money donors, but eventually they're like, no, I want status. I want to be able to run my own household. I want to have some say in the way in which my children are raised. I want to, you know, be equal to my life or equal to my wife, or I want to be superior to my wife. And so what happens is matriarchal societies are very isolated. And then when men have an opportunity to leave them, they do. And so if patriarchy is dysfunctional in a whole host of ways, I don't think matriarchy is necessarily better. So I'll go ahead and accept that criticism that patriarchal societies, and I'm not going to say like authoritarian patriarchal societies, I just mean male-centered societies seem to outcompete female societies. I'm going to change is best to patriarchal society outcompetes matriarchal. I'll change that. And I'll accept it descriptively without making a moral judgment. Certain civilizations have flourished. Longest running is Byzantium. Liberalization, modernization destroyed the Eastern Roman Empire. This is so ahistorical that it's almost impossible to unpack. I'll try to do it momentarily. I'll try to do it briefly, I guess is the best way to say this. So, height of Roman Empire. Oh, let's not do maps. Let's do this. So this is the height of the Roman Empire. This is where Rome was the main thing. Egypt was the breadbasket of Rome, and Rome had conquered the Eastern Roman Empire. Well, what happened was Greek is more versatile than Latin, and also the Romans wanted to be able to rule this area and be closer to it. So they moved the capital of the empire from Rome to Constantinople. I think this was Emperor Constantine who did this, and this was right before it all fell apart. Well, what ended up happening was, since the axis of power shifted here, the fall of the Western Roman Empire happened, where the previously conquered German barbarians retook the Western Roman Empire and caused it to collapse to the point that this entire area was retaken by Germanic barbarians. And then what happened was the Eastern Roman Empire perpetuated for a while, but then these crazy guys called the Muslims in the Arabian Peninsula, they created their own religion, and then they conquered the Middle East and North Africa, and then they effectively reduced Byzantium to a city-state instead of an empire. And there were a billion other reasons for why Constantinople fell and the Roman Empire fell, besides feminism. The fact that this guy says that liberalization is what caused the Roman Empire in order to fall is crazy, because if you look at Greek religion, Greek culture, and therefore Roman religion, Roman culture, while it was authoritarian in certain ways, it was infinitely more tolerant and syncretic than top-down, hierarchical, authoritarian, dictatorship, murderous, whatever. Like, they actually tolerated a healthy chunk of political and cultural diversity within the empire. So I feel like this is an ahistorical analysis, and if I talk further about it, I'll just get lost. So I'm going to reject that statement. Old School says, don't do the bimodal thing or I'll throw a graduate statistic book at you. Linear model theory is hefty. Old School, feel free to explain it. What I mean by bimodal let's talk about gender real quick. Gender, if we define it as the social expression of sex, is bimodal. There's obviously the male sex and the female sex. There's people who have ovaries and there's people who have testes, right? Now, within the spectrum of the people who have those sexual characteristics, there are more feminine males and there are more masculine females. So when I'm talking about it being a bimodal distribution, I just mean that while having the gonads is close to a binary, and there are sexual exceptions, like intersex people, there's a bimodal distribution of people with secondary sex characteristics, right? And so, you can fight me on it, but I still don't think that you're going to change my mind necessarily. Now, how do gonads figure into a matriarchal society? I think that the females, because they realize that they are the people responsible for reproduction, they assert their power within society and they say, men, if you want to be able to have sex with us, then you have to do what we say. That's how I would say ovaries dominate matriarchal societies. Grey Jedi says, I think what's needed is balance between the two. Going to any extreme is asking for trouble. Yeah, we're already there. And as a Grey Jedi, that sounds like a very Grey Jedi thing to say. Commander Haircut says, Connor subconsciously changing schizo arguments to something vaguely coherent. I'm trying, but he gave us so much that it's actually difficult to break it down. Grass your Judgment for another 10. Bro, you're too kind of the stream. Thank you. Saying some Hispanic cultures since the 1920s are overwhelmingly matriarchal in the context of the home and family unit. Yeah, of course. But overall, the men would still have a substantive say in the realm of politics and in the realm of culture. Rome was like the first melting pot. Agreed. So that's where gonads. Yes, we're going to say gonads a lot today. I can already tell. Grassroot Hegemon says, there was never any question that my grandmother ran my household, but she was also a very masculine woman, and she's maybe not a sweet example. Well, I'm going to further complicate the picture, even though we're already getting lots in the schizophrenic rant of Jay Dyer, and I'm trying to steelman his position as much as possible. So when it comes to society and culture, even within the realm of politics, oftentimes women are overrepresented in local politics. That's something that's very interesting about the quote unquote patriarchal society, is that if you look at 19th century, 18th century, 17th century, 16th century, women, particularly well-to-do women, were represented in politics because they were the people who had time for it. So the men would be running their businesses, being captains of industry, blah, 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 blah. But their well-to-do wives were the people who could coordinate social gatherings, political meetings, galas, all that kind of stuff. And so they were the social networkers who facilitated political connections. So this belief that men just got home, like particularly wealthy men, got home from running the factory all day, and then all of a sudden, snap, they just, they told their wife, hey, the Johnsons are coming over for dinner, make a brisket or I'm going to beat you up. That's not how sex relations or gendered relations worked. They were working together as a team, in order to dominate their socio-cultural economic sphere, and the women played an important part in local politics. So again, it's almost like a feminists, in my opinion, have a very Hollywood stereotypical sexist view of sex relations throughout history. Likewise, I think the patriarchal Menonists, I think the Menonists also have a very stupid, myopic analysis of historical sex relations. Grey Jedi says Egypt was a melting pot before Rome. Right. Yeah. So that him saying that, oh, it's because of liberalism, it's because of multiculturalism, it's because of sex and racial tolerance. He didn't say racial, but him saying that liberalization and modernization is what destroyed Eastern Roman Empire, I'm just going to flat out reject. I think by implication, he was saying that Islam, a patriarchal society, was able to defeat Byzantium because of its openness. I think that's stupid. Feminism is a French revolutionary philosophy that emanated from the concept of equality, liberty, and fraternity. I'll accept that. Second wave and third wave feminism was funded by the oligarchical elite so they could turn us all into cappuccino debt slaves. I'll accept that. You don't have to accept it if you don't want to. I'm going to, because I think that women can want a economically, politically, socially, and culturally egalitarian position to men within society. And there can be people who want to capitalize on that in order to manipulate women to being debt slaves, right? So saying that the Rockefellers were involved in feminism because they wanted more women to enter the workforce so they would have more people to work in their factories and tax, I don't care. That's fine. Then alternative to the goddess, or to destroy Western civilization, destroy the masculine archetype. There are feminists that believe this. I think that it's a very small sect of it, but they do exist. The alternative is the worship of the goddess or the female. I think this is the inversion of toxic masculinity, as we would call it. I would believe that this is toxic femininity. Nick Rockefeller says the greatest tool of control of society is feminism. And he's just talking about how women entering the workforce was something that they could capitalize on. This was to reduce population. I'll reject that because I think that this is a byproduct of the sexual revolution, not an intent of it. Mass taxation, economic slavery. I'll accept it descriptively, even if I think that there's people who genuinely believe in the equality of the sexes. Sex revolution is a leftist revolution. I'm not going to accept that it's necessarily communist or socialist to be for the equality of the sexes, but I will say that it's left wing. I need to remind the chat real quick. So left and right wing comes from the French Revolution. The right wing of Parliament or the House of Commons or whatever they had at the time, I forget what representative system they had, but the people who sat on the right wing were the institutionalists. They were the people who supported the monarchy, supported the military, supported law enforcement, whatever law enforcement they had at the time, supported the institutions as they presently existed, and they were resisting reform, whereas the left wing was advocating for the people. And as advocates for the people, they were advocating for reform, but also revolution. And so saying that changing sex dynamics to be more equitable towards women is a left-wing motivated ideology, I'm okay with saying. He's trying to vilify it by saying it's leftist, but it is left-wing descriptively. Hates Christianity, hates God the Father, it's anti-reality and anti-nature. I'll accept that for the extremists. I don't accept that for run-of-the-mill normie brunch feminists. Anyways, you guys have been reacting to my rant while we're doing that, so let's check out what Old School said. Connor says, I oppose the bimodal model since I work in biomedical research. The sex of a patient is one of the most powerful predictors of outcomes, but it's one some people want to ignore because of politics. Okay, sure. I agree that for 99% of people, they are not intersex. They will be male or they will be female. And then oftentimes with intersex, I think it can be as high as 4%, but 1% are intersex in the fact that they will have a penis and a vagina simultaneously, or they will have a uterus and testes simultaneously. It's less than 1%, whereas 4% have hormonal issues and genetic issues that make them a little bit different compared to their strictly testes having or ovary having counterparts, right? So I agree that sex is largely binary, but of course there's exceptions. K-Soko says, I reject it too. More like Rome fell because it became too bougie. Yeah, like I guess. But, you know, that's... I don't know. The fall of the Eastern Roman Empire and the Western Roman Empire is infinitely more complex than women were tolerated in civil society. I think, you know, I hope he would give us a better argument as time goes on, but that's fine. Excuse me. Let's catch up with chat, then we'll continue. Grassroots says, my grandmother did all of our household finances. She showed a frankly insane amount of dogs. Which did bring in money, but they were both teachers, so that was the sacrifice she made. Yeah. Women oftentimes are the dictators of the household. And just to even share this within my family dynamic. So I bring in the money. You know, I do this show. When I'm not doing this show, I'm working side hustles to bring in cash. And then I pay all the bills. But everything else is typically managed by my wife. She takes care of the kids. She makes sure they get to school. She makes sure that we do social activities. She makes sure that we organize the household. She makes sure that everything is going off without a hitch. I might do other things. Like I might, you know, do the dishes on occasion. I might, I actually do the dishes a healthy chunk of the time. But I bathe the boys every single night. I try and think of other stuff. Like I fold the laundry sometimes. I'm trying to think of other things. I will do domestic responsibilities insofar as she directs are my responsibility. But the management of the household is largely her purview. She is the queen within the household. All right. Christian Blair says, did you make a video essay about the French right and left political movements? I did, but it's on my Counterpoints Philosophy channel. So Grassroots says, this is Hobbes versus Locke split for most people. True. I think the behavior surrounding sex that seems to be what kids these days call gender ends up being bimodal, but sex itself is binary. I largely agree, even if old school doesn't. Okay. Anyways, that was enough of breaking down Jay Dyer's schizo, right-wing, whatever. I think we did an okay job tackling it because it was incredibly dense. Like wildly dense. Anyways, let's see what Kyla has to offer.
All right. Thank you for that, Jay. Kyla, would you like to give your opening statement now?
Sure. Mine isn't going to be nearly as long, but I was really interesting, and I basically would grant you lots of that stuff. I would essentially argue that feminism is not only a necessity, it's unavoidable. I think that's where society tends to go. I think women joining the workforce, while there's lots of cons with it, one of the biggest pros is the massive boost to GDP and just the competitiveness of every nation that includes women. And overall, I think feminism is broadly good for society, but I am sure that I would be happy to talk with you about a number of areas that I think have been harmful for society. I think feminism has been co-opted and often twisted. I think particularly in the third wave, we saw this by what I would call gender opportunists. And so when I think about feminism, I'm more interested in a feminism that is centralized around empowering women and promoting femininity. I think when you talk about egalitarianism, I think it's a really interesting concept, but I think we need to be precise in what we talk about. So I guess to open, I'd maybe start with a question. With your philosophy background,
Hold on. So this is actually already really interesting. Let me read a couple of these chats just because they're interesting, but I actually like Kyla's opening so far. So I'm interested in where the breakdown goes. K-Soko says, I take kids to school on my way to work. She works from home, but I hand my money over to her and let her pay all the bills and stuff. I do not care to have to pay my bills, what she's here to do. Well, right. And oftentimes there will be a household manager. So I am the finance manager, so to speak, where I make sure that bills are paid, relatively speaking, on time and we have enough income in order to handle those bills. But she is the household manager where she's planning the logistics, and we've agreed to that division of labor. And I think that women, feminists in particular, will sometimes complain that the division of labor falls unfairly on them, and they get the least interesting and fun parts of it, like, cleaning, cooking, all that kind of stuff. So I think that the division of labor needs to be negotiated, but this is true with or without feminism or meninism as explicit philosophies. We would still have to figure this out. Old School says, didn't Rome grow because since its founding, they take people from other tribes' areas, kind of like, we'll take anyone who will help them grow? Seems pretty lefty to me. Yeah, kind of. I would say that Rome is a hybrid of left-wing and right-wing ideology. So when you're talking about like left-wing openness to others, an interesting thing about, I view Greco-Roman culture as very similar because the Greeks created their pantheon, their politics, democracy, republics, all that kind of stuff. And then Rome stole a lot of their cultures and religion, or cultural aspects in religion, and they universalized it. So the way that Christianity universalized the Abrahamic faith and Islam universalized the Abrahamic faith, I actually think that the Greeks were a local culture and the Romans universalized their ideas, right? And so, sorry, I don't even know if I answered your question, bro. but that's because this is very dense. All right, sorry. If I keep Jeff Lewis, good morning to you as well. Destron says, oh God, I just watched this last night. Dyer is such a whiny little girl during this debate. Well, don't worry. We're actually contending with fairly complex ideas, I think, in an interesting way so far. Now, what I like about this is I conceded 70% of this descriptively. I actually deleted 3 or 4 talking points in here because I felt like they were too complex or weird that I felt like I needed to reject them. But Kyla in her opening actually says that feminism has been co-opted and twisted to be negative some of the time. But I think that empowering women and promoting femininity in a healthy way is positive. And that, what was the other part of it? I mean, I guess that's it. She actually has a very conciliatory statement, which is why I'm curious as to how this conversation goes off the rails. She did endorse some of the neoliberal talking points about feminism, endorses neoliberal economic advantages of feminism, which was one of the accusations. He said that the Rockefellers and industrialists use feminism to manipulate women to enter the workforce. But then she says, okay, but that's good. So I'm sure that'll piss Jay Dyer off and he'll probably attack that point. Anyways, I want to see where this goes off the rails because this is an interesting analysis. This is a conciliatory statement that's ready to break into the ideas. So let's see how it destroys itself.
I'm sure you're familiar with Heidegger's concept of chatter.
No.
Okay, so Heidegger is an interesting philosopher from the 40s, but he has this idea of chatter that I think is really interesting for discussion, which is essentially how a lot of times when people have like philosophical and idea wrestling conversations, they use the same word, but they have different meanings for those words. And so then the whole conversation is just essentially garbage. That's what he calls like idle chatter. And
oh no. Is she going to describe a rhetorical phenomena? And then is that rhetorical phenomena going to unfold for us for the next hour? Is that what happens? Oh no. Kyla, why did you do this to yourself? Idea wrestling conversations break down where words have different meanings. And so people are using same words with different meanings. No. Is this it? Is she oh no, chat's already like, yeah, this is exactly what happens. Oh no. I'm sorry. This has happened so many times in Twitch and YouTube politics where somebody says, listen, I'm ready and willing and I'm excited to have an interesting conversation, but I'm worried about this phenomena. And then this phenomena just happens to be the entire rest of the conversation. It's happened so many times. Okay. Let's let it develop. We only made it 10 seconds since I last yapped. Let's let it develop.
so I'm curious if what you'd be willing to do for this conversation is if we could make sure that we agree on what we mean by certain words so that we can actually talk about the ideas underneath them and hopefully come to a better
He's nodding. Okay.
understanding of everything.
What are the words you would like specified or
Probably for
clarified on?
this conversation, we should talk about patriarchy and feminism. Those seem like the most obvious things to define. And then after that, just if we come to a word that we keep both using, it would probably just be useful to define it and make sure that we agree to what we're talking about, if that works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you like to start with your definitions and then Jay can give his?
Sure.
Or
So,
see where you guys agree.
yeah, I'm curious. So, patriarchy, I would define it as a hierarchical structure where men monopolize soft and hard power.
I think that they have authority. I wouldn't say it's a monopoly on power because women can have a degree of influence and power in society. But
True. So, monopoly on soft and hard power. And then this is kind of what I was saying earlier. So I can't just switch and be like, oh, Jay Dyer's an idiot. I can't do that. He agrees. He said that they have authority on soft and hard power, but of course, women are enabled not only to give feedback, but also play critical roles in a patriarchy. So I can't call Jay Dyer an idiot because him and I agree. This is okay.
but it's under the headship of a man. So, for example, a job, right? As an example, Proverbs 31 talks about women being able to work, but it's sort of under the purview of the husband. So it's not independence, it's not doing their own thing, it's a family unit working together. So there's roles.
Sure. So what?
Ooh. Uh-oh. Jay Dyer and I agree. Men and women are complementary, not exclusive. Uh-oh. We agree.
When we're thinking about like a job, so when I think about a monopoly of hard and soft power, in my mind, I'm thinking law, like kind of like men are mostly monopolizing positions in law, but also soft power, like media, and kind of able to kind of set the tone culturally as well. So they kind of have these areas of power mostly fully occupied by men, particularly systems where men force it to be the case that it's only men in those positions.
Yeah,
Do you
it's
feel
just
like that's
monopoly.
So hold on. Nsort has an interesting question that's totally unrelated to the content, but I think it's great. Nsort says, Connor, are you an ACOG with RDS, LPVO, or red dot and magnifier guy? So number one, I can't afford optics. Optics are insanely expensive. They're more expensive than the gun. When you're buying, you can get a Palmetto State Armory AR-15 for like $700, right? You can find some for $500. And I want to do something. I'm going to show you guys real quick. You know what? He asked me a cool question about guns. You guys are just going to have to wait a minute for me to show you gun stuff. So there's a game called Killzone, and it's very cool. It has these bad guys called the Hellgast, and the main guys are the Vectans. So it's the Vectans versus the Hellgans. And so the Killzone Helgan Bullpup, this is partially related to your question, but I want to take a Keltec. So this is what you're donating to. So obviously I need to pay my bills, RDB. Obviously I need to pay my bills, but when you donate to me and I have extraneous income, I'm going to take a Keltec RDB and I am going to 3D print attachments to this area and this area, so I can make it the Killzone STA 52, right? That's number one. And I want to sell them. So I want to build one for myself so I can put it on my YouTube channel, but I also want to sell it. Okay. Then there's the M82 Killzone, which this is a dumb version of an M4 bullpupped. Okay. So if you look at this is like a 10-inch SBR. There's no reason for this to be bullpup the way that it is, and they waste all the space. So all of the functioning parts should be back here, but they put half the functional parts here, and they put the other functional parts here. Well, the good news is that there is a company that makes a non-stupid AR-15 bullpup, and it's called the SARB 15. And so I want to do this, basically. I want to build this, and then I want to do aesthetic flares to make it look like I want to do like a 20-inch barrel instead of a 16-inch barrel. I want to make sure that it lines up aesthetically so it looks really good. I want to put a 37 millimeter flare launcher under here, and then I want to shoot a YouTube video, and then eventually I want to sell it as well. But the point is that if I had a 20-inch SARB 15 bullpup, you asked me ACOG versus LPVOs. I want an LPVO. I want a variable zoom scope because I think they're very functional. Because you can use them for close range stuff, but you can also use them for long range stuff. And while it won't be the masters of either, it gives you, like, this would be perfect, right? A variable optic that allows you to go out super far, but then also like a close-up red dot. I think that would be perfect. However, I was trained on the ACOG, and this was like very thousands, this was very thousands Global War on Terror optic. This was our popular optic during the War on Terror. So this is what I am, but I would want to be a variable zoom LPVO. So sorry for the gun rant, but I want to build guns. I want to build and sell guns. I just don't have enough money to do it. And that is not an invitation for super chats because you guys have already been too kind. Grassroots has already been too kind today, but we also had Rises, Old School, Rises again. You guys have already been crazy today from a donation standpoint. So, donate if you got cash, but, I don't want to take advantage of your kindness. Your viewership, if you're broke, do not give me money. We've already had a Grassroots has been too kind today. We've already had a very successful day. The stream is already successful. Silver Jacket says, seems ideal for home defense. If you want a relatively cheap optic. So hold on. Somebody said that Palmetto State has quality control issues. It's true, but test your guns, right? K-Soko says, you should bring real structured debate to this YouTube space, clear topics and sides, timed responses, audience questions. We can do that. I tried to do that with bringing my own panel to the scene and trying to moderate, and I think I did okay. But the booking is a pain in the ass. And Danabo, who is the best booker in the space, he's burnt out on booking. So it's not a question of whether or not I can moderate or whether or not I could force better conversations. The question is getting good guests. That's the real challenge for Twitch and YouTube politics debates. Christian Blair says, if you want a relatively cheap optic, go SIG. You ain't affording an ACOG or LPVO for under 600. Yep. Seems ideal for home defense. Maybe. Especially in a system with so few factors and sectors, authority becomes monopoly. It can, absolutely. M4 Benelli, not the bullpup, lol. If you're talking about a shotgun, sure. Christian Blair says, I would go Tavor. Yeah, but Tavors are $2,000, bro. Tavors are $2,000. Listen, bro. I'm hoping that I'm hoping that over the next 5 months, we post so much content that we get a post-recorded VOD audience that's bringing us good ad revenue. And then I'm hoping that we, no offense, Grassroots, I parasocially love you. Thank you so much for your support. But I also hope that we get Daddy J-Mac or some other whales into the stream or some other, smaller donors who add in cash every now and then so we can cumulatively add that up to a bunch of money. Obviously, streaming can be incredibly lucrative. So if we succeed, then if I'm sitting on tons of cash, I want to build guns and sell them to other people for cheap. But I also obviously want to get very cool guns for myself. Firearms is just, Warhammer 40K is already incredibly expensive. Firearms is even more expensive than Warhammer 40K. And I'm trying to take science fiction universes that are already expensive to engage with, and I'm trying to combine them with firearms, which is very expensive to engage with. So I'm taking the two most expensive hobbies that you could possibly have, and I'm trying to smash them together, which is stupid, but I'm addicted to it. So I can't. Kaluli says, yeah, I think a benevolent patriarchy. Sorry, let's get back into the content. I've talked about guns for too much. So, but I parasocially love you, tolerating my firearms rant, and also let's try to give these people room to create and for us to analyze and criticize. So far, I am perfectly fine with what they've said, and I'm waiting for it to spiral.
Is a difficult term because it suggests totality, and again, there can be a shared situation here that's not a total monopoly. But
okay.
I'm fine. I'll go with it. It's fine.
Sure. We can.
Which, by the way, this is reasonable. He's already saying, I disagree with your I disagree with some of the nuances of your details, but it's close enough that we can work with the definition. That's already, I'm waiting for it to go wrong.
And say like a soft monopoly or something like that. But essentially a hierarchical structure where men tend to mostly occupy positions of power. Okay.
Sure.
Feminism, I define it as the empowerment of women and promotion of femininity. Do you agree with that, or do you have a very different definition of feminism?
I think of it.
I'm assuming it's right here. So we're going to spend an hour on the definition because he's going to say that you can't divorce it from its anti-reality, anti-natural, anti-American, anti-patriarchal, whatever. And she's going to say, yes, you can. Is that the next hour of my life?
As something necessarily tied to revolution.
True, Sacred Snow. Sacred Snow says, no need to apologize for gun rants. This is Valor Media. It should be a built-in topic. Agreed.
And I think when you say the word empowerment, it's also ambiguous because that could be a lot of things in different contexts. So I don't know what you think empowerment is.
Okay, so by empowerment, what I mean is typically going to be, I'm a very big freedom of opportunity person, liberal, guilty as charged. So empowerment would be eroding any obstacles to disadvantages or inabilities to take opportunities that other people would have. That would be one way of empowering someone.
So, for example, there's a TED Talk about 10 years ago, and one of the ladies who was a diehard sort of CEO out of the academic world, she went into academia and then became a CEO. She was bragging that most CEOs now, this was again about 10 years ago, are now women, that we're reaching some tipping point, that there's a large majority of women that are now CEOs. Do you think that's good? Is that fair? Because I would see that as a revolution against male authority.
I see it, I am very dubious of her claim. B, I see it as like neutral. I think
she just misused dubious just to point it out. I'm very dubious of your claim. I think she probably meant your claim is very dubious. I'm being a pedant because sometimes it's fun. Dubious is a good word. Hesitating or doubting. Ooh, I am dubious of your claim. I don't know if she said it exactly right, but I am doubting of your claim. I am hesitating about your claim. I think your claim is dubious. Whatever. Anyways, the point is we get the vibe, right? Vibe check.
I don't really care who trickles up to the top, so long as the people who trickle to the top did so because there was free opportunity to do so, right? So like in our society, I'm sure here's something we probably agree on. Most of the positions of power in our society are occupied men because men tend to be more extreme, like they're just more extreme in bell curve, like genetically. And they don't often take time away from work with kids, so they have a little bit more time to dedicate. So we see at the highest levels of trickling to the top, men typically occupy those roles. I'm sure you and I would agree.
Yeah, but when you say extreme, again, this is a very ambiguous term. Extreme in their views, extreme on the bell curve.
Sorry, I meant genetically. Like, so because of the Y axis specifically, so I don't know if you know anything about IQ research, for example.
I know some about that.
So men...
Sorry, that was mildly condescending. It doesn't look like he took it as an insult, but it's like, I don't know if you know anything about IQ research. And this is... You could take that as an insult. You could take it not as an insult, but you know, she's being descriptive. Kyla, I've already talked to Kyla. She's not passive aggressive. She's aggressive, right? She'll say what she thinks. So I wouldn't take that as an insult, and I'm happy that he hasn't so far, but I'm just saying that statement could be viewed as condescension. Hearshot says, you'll soon find out Erudite uses smart sounding words without knowing their meaning. Okay. Well, some people in chat, they say that they've used dubious the same way that she does, and they think that it's grammatically correct. I don't know whether or not it is. I would use dubious as an adjective rather than a verb, but who cares? We get the vibe.
Well, like obviously the average IQ for men and women is 100 because it's normalized. Men tend to occupy a bit more of those extreme spaces. They're both the lowest and the highest IQ. And we see men doing that all the time. They tend to just have more extreme genetic traits, both for success and for struggling, right? That's why we tend to see men overrepresented on both sides of most things. So that's why men often will trickle to the top of.
We'll find out momentarily whether or not Jay Dyer does race or genetic realism. We'll find out in a second. Looks like they're opening that can of worms.
Most workspaces, for example.
And you think that's because of extremes of IQ?
or behavior?
Well, not just IQ. That would be extremes of multiple things. And also, I think I
You
said,
said IQ a minute ago.
yeah, IQ would be one thing. I just don't
Okay.
think IQ is the only thing that would predict you trickling to the
So
top.
what are the things that led men to be in those positions other than IQ?
Aggression, ambition.
Probably just the ability to work. Like they don't take time away from work for children. Their wife typically does
Could
that.
there be anything biological?
Well, IQ
Would that be biological?
IQ would be something
It's
biological, right?
partly biological, but I'm saying like in terms of what a man is biologically, is that anything to do with what might be roles in society, hierarchy?
I don't think there's super good evidence that like testosterone predicts like anything other than like aggression towards those like equal or lower and like muscle distribution. I think it's a lot more going to be
muscle distribution is part of biology, right?
sure. I just don't think like muscles get you to the top of a Fortune 500
What about
company.
like being a soldier? Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why men are significantly better soldiers than women.
But what about that high IQ?
And then Kyla brought up earlier that, or wait, hold on. Jay Dyer brought up earlier that there was some kind of tipping point where female CEOs were getting promoted disproportionately compared to men, and he would view that as an overthrow of the male-dominated hierarchy of business. And Kyla said that she was skeptical of that claim. I think that's the word that I would have used. And I just Googled it, and it looks like female CEOs are 10% of the Fortune 500 companies. So, you know, whatever they're talking about with like the hiring practices, maybe it's getting better for women, but, you know, it's definitely not a 50-50 split. I'll put it that way.
That group of high IQ, does that help get them to the top of the CEO ladder?
That would definitely help. I think it's like a 45% to 60%.
And you admit
predictor.
that that's partly genetic?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So it seems like naturally speaking, when I appealed in my opening statement to what's natural and biological, men are just sort of fitted to those things. Their very constitution
They often
is for
trickle.
those things.
Yeah, it's just with in 2025 with women having birth control and tampons, there's less obstacles to that, so they might trickle to the top too. And I just want a society that would allow them to do so.
But why? That's what I'm getting at is if this is biological and thus quote natural to a degree, according to what you're arguing, what's the need for women to do what is then perhaps not natural for them to do in society?
Because there are lots of women that are still in the high IQ realm that are very capable, that make excellent bosses.
So exceptions make the rule?
No, more like freedom of our opportunity, right? That's my premise. Is I
So
want
okay.
it's like the innovator scale, right? I don't want to arbitrarily just say 50% of our society cannot be at the top of society because I want to make sure that if they're achieving the top of society, it's because of skill and like merit and
Intelligence, aptitude, all that kind of stuff. And by the way, I simultaneously right now, I agree with both people simultaneously. I have a feeling that Jay Dyer is going to go crazy hard schizo in a moment, and I probably won't agree with him as much. But he's saying that when it comes to society, people are going to gravitate towards what they have a natural affinity for. And I agree with this. So I think the reason why the military has like an 80-20, 90-10 ratio when it comes to gendered and sexes, of course, it's going to partially be because of, you know, sexism and cultural bias and hostility to women in the workplace and all that kind of crap. 100%. You know, I was in the Marine Corps. It's not exactly a pro-feminist space. Let's put it that way. At least 20 years ago, it absolutely was not. And I would not be surprised if it wasn't a pro-feminist space nowadays. So that's part of it. But the other part of it is that people do have aptitudes towards different behaviors that kind of dictates where they end up. And I'm just going to be real. I like blood and guts. Okay. I understand war is traumatic. I have trauma. I have issues. I have psychological issues, but there's something cool about explosives and warfare and tribalism and psychology and competitiveness and value and virtue and vice put into the extremes of the boiler of war and first response. First response in war is exciting to me. It's interesting to me naturally. If I was left to my own devices, I would still study history, war, politics, first response, physiology, psychology. Seraph says camaraderie, fraternity, all these things, they're naturally interesting to me. Whereas a woman, not all women, but I would say a substantive amount of women, some of that stuff might be repulsive. They might not like blood guts, conflict, aggression, all that kind of crap. And so I think that has something to do with our temperamental responses to our environment that are partially rooted in biology. But what Erudite is arguing for, that I agree with, is that there are exceptions to the rule. There are men who are temperamentally interested in things that are more associated with femininity, and there are women who are temperamentally more interested in things that are associated with masculinity, and we shouldn't bar those people from service or from industry if they're otherwise competent, right? So she's not saying equity. She's not saying 50-50 split across all industries. She's saying if these people have aptitude and competence, they should be able to climb to the highest rungs. And I agree. Why not?
Et cetera, et cetera. That's what I believe in. And so I wouldn't want to arbitrarily ban women.
Kalili brings up an excellent point. Autistic women hanging out in Twitch politics, for example. Yeah. Unironically.
From those positions.
Right, but it's not. I didn't even talk about banning, so that was something that you interjected. What I said.
I'm not saying you did, right? Because you were asking like what I'm interested in. I'm saying a freedom of opportunity for women to just trickle out.
So there's a standard, which you would say that's a net good for society if women are able then to interject themselves into that male space.
To be allowed
that's
to.
That's a good.
Yeah.
Why is that a good?
Like I said, innovator scale.
What?
Innovator scale. More people means more innovators. You just get the best of the crop.
More people.
Mm-hmm.
So we should have more people in society?
Sure. But I don't know if this is connected to birth rate.
Well, yeah, because the more people in society would then back up what you're arguing, right? But don't we need more husbands and wives to have more people?
Yeah, I just don't think these things are mutually exclusive.
How can a wife be a CEO and also raise the kids?
Tampons, birth control, like support.
So tampons and birth control raise the kids? What do you mean?
Lots of women find a way to both raise children and work.
Well,
shared parenting, like the husband takes roles. Sometimes they get babysitters. Mm-hmm. Sometimes there's intergenerational families. There's multiple ways that women share the load of parenting.
So that's a net good?
It can be, yeah.
Okay.
Freedom of opportunity.
What is the standard for good here?
Do you mean like at an epistemic level?
At any level.
Good as in
your worldview, what determines the good?
So in the case of what we're talking about, I talked about the innovator scale. So the reason I like women being able to have access to opportunity is
I don't know if he just burped or coughed or smirked and laughed. The innovator scale I'm okay with, and this is actually one of the areas in which I accept arguments of diversity. So this is going to be a silly rant, but if you'll please indulge me. There's a bunch of hicks in the Mississippi Delta who are capable of making amazing clay pots out of nothing but mud in a furnace in Mississippi. So Mississippi clay pots. And this is such a difficult thing to do that the hicks who are otherwise illiterate have difficulty teaching artists from universities how to make these, because it's such an acquired skill that requires like intuition and the capacity to feel the way that the earth and water are working together, and you have to find the right soil, and you have to use the right amount of water, and you have to heat it properly. And a lot of it is like really instinctive. Now, is this good for all of society to know how to do this? Absolutely not. But does this subculture of Mississippi claymakers have a specific skill that might give them intuitions about the world that is worth exploring to see if there's something of value that's better for the rest of society? Absolutely. And so the reason why I bring that up is because we can be very dismissive of illiterate Mississippi claymakers because they don't speak English well. They're not a part of industrial society. They're not a part of our world, but they can create beautiful things. And so my point about diversity is you shouldn't instantaneously dismiss people just because they're not a part of your value hierarchy in the way that you perceive the world. You should allow people who have expertise in different fields to bring their expertise to what you're currently trying to do, whether we're talking about business, military, whatever. So don't presume that your perspective in the world is the most amazing perspective to ever exist. And don't presume that even like backwards, crazy, psychotic societies and cultures don't have interesting insights about the world. And so I would bring that line of argumentation to women and minorities in business, where I would say, do I think that we need a 13% representation of Black people in industry? No. But should a competent Black person be able to climb as high as they want within an industry as long as they're interested? Absolutely. Same thing with what Kyle is arguing with women. Not every single woman is going to want to be a CEO, but there are going to be women who are interested in being CEOs, and they should have a minimal level of barriers to their promotion, similar to a man, so they can climb as high as they're interested, because they might have unique and interesting contributions to an industry. So, yeah, I'm not hostile to this. I don't know why this guy is hostile. Commander Haircut says, look at this man's face. Laugh my ass off. That is disgusting. Contempt and seethe. Maybe. I have that face sometimes. Harmonic says, just let people do what they'll do within reason and the rest will sort itself out. I mean, kind of. I do understand what he's going to argue about, which is that the family unit is going to incentivize higher rates of production, and we are in a demographic collapse and potentially over the next century, a demographic crisis. However, this is happening all over the world. Even in patriarchal societies, the second that they get access to condoms, their birth rate collapse. Because the truth is that parents want to have kids, but they want to be able to take care of their kids. And so if they have access to condoms, they have 2 or 3 kids or 1 to 3 kids instead of having 10 kids. So the condom, if he wants to eliminate condoms from the world, he can have that position. I think the rest of the world is going to tell him to go pound sand, though. Silver Jacket Man said, did this dink just ask how a female CEO, likely making mid to high 6 figures, could manage to raise a child? Well, Silver Jacket Man, I think that he's asking the question, wouldn't it be better for her to take care of her own kids? And then, are you using dink as dual income, no kids? Does Jay Dyer have kids? Because I always find that interesting that like podcast bros are just like hooking up with Instagram girls while they're talking about the collapse of society. Does Jay Dyer have kids? Dyer, who earned a bachelor's in exercise science. That's not the same one. That's not the same one. Good for him. This is a different Jay Dyer. He's very handsome. Good for you, this Jay Dyer. But if anybody wanted to share whether or not they think Jay Dyer is married or has kids, I would be interested in that, because I think there's a bunch of podcasting nerds. I'm not saying Jay Dyer is one of these guys, but there's a bunch of podcasting nerds, including Brian or whoever the guy's in the background. And they're like, oh, Western society is falling because people aren't having enough kids and settling down and finding Mrs. Right and doing the right thing and paying their taxes. And then it's like, hey, bro, what are you doing in your free time? And he's like, I'm hooking up with Instagram girls. It's like, okay, bro, you're part of the problem. Like you're the problem, bro. He's hostile because he's a tool. Well, we'll find out momentarily. And that's the woman's choice, to be clear, or the parental unit's choice, whatever applies conservative liberalism. I would say that culture can be incredibly effective at propagandizing people into certain behaviors. And so I think that we should have the default that men and women are responsible for child rearing. And then we can have kind of like a liberty-based approach to, if you do it differently, that's okay, right? I can't read your name, but you say, I remember him being engaged a while back. I don't know if he's still engaged or broke it off. Ugh. All right. Anyways, you see the shirt he's wearing? You think he's you think he's getting something I can't say with that fit? Bro, this fit is either no women in your life or hella women in your life, okay? Because only a mom and a woman who loves you despite your flaws would let you rock this fit. And by the way, this shirt, I'm okay with this shirt. I would rock this shirt. But I think the kind of like the gold watch with no other jewelry, the bracelet with no context, the Hawaiian shirt, and then instead of like a white undershirt, like, oh, I like being in the sun, it's a gray undershirt. What's going on here, big guy? Like, what's up? You're right. It's a crazy fit. He's either totally single or absolutely married. Oh, man. Kalili says, Canada is up to 18 months of paternal leave. I feel like 2 years would be ideal as kids do start to get some benefit from communal daycare centers at that age. Sure. But 2 years, Kalili, the other thing about like pro-social, pro-natal argumentation is that we keep giving parents better and better benefits in the Western world, and we keep having less kids, right? Destron says, nah, bra doesn't have kids. He's an ortho bro version of Nick Fuentes minus the trans corn obsession. That's sad. So he's over here arguing with a feminist who, by the way, Kyla, I don't know if she's had a specific argument. I think she said this on stream that her and Nick were thinking about having kids, whereas a few years ago, she was like, I'm never having kids. So that's already a move in the positive direction. So you got Kyla, the feminist, who's warming up to the concept, I guess, versus the ortho bro with no kids. That's funny, man. I'm so sick of these people who don't have families arguing about everybody should have families. That's crazy. Literal kings were not raised by their mothers. They had nannies and tutors from the church and later scholastic institutions. If you are making FU money, you are way past the point of needing mom. I disagree, Silver Jacket Man. As we all know, there's plenty of kings who turned out to be absolute sociopaths, probably because they were raised by people who didn't give a shit about what they became, and their parents didn't give a shit about them either. So when they got into power, they turned into total sadists and sociopaths. So disagree. You know what prevents your kid from being a sadist or a sociopath? Good parenting. Harmonic says, kids are cool. I'll never say people shouldn't have kids. I'm not an antinatalist. Or wait, I'm not antinatalist. Antinatalism isn't dumb and arguably worse. I just don't agree with super pronatalist. Sure. Kalili says, yeah, true, but we should still offer it for the sake of the kids that are born. I mean, agreed. I just think that he's going to be arguing about pronatalism and fixing the birth rate and all that kind of stuff. That's my presumption at this point in the argument. We will get back to the line of argumentation momentarily. However, I just find it wild that all these podcast bros, they're just single heathen degenerates making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, hooking up with Instagram e-thoughts, and yet they point and wag their fingers at everybody else to be traditional. Grassroots Chachabon says, I'm a sonless person, but I have 7 godchildren, and I'd take off a limb to make any of them marginally happier. These are the children of my best friends. Why wouldn't I? True. But you might just be a good person. It's weird to present tutoring school and the like as being a part of parenting. I mean, I think it is. Mentorship is absolutely a part of parenting, but I'm with you. Silver Jacket Man says, look, I love my mom, but if I had a choice to learn theology while growing up from her or Thomas Aquinas, I'm taking the latter. Okay. Point taken. Point taken. Other people can raise children. I understand. I got it. All right. It's the hypocrisy for me. I don't know if that's a Norm Macdonald reference, but everybody, please hold in your hearts the excellent man, Norm Macdonald, who was totally schizophrenic, but had a good take every now and then. And please remember the Bill Cosby joke where Patton Oswalt said, you know what was the worst for me was the hypocrisy. And then he just kind of sits there awkwardly as, God, I'm just going to pull it up. You guys need to enjoy this moment. If you've seen it before, you'll enjoy it. And if you haven't seen it, you'll love it.
Now, do you think Cosby's legacy will be hurt.
So they're talking about Bill Cosby, the rapist. Okay, Bill Cosby, the stand-up comedian, very famous, multi-millionaire, did a bunch of family programming and was accused of raping a bunch of women.
I think Cosby's legacy will be hurt.
Yeah.
You do, huh? I mean, there was a comedian, Patton Oswalt, he told me, I think the worst part of the Cosby thing was the hypocrisy. And I disagreed.
You disagree with that?
Yeah. I thought it was the raping. That's my feeling. Most rapists are hypocrites. You don't meet many go, I like raping, and I know it's not politically correct, but by God, people go, well, he's not being a hypocrite, and that's the worst part.
All right, listen, I should have done a trigger warning, but realistically, that's a fire clip. Norm Macdonald's a schizophrenic, but that is that's a good clip.
Is because it improves GDP.
Okay, so the net good for society is just what? More fiat money? Like what determines that?
Yep, GDP.
Ooh, sorry. We do need to get in the content and let them talk for a little bit, but I do think that this is a neoliberal argumentation that Jay Dyer is going to object to, and so will I.
Is a good thing. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I do.
You don't think
first
GDP
of all,
is
like,
good?
what if the money is a scam?
That doesn't have anything to do with GDP. Why would not having more GDP for a country not be good?
The nature of the money itself, if the money system is a debt-based scam, doesn't have anything to do with GDP?
Not really, because GDP is about like the income of a country, right? So like debt is part of how you navigate income of a country.
Right. But our country's income is presently based on pure debt, right? Is that a bad thing?
Our GDP is not based on debt. No.
It is. Well, the whole system is based on debt. Gross domestic product is not itself debt. I'm saying the economic system itself is based on debt.
Yeah, like
Because it's
MTN.
a debt-based system.
Yeah, like modern theory of like money is very debt organized. It's just like debt is not this like boogaloo scary thing in and of itself.
No. I'm talking about our system is fiat. It's not attached to anything hard. There's no hard currency that our money is attached to since the shock doctrine of Nixon, right? So Nixon goes off the gold standard. So we're now a debt-based system.
Okay, so this is what I don't like already. Let me show you what our economy is based on, okay? American military. Wow, that is a crazy pose. Can we take a look at that real quick? Sorry. American military music video. I'm going to turn the volume very low just so we don't get copyright struck. But this is what GDP, this is what our fiat currency is backed by. Multi-billion-dollar warships with the most advanced technology on the planet. Helicopters that cost a few $1,000,000 that are capable of transporting warriors across the entire planet. Fighter jets that are able to reach entire different segments of the world within a few hours, the ability to refuel mid-air or refuel in the middle of the sea, the ability to secure international trade. This is what the fiat currency is backed by. And so just to kind of give you like a brief economic theory, okay, the fiat, so gold, debts and threats. You're not wrong. So we used to be based off of gold. So the United States would limit the amount of currency that it issued based off of the gold standard. And I think that lasted up through the 1970s. But what happened was there was an argument within the political economic spheres of the world. And they said, well, what's the value of gold? Right? We have guns, we have planes, we have commercial planes, we have trade, we have Funko Pops, we have food, we have all this kind of stuff. And so as long as the economy is backed by economic production, we can print and remove money from circulation as much as we want to, and therefore we'll have more flexibility when we're dealing with crises. Now, the issue with that, of course, is that you're effectively allowed to issue yourself as much debt as you want, so you can get yourself into trouble relatively easily. But the truth is that we've been able to do this for decades, and gold really doesn't offer that much more advantages except for like a predictable currency. But you can still collapse an economy using the gold standard. You can still experience crises that you're unable to deal with a gold standard. So is the flexibility of the structure of the modern economy worth it? And I think a lot of people should be arguing yes, because of the wealth that we've been able to generate within the past few generations. So this whole like libertarian concept of, we should go back to the gold standard because we need to have a commodity that backs our cash reserves, I think is myopic. Anyways, let's take a look. This guy took a very interesting stance while in a gunfight with law enforcement. So I just want to take a look at that. So trigger warning. This guy's running away from law enforcement. A cop is stopping on the opposite side of the bridge. Look away if you need to. And then this guy pulls a gun and they get into a gunfight. The cop looks like he lived because he took a couple of rounds to the vest, and it looks like the bad guy died because he wasn't wearing a vest. Looks like this dude got hit in the leg and got hit in the chest. Oh, dude, this guy pulled. Oh! Ooh! I'm going to save this for later. That is banana boats. That is crazy pants. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. We're not doing a full breakdown. I just want to look at it real quick. This guy pops out. Dude, this is why when you're a cop, you need to be ready for it to pop off at any moment. Because right now, this guy just thinks he's involved in a foot chase. He doesn't even think there's anything violent. He needs to put it in park. He needs to have his seatbelt off. He pops out. He's running up to confront the guy. He thinks he's just going to do a tackle so he doesn't have his gun out. But look at this. This guy sees that he's about to get detained and he's ready to die instead of go to jail. So he starts pulling a gun from, I can't really see it. It looks like a satchel or a bag, like a purse. And this cop already recognizes the threat. That's interesting. I wonder what the original call was. But he sees the guy pulling the pistol. Now you're at like 7 yards. So right here. And by the way, look at where his partner is. His partner is behind where he's about to shoot. This is how dangerous gunfights can be. His partner is behind that. He could absolutely smoke his partner right now on accident. Matter of fact, he almost did just shoot his partner. This guy has his gun out. He's lighting him up. He takes a round to the chest or the thigh. He mag dumps him, and the guy goes down. Oh, and then this guy is still turning around to keep firing. Ah, what an a-hole. He's going down fighting, but this dude almost got smoked. This guy almost got smoked, and he almost smoked his partner 100%. But this is why you should engage from range. Anyways, sorry for the quick law enforcement, but that thumbnail was crazy. So Grassroots says, Americans forget how powerful it is that we could drop a Burger King in Iran tomorrow for no other reason than it's our service members' preference. Yeah. The economy is not just backed by gold. It's backed by F-35s, Funko Pops, global trade, petroleum, Citgo, Chevron, British Petroleum, McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, Lockheed Martin, ITT Tech, Valencia Community College, University of Central Florida, Harvard, Yale, like, dude, the economy, mortgages, houses, property, wood, timber. Our economy is backed by infinitely more than gold. So Jay Dyer, in my opinion, has a very silly, antiquated perspective on the economy. Sorry for going on the rant, but sometimes I like watching gunfights. Aside from never learning anything about theology from Dyer, also never learn anything about economics. Dude, if somebody said that in the chat and I saw it, that would hurt my feelings. If somebody said that about me. Silver Jacket Man says that in every country on earth pegs their currency to the dollar. That is so huge. It's actually mind-boggling. Well, that's why we need to be careful with it. That's why I'm pissed at Trump, because he's screwing with the stability of the dollar by tariffing everybody else. He's messing with our geopolitical position on the world stage. Cameron Mosley says, Connor, have you watched Joan the King's video on Destiny? No. Maybe we should add it. YouTube. June sounds suspiciously like goon, but I'll take a look at it. Destiny, the perverse streamer who's being sued. I did see this came out in the past couple of days. I'll save it. I'll watch it off stream, see if I like it. And then if I like it, maybe we'll break it down. Oh, yeah. Conserve says mortgages. Yep. Silver Jacket Man says the weakness of the gold standard in the 1960s, de Gaulle cashed in a bunch of dollars and basically demanded a gold reserve for France. After we had to shell it out, it started the combo for fiat. Yup. Disney. Dude, Disney is huge. Now, it feels ephemeral. I understand that the economy feels ephemeral, but that doesn't mean that it's not valuable. That's my favorite, funniest thing. Ryan Macbeth says the U.S. is the most powerful military in the world because it can drop a crate of cooked chicken patties anywhere in the world in 24 hours. Dude, less than 24 hours in some parts of the world. Anyways, I'm sorry for getting distracted. Let me check my chat real quick, see if Steven wants to talk later. I have not. Tomorrow I can. Yeah. Hopping up to New York and then back today. Okay, sweet. Sweetness. All right, so tomorrow we'll talk to Destiny.
So I'm just saying your highest quality was the best GDP in society. So your organizing principle is a neoliberal economic theory. So what I want to know is
probably I'm going to let this play. I need water and I need to use the restroom. So I'll be literally right back, but I'll be trying to listen to it from the other room.
Even if that's itself based on debt, then what's the source of the good here?
So in this case, what is good for society is having a competitive GDP so that your enemies can't stomp
That's
you.
the highest good?
That's not the highest good. That's the good of what I'm talking about in the case of women entering in.
What is the highest good that determines that that's good?
Are you talking about morality?
Just at all in your system. You tell me what your system's standard of good is.
So I'm not really sure why we're having the epistemic conversation.
Why not?
Because it feels like we're losing the plot of the conversation.
No, I want to know what your standard of the good is.
Again, what do you mean by good?
You said that the GDP is necessarily attached to the highest good.
I didn't say highest good. I said it's a good thing.
Okay, then I'm asking you what the highest good is that determines that the GDP is better than not caring about GDP.
So you're asking for my moral foundation theory?
Sure.
I'm a divine command theorist.
From what divine command?
The Christian God.
And he says GDP is good?
No.
Did Moses come down and talk about
I don't think GDP is moral.
You just said it was the highest good.
I didn't say it was the highest good.
This debate.
No, I said it's good for society.
Then it's moral if it's good.
I don't think it's moral in this case.
If it's good, it's moral.
Well, you can have good as in
good
functional.
is a moral claim.
Well, of course, you can have functional claims, right?
So if it's only functional or if it's only pragmatic, then it's not ultimately a good. It's just subjective.
So at a functional level, it is, I guess, do you disagree with this idea that it's good for a state to have competitive high GDP?
It could be, but I don't think it's the highest good, and I have a standard of good. So I'm trying to figure out what yours is.
Well, what's more important for a nation state than GDP?
The health of the society.
Sure, but if the health of society is really high,
I mean, could you have? Let me give you an example. Could you have a society that's a mass addicted to drugs but has a good number, a nice income?
Probably not.
No, you can have societies that are full of detriment, like full of ghettos, and they're ruled over by organized crime that make a lot of money.
Typically, those countries, like if you're thinking about like the Congo or like areas that have like high levels of corruption, their GDP is horrible.
Sorry. John says, but Disney is dying. That's what my anti-woke YouTubers told me. Yeah, listen, Disney made on a budget of $250 million, Disney made so on 250 million, they made 315 million instead of making $1 billion. Yeah, Disney's on the verge of collapse. You're totally right. Commander Haircut says, make chat the content. We're better than this, dude. I mean, I don't disagree, but I also think it's frenetic when we just beach ball with chat. Penguin says, I get that NSC just wanted to make an economic argument, but her refusing to explain a moral system of her own does make it look like she's dodging something. Penguin, I'm with you because bear in mind, I've missed the last 30 seconds because I pulled a Hassan, but GDP is not the highest good. Okay. GDP is a good. Having wealth is a good. But we could have, let's say that we had a slave population that was working their asses off under threat of death. And then we had an oligarchical kleptocracy at the top, and we had an incredible GDP, but all of the excess income, all of the taxation went into, number one, keeping slaves alive so they could work harder, but number two, into the degenerate tastes of the upper class, right? Excuse me. So that would be a bad society, even with a high GDP. And I think that's what Jay Dyer is getting at, is you can have a socially dysfunctional society that is still incredibly economically dynamic and productive.
Because typically crime is not good for GDP.
But I'm saying you could conceivably have that. It doesn't matter whether there's some exception to that rule somewhere.
It's not
in the
exception. I would
Congo.
say the rule is, in general, when you have lots of corruption and drug addiction, it's not good for GDP.
But I'm saying conceivably you could have a ruling elite that makes a lot of money from drugs, and the society itself is living in shantytown, right?
I
They're
don't
living on
think that
Skid Row.
nation state would have high GDP. I don't think there's any evidence.
It
that
doesn't
nation
matter
state.
if you think.
You would be talking about like Central and South America. He's talking about what I'm talking about, but what Erudite is insisting upon, which I'm okay with, is that free societies that are industrious do have drug problems, but they're not the sole focus of the society. They haven't collapsed the entire society. He has an exaggerated fear. It's not that drugs aren't bad or can kill people or that we have a drug problem. It's that it hasn't collapsed all of productive society.
Think that because it's conceivable that you could have that, right? You could have a successful oligarchy that makes a lot of money, and the people themselves don't do very well.
Are you talking about like Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, but Saudi Arabia, again, is not nearly as competitive as somewhere like America or any NATO
Well, again,
country.
how do we know that competitiveness for women is a good? You've just said that that's the case because it increases GDP.
So I'll just
So
break
it's
it
a
down.
circle.
It's okay. If we're gonna do
What?
Don't get offended. Explain.
we can do Agrippa's trilemma. It's just useless. I can use it at you too, right?
Well, but if I'm arguing for a moral ought on the basis of
This is not a moral ought.
It is. You
This
said
is
it's
not.
a good. If you said something is
I
good,
said it's functional.
Yeah,
what
but-
word? Okay, we're doing chatter.
So
what
now
word
you're
do you want me to use when I say functional?
No. In a debate, if you're arguing for your position, then you're necessarily arguing that we ought to follow your position.
Yeah, I think I said
so
it's
it is
a
an ought.
necessity and an unavoidable. That doesn't
So
mean
it
it's
is an
a,
ought.
It doesn't mean it's a moral claim. It would be like realpolitik.
Well, then
We actually, Kyla and I got into an argument about this, and I again, I'm actually more with Jay Dyer on this perspective. We argued about whether or not you should have relations with a chicken, and Kyla argued that if you protected yourself and the chicken was already dead and there was no harm, then you could do it and it would have no consequence. His voice cracked. He lost. Excuse me. Uh-oh. So I disagree with her. I think that a society or an individual who has a zoophilic, necrophilic relationship with a chicken is morally bad. And I think that's because while you can isolate it to the point that there's no descriptive harm caused, there's still psychological damage of the individual who's doing that, right? That's an argument that we had where she said that having necrophilic, zoophilic relations with a dead chicken. Are these normal PV conversations? Chicken necrophilia? Yes. 1 second. So, are these normal PV conversations? 100%. Apologize to Jesus, Mom, and Ken right now. I'm sorry, Ken Harbaugh. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Jesus. I'm sorry, God. But these are the kind of conversations that we have in Twitch and YouTube politics, okay? And so she's saying that she's not making a moral claim when she says that having women in the economy is good and having a higher GDP is good. But good and bad is necessarily morality, okay? So when it comes to morality, I actually don't like it where they're like, that's not moral, that's ethical. Or they're like, that's not ethical, that's moral, or whatever. When we talk about moral, and I'm sorry, I keep sneezing. I had a bloody nose a couple of days ago, and there's something in the back of my nose right at that same spot that's forcing me to sneeze. And I'm worried if I keep sneezing, I'm going to cause a bloody nose. So moral definition: concerned with the principles of right and wrong behavior and the goodness or badness of human character. So concerned with the principles of right and wrong behavior and the goodness or badness of human character. Well, when we're talking about GDP, we're talking about the sub behaviors that make a productive society. So we are talking about morality, even if NSC says that we're not. And then ethics definition: moral principles that govern a person's behavior or the conducting of an activity. I cannot differentiate these terms. Moral definition: concerned with the principles of right and wrong behavior. Ethics definition: moral principles that govern a person's behavior in the conducting of an activity. I guess it's always within the context of an activity. That's like ethics. But that just sounds like morality plus activity. So moral is more internal. I don't know. I don't know if I care. Okay. We are making evaluations of good and bad. I don't know what the line is that she draws that delineates economic activity from moral prescriptions. Destron says NSC isn't trying to grant it because if she does, then Dyer is saying that it's bad because if one country is like the society he is describing, GDP is meaningless, which is a dumb idea. Yeah, you can just say they're correlates, though. That's what I would say with not so erudite. I would just be like, okay, but high GDP is a correlate with a good society. It's not predictive, but it's correlative. Meaning that a society with high GDP is more likely to have a better moral character than a society with lower GDP. Penguin says, not to mention the psychological damage of arguing positively for relations with a chicken. Yeah, that was one of the wild things in there. I can well imagine some export slave economy with high GDP. You can, Mr. Bombastic. However, let's take a look at Saudi Arabia. Okay. Saudi Arabia GDP per capita. GDP per capita is $32,000 US. And that is an economy that relies on slaves and has one of the most powerful resources on the planet. US GDP per capita is $82,000. And we have petroleum, and petroleum is a substantive amount of our economy. However, our per capita is 82,000. So we're double that, what I would argue is like a slave economy with a resource. The argument from a liberal perspective is that, yes, you can have a single commodity that makes your society incredibly wealthy, but that will be nowhere near the amount of wealth that you will generate if you unleash the creative productivity of your citizens. That's a liberal economic argument. Grassroots for 5 says 0 chickens were harmed in the making of this video. It's true. Although I might have chicken and rice later today, so that might not be true for another few hours. Sapien Green says GDP is a measure for economic activity. By itself, it's not moral. Okay, Sapien, I understand. But let's dig just a little bit deeper. If we have a society that doesn't have kids, does tons of drugs, and is not economically productive, then they're going to have a low GDP. Whereas if you have a society that does have kids, that is economically productive, and does produce and is industrious, then you're going to have a higher GDP. Now freeze that for a second in your mind. Bad behavior, low GDP, good behavior, high GDP. Now, when we're talking about these things like industriousness is a moral evaluation. There are people who are lazy and they don't do shit. In our society, we think that those people are bad. There are highly industrious people who ignore their families. That is also a kind of bad, but it's a less bad than being a lazy piece of shit. There are people who try to achieve work-life balance, and we try to put that as the central good of our society, right? And then we take all these other calculations for, well, does the hyper-industrious person do charity? Do they give back to businesses? Do they create wealth for society? These are all moral arguments about good and bad. So pretending that we can somehow isolate economics, productivity, family structure, immigration away from morality, I don't know why you would isolate it. Destron says, if my son aces a test and I tell him he did good, it isn't moral. He functionally did well. This is why she brought up the chatter theory, because that is what Dyer did. I disagree. If your son aces a test, it isn't moral. Yes, it is. You are rewarding behavior. You are saying that it is good or bad. There are subsections of our society that don't give a shit about academics, and they suffer as a result. It's 100% a moral analysis. Silver Jacket Men says, okay, I'm playing devil's advocate here, but I have a tasty apple. This is a good apple, I would say. I don't mean it's the most moral apple. I mean it fulfills the function of an apple well. Okay, I agree that a tasty apple is not a moral function. You got me there. Economic activity is linked with human activity. It's a study of behavior, which can also be linked to human morals. Yes, you are tracking, Cameron Mosley. You and I are on the same page. Grassroots says, I do a bit of charity, but it's all for dogs. My bad, homeless people. Listen, dogs are the most loyal, kind, decent souls on this planet. And so when you take care of a dog, you are doing excellent. Cameron Mosley says, you can argue for capitalism from a moral perspective. That's not impossible. I think you can argue for capitalism from a moral perspective and 100% make it a compelling argument that by accepting the selfishness of human beings, you are able to create more industry and more wealth in which you are able to help more people. Whereas a socialistic or communistic society, you center morality that is not in line with human nature, and therefore you produce less wealth, and therefore you help less people. That's actually the entire argumentation of the 20th century, is that capitalism harnesses the selfish impulses of human beings for societal good, whereas socialism pretends that they don't exist. Commander Haircut says this entire line he's pursuing is idiotic because it's avoiding the intended subject. Sure. But I'm idiotic. Harmonic says you can argue for why having relations with anything non-human is bad from a consequentialist framework. I mean, you can, but sometimes it's insufficient. Because once you eliminate like STDs, plenty of progressives and liberals are like, end of analysis. You didn't get an STD. It's like, okay. If people's academics are in subjects with no value to society, they're not going to get a job unless they teach that subject. Sure, but there are topics that are good for society that are not necessarily evaluated by economics. I would say they're correlates. Economic productivity is a correlate for a good society. It's not like a one-to-one predictor. Sorry, I'm going to engage with a few more chats and then let the content flow because I've been yapping for too long. Sabian says, what NSE is saying is that GDP is functionally good because it implies a country is functioning. You can tack on morality further down the line, but it's putting the cart before the horse. I'll accept that. I think that's an okay analysis. Sacred Snow says, that's what Connor foretold at the beginning. Kyla wanted to do definitions, so they didn't hyper pause. She foretold her own demise. Indeed. Indeed. Mr. Bombastic says, capitalism breaks down traditional structures if it hyper focuses on productivity to the exclusion of all else. I agree. And then you can create a capitalistic society that is only focused on short-term inputs and outputs, and therefore ultimately degrades and destroys itself. 100%. Sure. We agree. All right. Anyway, sorry. Let's let the other people talk. What ends up happening is they say something interesting. I go on a 5-minute rant. I get criticism from chat, and then I fight with chat. And that's fine. I'm having an excellent time. I'm not complaining. But I do think I need to let the content flow a little bit more.
And it's an ought, because do you think we ought to follow your arguments?
Not all oughts are moral.
Ought we follow your arguments?
As in, like, should you do what I prescribe for society?
Ought we follow the true arguments versus the false arguments?
Sure.
Okay. Then you're using an ought right now to argue for your position.
Sure, but this isn't a moral claim.
You just argue that we ought to follow your position. That's
It's still not a moral claim.
It is.
It's not.
Oughts are morals if you're extending them to everybody in the theoretical realm of listening to the debate.
Do you think that it's moral or not moral to have GDP? Do you think GDP is moral?
I think there's moral behaviors that indicate whether or not you're going to have a positive or negative GDP. What's funny is I'm with him.
I'm pointing out that your
Could you
position.
answer my question this time?
I have a different system than you, so it's not going to apply to my system.
Do you think that GDP is moral?
Everything in life is conceivably or potentially moral.
How is GDP moral?
Because you extended it to, in this argument, the highest good.
I did not.
You walked it back after asked for the highest good.
No.
Yes, you did.
I did not.
You
I said for a
nation
state, I guess it's like one of the higher goods. Yes. It's not the highest good. And I've said.
And what is the good?
Jay, I don't know how to explain to you over and over that this is not a moral claim. It's real politics.
Saying that?
It's pragmatism.
You're saying that, but ought we follow your argument in pragmatism here?
If you want a flourishing society by and large.
So we ought, logically.
Sure, but
we logically?
It's not a moral claim.
It's not.
Is GDP a moral claim?
It can be depending upon the system.
How is GDP a moral claim?
In your system,
How is
you're
more-
arguing that what you just said, we ought to follow your arguments.
I don't know how many times to tell you this.
Yeah, but
I'm not
you're
making
confused.
a moral claim.
You are,
I'm
and you're
not.
saying you're not.
You're just keep telling me that I
Anytime you
am.
say that there's an ought,
That's not true.
that is true.
No.
It is.
No.
Even if you redefine it as
Okay,
functional.
how about this? You don't
because-
have to have a liberal society that has a high GDP. You're just going to get stomped and you'll be a failed nation state. It's neutral morally.
Yeah, but you're missing the point about highest goods for society. You're arguing.
Also, even that statement, I don't think is accurate. You'll get stomped and you'll be a failed nation state. That's an evaluation of good or bad. That we could, guys. I'm just going to make an argument. Okay, we could all wake up and we could go to the orange groves. I have orange groves in Central Florida, and instead of being economically productive and listening to podcasts and doing super chats, and I parasocially love you for your super chats, by the way. We could all just go to an orange grove and hang out and talk all day and eat oranges. We could do that. Okay. And what we'll do is we will collapse microeconomies that in turn make GDP less. And then since we're reliant on chilling all day and eating fruit, if that fruit, because there's a greening disease in Central Florida, if our plants become infected with greening disease, then what's going to happen is we're all going to end up starving and dying. So we're going to have about 6 months to a year of having a good time, chilling in the fields, eating fruit, having a good time. But we're going to collapse segments of the economy. And then if our oranges run out, we're all going to die, right? That will be a moral outcome to our economic behavior. And so her trying to, I just disagree with Kyla on this, her trying to divorce economic behavior from moral claims is, I think, nonsensical. So I understand that you guys disagree with me in chat. If you totally disagree with me, that's totally fine. I don't care. You can say it's moral adjacent. You can say that the evaluation of economies in and of itself does not make descriptions or prescriptions about good and bad. You can say those things. But I think we all agree that starving is bad. Having a mono agriculture that collapses and kills people is bad. Collapsing whole segments of the economy that other people are reliant on for goods and services is probably bad. And these are moral evaluations from my subjective framework as a mixed economy capitalist. Because there are socialists and communists who say, yeah, bro, it's all going to work out. Go to the fields and just start eating fruit and hanging out and yapping. That's what God wants us to do. That's what nature wants us to do. Being a productive and industrious human being is actually a bad thing, and you're just being a slave for the military industrial complex. There are socialists and communists who make that, and it is a moral claim. Sapient Green says, is people going to work to survive moral? Yeah, it's a moral evaluation, 100%. Like, listen, dude, this is biblical. It's biblical. There are descriptions of how people, I don't know if you guys have ever heard this parable before. And Sapient Green, I'm not mad. You're asking a question about whether or not being productive is moral. And the Bible has a parable about the man who is not productive during the summer, right? And so what he does is he enjoys the summer. He's lackadaisical when it's too hot. He doesn't work. He uses every excuse in the book not to be productive. And then what ends up happening is, and then there's another man who's industrious and he works every single day and he's disciplined. And so what ends up happening is during the winter, the person who is lackadaisical during the summer starves and has to go beg the man for food who worked hard every single day. And the person who worked hard every single day doesn't have to beg and has a surplus with which to share with the man. And I forget about the parable. I forget what the parable is exactly, but I don't know if the guy starves to death because he was lazy, or if the richer man, I should say, gives him, grain. Biblical parable about lazy man. Proverbs, I don't think that's it. The soul of the lazy man desires and has nothing, but the soul of the diligent shall be rich. The lazy man desires what hardworking people want: house, food, vacations, money for college and retirement. But that's a translation. Parable parable about farming. The parables of the farmer are a common literary device used to illustrate spiritual truths often found in religious texts. So they translate it into like spiritual productivity rather than literal productivity. But I'm pretty sure there's an Old Testament parable about actual productivity. So yeah, these are moral claims, 100%. It's not value. It's not moral neutral. Conservative liberalism says pulling your weight versus having max GDP in the world are two very different roads. I agree. Conservative liberalism, and we should not mistake one for the other. Silver Jacket Man says, unironically, the Orange Grove sounds kind of awesome. Can we just go there for a day? Yeah. But then that's also an argument. That's also a moral argument. Do we go there for the entire summer, or do we just go there for like a weekend retreat, right? It's called the Little Red Hen. Grasshopper and the Ant. Yeah, I mean, that's probably it. I almost guarantee you Grasshopper and the Ant is a biblical retranslation of a parable. Grasshopper and the Ant. I'm not going to read the entire thing. But The Ant and the Grasshopper, alternatively titled The Grasshopper and the Ant, or Ants, is one of Aesop's fables number 373 of the Perry Index. The family describes how a hungry grasshopper begs for food from an ant when winter comes and is refused. The situation sums up moral lessons about the virtues of hard work, and the virtues are moral analysis. Even in classical times, however, the advice was mistrusted by some. An alternative story represented the ant's industry as mean and self-serving. Right? And so people flipped it and they made a moral claim that the ant was an asshole. Right? Naked lady. Keep scrolling. But anyways, I'm going to text my mom. I'm going to ask her what the biblical story is. But there's 100% a biblical story about industriousness. And it's making moral claims. The steam engine made us all more moral. No, absolutely not. Because it encouraged us to sloth. All right. Anyways, I'm multi-guying on the people who are saying that industriousness is not a moral argument, and I disagree. I disagree with Kyla. Anyways,
I'm not engaging in that yet.
Wait, hold on.
Well, that's big. Go ahead.
Oh no, just if you
I'm going
guys
to DM
can,
Kyla because I think debates are
if you
fun.
guys can just try to let each other finish your thoughts, but go ahead.
So this debate necessarily
text my
comes
mom.
down to metaphysical claims and epistemical claims and ethical claims.
No.
Yes, it does.
Because
Feminism is about morals, ethics, biology, society, social relations. You can't divorce ethics from that. Now, if you think you can, I'm happy to address that, but that's just going to get you in an even deeper bind.
I'm not saying that you can't, that you can divorce these things. Of course, feminism.
You just argued a minute ago that it's not moral.
GDP is not moral.
Then you can't divorce these things. So you just contradicted yourself.
So there are lots of elements. Okay. There are lots of elements within feminism that do make moral claims, right? Lots of them. When I'm talking about something like an innovator scale, it's not a moral
It would be nice if Kyla defined moral. That would actually be helpful.
claim. It's real politics.
I understand you
pragmatic.
think that, but I'm pointing out that it is still moral. That's the argument I'm making.
Okay. Do you want to engage with the actual conversation now?
You saying that doesn't avoid the argument I'm making.
Okay.
I know that's what you're
Why
trying
is
to do.
GDP not good for society, or is it?
I'm saying it depends on your standard of good, and that's what I'm asking you. What
What's
the
your
standard
standard
is.
of good? And
I think GDP can be great for a society, but it's not the highest good of society,
Sure,
such
I agree
as
with that.
the social cohesion of society. That's more important than who's making fiat money.
Okay, what do you think is the role of the nation state? What should it
The
do?
nation state has the job and the duty to defend its people and to maintain a healthy society, to punish the wicked, and to reward virtue.
Sure, yeah, I would broadly agree. It's to keep its citizens safe, right? Okay, how does it do that at a
But
foreign
I
policy
said reward
level?
virtue and punish vice. So there's also necessarily an ethical component there.
Sure, that's your claim.
Right, that's my worldview.
Yeah, I'm just engaging with it.
Right.
Okay, so then how does your nation state and your worldview protect itself from enemies?
It has a standing army.
Okay, and how does it fund that standing army?
Well, nations have gone into debt, or they have been prosperous and used their own treasuries, or they have raised money to go to war. So there's a lot of different ways that could happen.
Okay, and so what do you think is the right way to do that?
It's an oversimplification question because not everything in regard to warfare or history of civilizations is necessarily right or wrong. It's a question of what might be the best or the worst. So there can be scales. It's not
Would you
all
say that
either or.
there are some things that aren't moral necessarily? Some of them are just pragmatic, and then there's some things that are moral?
Everything could potentially be moral, but some things are pragmatic, sure.
Okay, that's basically what I've been saying.
Yeah,
So
but
we
you were
got there.
appealing to the good of a nation state.
You were, again, because you were using the word good in a way that I wasn't meaning it. And even though I clarified multiple times that I meant functional, and I even said, what word would you like me to
Right,
use to
but
describe this?
I
pragmatic
understand that
concept?
you think that saying that because it's functional, it removes the ethical.
Okay, Jay Dyer has autism, and they could have come to some kind of consensus. And while I agree with Jay Dyer, I am more with Kyla at this point because he's beating a point to death, and I don't care. So we're gonna move to the meaning of good. I'm gonna skip past that, and I'm gonna go to the highest good in society. What does God lay out in the Bible? Feminism and religion, appeals to authority, the waves of feminism. Okay, I think we just skipped like 5 to 10 minutes of unproductive conversation. So let's move into what is the highest good of society.
Exist within some kind of patriarchal norm. That's the only way that it can function.
Gotcha.
And the ones that don't, they dysfunction.
Okay. And so in your mind, does GDP contribute to any of that?
It's just one component of life, just like, I don't know, the size of the nation's landmass is one component,
Sure. I would agree with that.
but it's not the highest good.
Okay. Gotcha.
So what's the argument that feminism is good for society?
Feminism is good for society at a functional level because it increases innovator scale. I also think it's the right thing to do.
That's moral oughts.
Yep. I'm giving you a moral claim now.
Okay. Thank you. And why is it right for society?
It is right for society because I think in general we should try to treat others well. And I think limiting people's opportunity by force is bad for them. I don't think
True.
God wants that.
Okay. What God?
Ooh.
The Christian one.
Okay. Where does he talk about this?
All right. Now we're digging into it. I actually like this.
Forcing people to do things?
No, this idea of what the good is for society, because we have a lot of historical Christian societies.
Sure.
Were any of them feminist?
No, but I don't think in general that
Oh.
God advocates really strongly for a political system.
Really?
No.
What about when Israel was organized? Was that a political system?
Like
did they have?
in 1948
No, in the Old Testament.
in the Old Testament. Was it? Yeah, it was a political society.
How was it organized?
I'm not a Jew.
What does that have to do with whether it was organized in a certain way or not?
It has nothing to do with my claim.
What does the Old Testament say about how God organized that society?
He gave them prescriptions about how to run their life from Moses.
How was that society organized?
It was
It was a monarchy. It was a patriarchal monarchy.
organized, I believe, in a patriarchal society
Yes,
with matrilineal
correct.
heritage.
And it was a monarchy,
Yes.
a male monarchy.
Yep.
Okay. So in that regard, God was not feminist, right?
I've never said that God was feminist.
Well, I'm asking if there's a history example of where God organized a feminist society.
I mean, it's interesting because when you look at like ancient Judeo history, if you're not being presentist, it was like insanely progressive.
So Mr. Bombastic asks an interesting question, which is, why are all the evil Christians always quoting the Old Testament instead of the new one? Because Jesus has a quote that says that I came not to dissolve the law, but to fulfill the law. And so a lot of Christians, they look at the Bible and they say that you cannot throw out the Old Testament. Okay. That's why. And so what a lot of modern Christians do, we call it buffet Christianity. Part of the reason why I'm not a literalist is they only take the rosy parts of the New Testament because it's convenient and it doesn't have a lot of judgment. And they're just like, sweet, awesome. But if you look at what Jesus says right before he's executed, some of that stuff goes super hard. If you go look at Revelations goes super hard. If you go to the Old Testament, some of that stuff goes super hard. And so as a result, it's relative convenience. Now, I agree that I think this worldview saying that like, oh, well, God prescribed for humanity that we lived in patriarchal monarchies. I think it's a fairly dumb argument. But if you're a Christian literalist, I think there's a historical argument to be made here that Jay Dyer is correct from his perspective.
progressive compared to like the pagans around them, like the Assyrians and Babylonians?
That's not what I'm asking.
Well, it is what you're asking.
You're calling
right?
it progressive, and I would just say it's healthy. So the fact that they
Sure,
had,
yeah,
the,
like
ten,
God,
they had the Ten
God
Commandments.
seemed to advocate to some degree for a better treatment of women than any other society
I
around
agree,
them.
but that's not feminism.
To some degree, you could argue that it is if you agree with my definition, which is like the empowerment.
Well, but your
and
definition is so
promotion of
elastic
femininity.
and broad that it could be anything
But you agreed
except
to
for
it.
what my position is. No, I don't, because I'm not agreeing that Old Testament patriarchal society is feminist. You just admitted it's not.
If you're not agreeing, why did we even define the words at the beginning?
Can
if
you
now you're just
name a
rejecting
feminist
them?
society
I'm not
that
interested
God
to.
advocated?
I'm not interested to.
You appealed to God.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to treat women well.
Did God ever? That's not feminism. Now you're equivocating.
I'm not equivocating.
Yes, you are.
How am I
You're
equivocating?
changing moving the goalposts as to what feminism is.
That's a completely different
so if
fallacy.
God
So am I
has- if-
equivocating
so
or am I
if in-
moving?
if
Hold
in
on,
the
am
law-
I equivocating or
if-
am I moving the goalpost now?
It's both.
It's
You're
both.
equivocating on the word and moving the goalposts to make your position work. So if there's no
That's
feminist,
not what
if there's no
equivocating
feminist equivocating on the word,
That's not what equivocating
I know what
means.
equivocation means. Yes, it does. It means that two different understandings of a word. You're equivocating on the word.
Okay.
Feminism, and you're defining to say that if God in the Old Testament gives women rights, that's feminism. That's not what feminism is. Feminism is a modern movement, post-revolutionary
Then why
philosophy.
did you agree to my definition of feminism?
Because it's so broad that that's fine if you want to defend that against patriarchy, but I'm arguing patriarchy against feminism,
So
and
all
what
you're
you
doing
appeal
now
to.
Is moving the
What
goalpost by the
you
originally
ap-
agreeing to a
No.
definition of feminism, and now you're saying that can't work anymore because it's defeating my argument?
The Old Testament God and the New Testament God are the same God, and they never institute a feminist society. And women's rights are being made in the image of God, that women are protected now in that status.
What do you mean
is
by a
not
feminist
feminism.
society? What do you mean by
Okay. So Derek says, does he have to bite the bullet and support slavery then? Because let's face it, there was Old Testament biblical slavery. If I had to guess at what he would point to, is he would say that slavery was a historical, necessity or cultural norm at the time of the Old Testament and lasting into the modern era, but we no longer have a need for slavery. And there's also some moral harms that come from slavery that obviously God probably wanted us to evolve out of slavery. But then I think that opens it up to Kyla, where she can say, well, the Bible does advocate for women in certain degrees. And so those would also be products of their time and place in history. So wouldn't God want us to create a more just society for women? Now, what he's trying to do, which I understand, is that Kyla does root some of her worldview in Christianity because she is a Christian, even though she says heretical shit a healthy chunk of the time. And what I would say is that I'm not calling her a buffet Christian because she actually does take her faith pretty seriously. But I do think that there are contradictions in the faith if you're a feminist for religion. And so as a result, I don't know if she just accepts those cognitive dissonances, but I agree with Jay that there's never really truly like feminist advocacy within the Bible. Even in the New Testament, the father of the church, I think it's Paul, right? The father of the church, he prohibits female priests. Now you can say that Paul was wrong, but with what authority are you calling the father of the church wrong, right? Seraph 702 says Old Testament equals Torah, New Testament equals post-Nicaea Council canonization, former Catholic here, my opinion. Yeah, of course. Checking out the formation of the Bible is actually really interesting to see how much the affairs of men interfere with the quote-unquote word of God. Blood123 says slave robots. Well, I think slave robots, if they're not actually conscious, I don't think that's a problem. If slave robots have no preference as to whether or not they work, then I think having slave robots is based, actually. Erudite is Christian, isn't she? She is. Conservative liberalism says, I'm not trying to take away the place people have gotten to by the opportunities society has granted them. I'm just saying high GDP can be predatory on working class people. Conservative liberalism, you and I agree. The high GDP is not a necessary predictor for morality. It can correlate with pragmatism and functionality, but it doesn't mean morally good. Jesus is a hipster. Peter, formerly known as Simon. Was he? No, come on. Who wrote Ephesians and Romans and all that kind of stuff? It wasn't Peter. Wasn't it Paul? Who wrote Ephesians? Because he wrote the Apostle Paul. I know what you're saying where Peter was like the successor to Jesus. I know what you're saying there because he was the apostle. But I was talking about Paul because he codified a lot of the churches in the Roman world. Sorry, I know what you're saying with Peter.
A feminist society.
A matriarchal society
I'm
or,
not
or
advocating
a
for that.
non-patriarchal society.
I've never advocated for either of these things.
Okay, but feminism has never been a societal goal in the Old Testament or the New Testament or the history of any Christian society.
Again,
so you have no
I haven't
examples of
advocated-
this.
I haven't advocated for any of these things. I don't need
You
to.
appealed to God as your standard of the ought and
I
the
said it-
right, the moral right.
Yeah, it's a
right?
moral thing to treat
Correct.
women well.
And then I said, give me the examples of where that God ever instituted anything like what you're talking about in terms of feminism, and there's not. There's not.
There is, according to the definition you agreed to.
No,
from
there's
feminism.
not.
Yeah, the empowerment and promotion of femininity. Judaism,
That is not what is happening in the Old Testament.
Judaism
That
is
is
the
not.
most progressive approach to femininity of all of the ancient
Modern rabbinic
religions.
Judaism is not the same thing as what's in the
But
Mosaic Law.
you asked for
You
Old
admitted-
Testament
you
examples, which
admitted
I
it.
just gave you one.
That's not rabbinic Judaism. You admitted that it's a patriarchal society that's a
What do you
monarchy.
mean it's not rabbinic? You don't think Old Testament Judeo like
No, it's not.
it's not
different.
rabbinic? What are you talking about?
It's not the same thing as
You
rabbinic
don't think
Judaism.
that the 1200 BC society that was erected by King David wasn't a rabbinic society?
Rabbinic Judaism comes out of the 4th and 5th century when the Babylonian Talmud is collected and collated.
So you don't
That's
think that
not-
the Old Testament at
is
all
not rabbinic, no.
Okay.
And it's patriarchal. So even if it was rabbinic, it wouldn't
That's fine.
repeat.
I
Then there's no examples of what you're talking about.
well, the issue for me is that what you're doing is you're creating a false dichotomy. You're pretending like patriarchy and feminism can't coexist at
Correct.
the same
They
time.
cannot.
Of course they can. We live in one.
Hold up. So I get it. Derek is saying maybe you have a bias against Kyla and you don't think that she's doing that great so far. Well, so for me, so far I've agreed with Jay more than I've agreed with Kyla, but I've also think that Jay has been incredibly obtuse where there's no need to be, and he's also been conversationally annoying. And I think that I actually, before we get into what we're doing, we're operating off of separate definitions, which is kind of why I think that this is all going to fall apart, because Kyla's definition of can I hate them both? Sure, Shadow 2 Bravo, go ahead. But with Kyla, what did she said? The empowerment, it was the empowerment of women. There was something else. I'm going to rewind it 10 seconds and find out what her definition of feminism is. But like a women's rights advocacy 100% happened in Judaic society, right? Jewish society, ancient Jewish society, because they talked about the duties of men to their women and how if you beat your woman or if you beat your woman without cause, more likely, that was bad. Same thing with Christianity. Christianity talks about, marriage as an institution, and it talks about how two become one flesh, and somebody who hates their own wife, it's just as bad as if you hate yourself. So there's a whole bunch of, I would say pro-women passages, but it is still within the context of a patriarchal society. So you could say it's like feminist and progressive for the time. It's liberal for the time. But I'm with Jay that does not in and of itself mean that anybody writing those passages would identify with especially modern feminism, right? I do agree with Kyla, though, that those could be argued to be feminist arguments. And so if she's just simplifying it to the empowerment of women, and he's going to, I'm presuming, based off of clips that I've already seen, nest it in the past 200 years of post-Enlightenment history, we're obviously going to have a conversational breakdown. It's going to be a problem. And he has too much autism in order to make this conversation interesting. But we're going to let the train crash into the wall.
Being feminine is not the same thing as the movement of feminism.
I didn't say that it is. I said that
You did. You said that femininity is promoted in the Old Testament, and you used that as a way to prove your position.
I said it empowered women and it promoted femininity. It empowered women by creating.
I disagree with Old School. Old School says Jay is being annoying and Erudite is letting her annoying show. Never let an opponent who's using a tactic like that know it's working. No. Dude, if somebody's pissing me off in a debate, I'm going to tell them. I'm going to say, you're pissing me off. Here's why. Because I think that when you describe reality accurately as best you can, that's the best way to communicate to the audience. You might not be able to communicate with your opponent, but you can communicate with the audience. Seraph says, lol, I've been in Muslim households during raids and have seen wives beat their husbands, blaming them for our entering their household. Pretty patriarchal society, and yet feminism is there? Arguably, yes.
Matrilineal lines of inheritance, and it promoted femininity by making a whole bunch of female figures be viewed as these like incredible characters to like look up to, like Ruth and Deborah and stuff like that.
Okay, well, there's
which, according to the definition you agreed to on feminism, would be feminism.
Then it wasn't, quote, progressive according to your view, because other societies worship the goddess, and that would be more progressive than what you said.
If you want, we can go back an hour and we can redo chatter, and you can make a new definition for feminism that you like more, so that you can apply it more narrowly if you'd like.
You have moved the goalpost.
I have not. I wrote it down.
Feminism is.
I wrote it down,
to be
and you agreed to
anything that. So is the goddess feminism?
Hold on. So hold on. I think she described her definition 30 seconds ago, so I want to make sure I have it to see if it fits.
Femininity by making a whole bunch of matrilineal lines of inheritance, and it promoted femininity by making a whole bunch of female figures be viewed as these like incredible characters to like look up to, like Ruth and Deborah and stuff like that.
Okay, well, there's a plenty.
It was the empowerment of women and the promotion of femininity, which I do think is too broad. I do think it's too broad. The empowerment of women, the promotion of femininity. I think it is way too broad for the sake of the conversation, but that's okay. He should say, when she says, do you want to, we're doing chatter right now, so do you want to go back and give me a different definition so we can argue the conversation more narrowly? He should say yes. I think that you're trying to use an overly broad definition in order to win the debate. And I think that there are plenty of patriarchal societies that you would agree were not feminist, but had elements of empowering women and promoting femininity. And yeah, actually, this goes to exactly who said this? Seraph said this. So I'm assuming you're a veteran, Seraph. Good to have you. You said, lol, I have been in Muslim households during raids and have seen wives beat their husbands, blaming them for us entering their household. Pretty patriarchal society, and yet feminism is there. So if we're using this overly broad definition of feminism, then we're empowering the women because they're hitting their husband, which is not normally acceptable in a patriarchal society. And they're also promoting femininity because as the managers of the household, they have authority over their household, and the men violated their authority, right? So we have like a little nesting, like a Russian nesting doll. We have feminism within patriarchy. But this dude is saying that that is not in and of itself feminism. And so I think that if he wants to move the conversation forward, which I have no indication he wants to do, but he's going to have to provide an alternative definition, which I guess is where he's going to get historical, and then it's going to break down. Connor is a huge feminist. Feminism is when you're nice to women. Listen, I don't know if I'm a big feminist, but let's just say that I have tough women around me who would beat the shit out of me if I treated them poorly, or their dads would beat the shit out of me if I treated them poorly. My relationship with my wife, I love my wife. She's an excellent woman. She's very smart, very funny, very attractive, good woman, right? So she is a tough lady. She doesn't take flack from me. We give and take flack back and forth. And then she has a father who, if I mistreated her, he would chop me up and throw me into the Everglades. And then I would say my mom as well, she didn't take any guff from me as a child. And while her father is passed on, I guarantee you that if I mistreated my mother too much, her father would have beaten the shit out of me. So is it feminist because they're tough, opinionated, smart women who manage their households? Or is it patriarchal because ultimately their position is enforced by a man? I don't know. Right? They'd only beat the crap out of you if you let them. No. My father's father, or my mother's father, was like, I only knew him when he was in his 70s, so I probably could have beat the crap out of him if I wanted. You're right that I would have let my mother's father beat the crap out of me, and I probably could have fought back. My wife's father, there's all the reasons why on paper I would win in an altercation. However, I think his willpower and anger would overwhelm whatever physiological advantages I have. He's a very passionate man. Yeah. Blood123 says Connor is a huge feminist. He loves his wife and future daughters. But guess what? I wouldn't be considered a feminist because while I would empower women in certain degrees, I would empower them for employment. I would empower them for ambition. I would empower them to be independent agents separate from their husbands. I would not empower them to be whores. And so that would be viewed as insufficiently feminist in progressive circles. And then the promotion of femininity, I don't think it's necessary to be promiscuous to be feminine. So if they wanted to be promiscuous, then I would say, nope, that's the line, and I will not support you in this. And if anything, I will criticize you and do everything within my legal power to prevent you from becoming a digital prostitute or a real prostitute. He's also forcefully attempting to broaden the definition by trying to tell her conclusions and bullying her into accepting them. Sure. He eventually does give his definition, but she speeded it out because he brought historical context to his definition. That's where it's going to break down, isn't it? Paroni says he eventually... Oh, yeah. All right, sorry. Let's get back to the content. I'm sorry. Grassroots says, personally, if I screwed up bad enough, I think both my grandfather and mother wouldn't lose sleep putting a couple of unrequested holes in me. Yeah, exactly.
That would be more progressive than what you said.
If you want, we can go back an hour and we can redo chatter and you can make a new definition for feminism that you like more so that you can apply it more narrowly if you'd like.
You have moved the goalpost?
I have not.
Old School asked an important question. Connor, would you empower your daughters to be Mark's women? 100%. I'm basically going to raise them like boys, and then they can do their makeup and do girly shit with their mom. Sacred Snow says, yeah, but you wouldn't empower sexual promiscuity because you think it's bad for them. Is having their best friends at heart not feminist? Ooh, I like it. I like it. Good argument. I'm with you. I just think that I would catch flack. I think I would catch flack in progressive circles for trying to control the sexuality of my wife and daughters.
I wrote it down.
Feminism is.
I wrote it down
to be
and you agreed to
anything that. So is the goddess feminism?
I don't know what
is goddess worship.
Valor Media. So Sacred Snow says, sorry, if you were sufficiently proven wrong that sexual promiscuity is bad for them, I assume you would change your position. I don't know what arguments you could possibly make to me that promiscuity is good. I don't think there is an argument that you could make that would convince me otherwise. Now, I'll follow you logically in the fact that if there is something that I deem to be good for my family members or friends, I will either, allow or even promote that behavior. I can follow you logically there. However, I don't think you'll be able. Yeah, hypothetically, if you're talking about from the logic chain argument, yeah, sure. I want what's good for people and I don't like what's bad for people, right? Then Sapient Green, ooh, nice flowers. Sapient says, Connor, would you want your daughters to join the military? Absolutely not. I would not want them to join the Navy. I would not want them to join the Marine Corps unless she was a butch lesbian. And I would not want her to join the Army unless if she's a butch lesbian, she can do whatever my boys do. If she is a feminine girl, then I do not want them to join the Army, Navy, or Marine Corps. If they wanted to join the Air Force, I would let them. 100%.
In the ancient pagan world, is that feminism?
It might be.
Okay,
I'm not
thank
sure.
you.
I don't know anything
so your
about.
View,
Well, hold on.
So your position is so elastic that it could encompass any possible position.
Then why did you agree to it?
It's unfault because the way you framed it was anti-patriarchy, and I'm fine with that.
I didn't frame it that way.
Yes, you did.
I did not frame it that way.
The terms of this debate
you want to go back an hour?
Is feminism good or is patriarchy good?
I wrote it down. Do you want to go back an hour?
The fact that you wrote it down just means that you misunderstand what you wrote down.
No,
that's even dumber.
The issue, rather than you just being bad faith for no reason.
He just threw a sharp elbow. So if she starts punching back, that's not on her. That's on him. He just said, You misunderstood what you yourself wrote down. That's even dumber. Dude, if you say that shit, gloves are coming off, right? Sacred Snow says, my point is that you aren't doing it from a point of control, which is anti-feminist. You're doing it from a point of their best interest, which is feminist. Yeah, but I'll use control in order to get them to advocate for their best interest, right?
No, this is good. You don't know you didn't even know what an internal critique is. So I'm not being bad faith. I've been debating for 25 years. It's not bad faith.
It's completely fine to know what terms are, right?
Sure, but in terms of debate, that's like 101, knowing what an internal critique is.
I understand what like consistency checks are. I just didn't use the language internal critique, right? So if we want to go back an hour, you agreed to this idea of chatter, right? How we want to define concepts, agree to them so that we can talk about
Women
ideas.
prattle or chatter? I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
So if you agree to that and then you agree to the terms, you can change them later. I'm just going to be good faith. You can change them later if you want to. Let's just go back to the terms again and narrow it down to what we can agree to of what feminism and patriarchy means. Because now, you're doing
I gave a very precise definition for patriarchy, right?
Sure, I did
And you
too.
gave a very loose definition as to what you think feminism is, which could encompass conceivably anything that helps women. And that's an ambiguity fallacy.
Then provide a different definition. Don't agree to it.
In my opening statement, I said that I believe feminism is a revolutionary philosophy that destroys society. It was brought about to change society in toto and ultimately to serve into oligarchical designs and people who, and I gave sources. You can read the Rockefeller's authorized biography. They have a whole discussion of Abby Rockefeller funding third wave feminism in Cell 16.
How is this not just as ambiguous as the one? It's just a revolutionary
Just as ambiguous.
system?
I'm literally giving you the people who funded it and the actual names of the people, like Cell 16.
I don't know why you're appealing to. I don't know why you're appealing to authority right now. None of this matters.
No, that's not an authority. That's the people involved. It's not an authority appeal.
Yeah, if the people
You don't know what an
who you
authority
think
appeal is.
funded them is an authority for the
I gave
definition
the
of
people
feminism.
involved, like Abby Rockefeller,
That
who
would
was
be an
herself.
authority.
No, it's not.
Then why are you citing them?
It's a person who's in the movement. It's not just the funder.
Yeah, you're appealing to authority.
You
right
don't know
now.
what an appeal to. That's a fact. It's not an appeal to authority. You don't know what an
You are
appeal to authority
citing
is.
them
This is so
for a
silly.
definition of feminism.
Yeah, that's not an appeal to authority.
Yes, it is.
No,
We're talking about they're getting caught up in debate semantics, which is like the worst form of debate. And what she's saying, because I'm not autistic, is that you are limiting the definition into just what this guy or girl said. And what he's saying is, well, they are a person. He thinks that she's saying that that's a fallacy, but I think she's saying that it's unnecessarily narrow. Whereas what he's saying is it's not a fallacy. And they're both correct, which is frustrating.
it's not.
Yes,
you
it
don't
is.
know what an appeal to authority. If I said my position is true because I cite the Rockefellers, that would be an appeal to authority, and
You're
that's a
saying
fallacy.
This definition
this is an evidence,
true
goofus.
because of the Rockefellers. If you want,
No, I'm not. I'm telling you
If
the
you wa-
history of the movement,
that
which
has
you don't
nothing-
even know
again,
about.
I've asked you to define feminism, and now
And
what
I'm
you're
giving
doing,
you the history of that movement,
I'm
which is
asking you for a
three
definition.
waves.
Why I don't
Are
know-
there three waves of
Doofus,
feminism?
why can't you give me a definition?
Are there three waves of feminism?
There's 4.
Okay. So there's 3.
Oh, you didn't know that? That's crazy.
So there are 3, correct?
There's 4.
Right. But that would mean there's also.
Yeah, a lot of people were being hypercritical of Kyla being an asshole, but he fucking started it. All right. They were having like a semi-coherent, logical debate, and they were following each other for a while, but then they had the breakdown and definition, which obviously is chatter, which Kyla borderline predicted. And then he threw an elbow, and now he's pissed that she's getting pissed. So she said the empowerment of women, the promotion of femininity, and he gave us a 7-minute rant about how it's a revolutionary egalitarian philosophy that is hostile to patriarchy. So if he wanted to sum all this up, he could. As a matter of fact, I would advocate that he should. So let's do it for him, okay? A revolutionary philosophy hostile to patriarchy with radical perspectives on equality of the sexes and female empowerment. And I would say that he might also even go so far as ultimately can be misandrist, where it's like it's like actually explicitly hostile to men. If I was to summarize his perspective and his definition, this is the definition I would do. Because I took 7 minutes of schizo rants in history and I boiled it down to 2 or 3 sentences. This is even a little long, but I did encapsulate 7 minutes of rant. So if he wanted to be aggressive in this debate, he should use this or something close to this.
So 3, even
female jihadism. Biz D says, sounds like jihad, but for women. I'm going to put that because that's even better. I'm Control B because we're using Biz D's definition, which is excellent. Female jihadism. Oh, perfect.
even though there's a 4th, right?
That's true. 3 is less than 4.
I
Good
know
job,
that,
Jay.
but the fact that there's 4, there's still 3 that have happened, right?
Irrelevant to anything
Irrelevant.
modern
Girl hot
feminism.
Is that an appeal to authority?
What authority am I citing right now? I know
Well, you're
really,
citing facts that you think are appeal
which
to
authority have I cited? Name one. Name one authority I've cited, Jay.
You think?
Go. Name one authority I've
You
cited.
don't understand.
Jay,
This is Destiny shit. I don't care about this. Where she's like, hey, listen, you said something incorrect. You said something incorrect. Acknowledge you said something incorrect. I'm not moving on until you acknowledge that you said something incorrect. It's something I do. It's annoying as hell. Listen, I'll admit it. I'll admit it. When I do this and I'm like, you're wrong. Show me where tell me that you know that you're wrong, right? She cited God. True. Conservative liberalism with the own. 4 contains 3, therefore I'm correct. All right, it's getting off the rails. It's getting spicy. But I'll try not to pause it too much because I do want to have fun.
name
I'm
one
making
authority
a joke.
I've cited.
I'm making
God.
a joke because
What's
you
the
think
authority I cited?
appealing to a fact is appeal to authority. Those are
That's
two different
not
things.
true.
Yes,
In fact,
it is.
when you were citing
If I talk
Rockefeller,
about
when you're
listen,
citing Rockefeller
so stupid.
as the definition for feminism,
No,
I'm
the
saying you're appealing
funder
to
is not
authority.
the definition, you idiot.
Then why are you appealing to them in any way?
to prove the history of the movement
Do you know
and
what an
what
appeal
it
to authority
teaches.
fallacy is? Brian,
Yes,
do you know what an
I
appeal
just
to
gave you the
authority fallacy is?
example.
Okay.
I've been debating for 25 years. I know what the appeal to authority is. That's one right there.
Okay, so
See,
when
that's the
you
appeal to authority
when you
fallacy.
appeal to irrelevant people that sound
It's
authoritative
not
but
irrelevant.
aren't relevant, the history
Do you know
of
why?
feminism
Do you
isn't
wanna-
relevant to you giving me a definition of feminism
is.
that I can operate
Is it
off
a
of.
historical movement?
Can you give me
Is it a
fucking
historical
definition?
movement?
Yeah,
Yes.
of course.
Then the history is relevant to the definition, you idiot.
Then give me the definition. You can do it,
Let's keep
Jay.
it nice if we can.
Oh my
You can do it,
God.
Jay. I
Maybe
believe
this
in
is
you.
like talking to a 5-year-old.
Yeah. Well, you're a big boy, so this should be really easy for you to find feminism. Go ahead.
Ooh. So that was condescending and paternalistic. And then she leaned into the paternalism and said, well, then it should be easy for you, dickhead. All right. That was spicy. I like it.
Feminism is a historical movement that's concerned with the rights of women, including egalitarianism, the idea that women and men are equal. If we go back to Wollstonecraft, if we go back to the suffrage.
Dude, no, he should like kind of stop it and wrap it up there with another attribute that he cares about. So hold on. So he gave us a definition. I think mine's better, but he said a historical movement concerned with he put it, the rights in air quotes of women, concerned with the rights of women, including egalitarianism. And I think that if you put the air quotes of the rights of women, you could put my sub definition or my definition in the sarcastic quotes of the rights of women.
Movement, if we go back to the notion of women not being
You're going too far, bro. You're going too far.
married at certain ages as children. So the first wave wanted not just suffragism but they also wanted to not have child brides and that kind of stuff.
I'm really proud of you. You got
But they
two
also
things.
listen.
One more.
I'm not. Shut up.
We're super
Shut
close.
up and let me finish.
We're
I'm
super
not
close.
done.
No, I
I'm
believe
not
you.
done. They also wanted better work hours. They wanted women to have inheritance rights. They wanted women to be able to get jobs and they wanted women in the workforce and to be in positions that they didn't have. So they wanted certain social rights that women did, like voting, right? Suffrage, right? Those are all first wave.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is your definition of feminism? Okay, I'm writing it down.
Are you serious?
I'm so dumb.
You asked for the history of it.
I didn't ask you for the history. I asked you for a definition.
You said that it's historical.
Okay.
And I'm
rights
giving
of
you
women,
the movements.
I'm not asking for the history. I'm asking
you
to
said it is historical, so I have to go back to the people.
No,
no, you don't. This is an L. Dude, this is an L. Dude, there are so many people, okay, on the internet who hate Kyla because of her association with Destiny, and they're wrong. They took this clip. It was like Ryle Kittenhouse and J Stock and a few other people. They were taking this clip of her getting into contention with this guy, and they were acting like she took an L. She did not take an L here. Okay? She wants a definition, and a good definition is short, simple, and concise. If you can make, like you take one sentence to sum up a word, and then your words, if you want to explore the subcomponents, you can. This guy, Dyer, with 25 years of debate experience, is giving a preliminary definition and then expanding into history. And she's saying, don't give me the entire history, give me the definition. In conservative liberalism, I don't agree. So conservative liberalism says they already agreed to a definition at the beginning. I don't think they agreed. I think that he said that for the sake of the conversation, he would be willing to work with her definition. So what was it? The empowerment of women and the promotion of femininity. So I'm going to go ahead and put that as Kyla's definition, which I agree with Jay is too broad, because anything that's pro-women can be applied in that context. And there's obviously patriarchal societies that had reforms for women that were positive, that you could argue are like feminist in that they're positive for women, but they obviously didn't emanate from the movement of feminism, right? And then if we look at Jay's definition, he did a 7-minute schizo-historical rant about feminism, where I would summarize it as saying a revolutionary philosophy hostile to patriarchy with radical perspectives on equality of the sexes and female empowerment. Ultimately, it can be misandrist. I think this is his true definition. A historical movement concerned with the rights of women, including egalitarianism is what he said, but then he put the rights of women in quotes, and then he went into a 5-minute historical rant. He does not need to repeat the 7-minute historical rant for us to understand the definition, because I just summarized his 7-minute rant here in 2 or 3 sentences. So if he has done 25 years of debate, then he needs to stop smoking pot so he can remember what a definition is. Okay? Yeah, a definition is not when you give a history lesson. I know, this is crazy. What does this guy spend 25 years debating? Chicken? Yeah, chicken sodomy. So anyways, let's allow it to develop. But Kyla did not take an L here, and anybody on Twitter who's pretending she did is they're lying because they hate her, or they're stupid.
So dumb that you can't conceive of a position apart from the people who came up with the position.
So Israel. I can define Israel without going through the entire history of Israel. Feminism, while it does
have, actually,
yes,
you
of
can't.
course you can.
Yes, you can. Holy shit. If I Google Israel, am I going to pull up the entire Wikipedia page and I have to read all of it in order to understand it? No. Let's do Israel definition. A kingdom in ancient Palestine comprised lands occupied by Hebrew people established at the 1025 divided by 933. Well, okay, now they're launching into a bunch of definitions. Google, you are being non-compliant, okay? But hold on. Here's the definition that I was looking for. Israel, officially the state of Israel, is a country in West Asia. Okay? Now, you can go into all of the details after that, but this is a concise and accurate definition. Wow, way to screw me, Google. That was rude as hell.
No, this
because
is
for the
so
sake
silly
of
because
conversation,
you
we
had
Google is biased towards Jay Dyer.
admitted it's
agree
a
what a
historical
construct is.
movement, therefore it can't be divorced from the people in history.
I'm not asking
Do you
to
think it
divorce
came
it.
out of the sky? Did it come into
this is a
people's
false
minds out of the
dichotomy.
sky
This
or
is a
from the
false
people?
dichotomy. You're doing a false dichotomy again.
What are you, dude? You don't
You're,
even.
you're
this is
acting
so
like
crazy.
you're acting like you can't define it without the history. I'm telling you.
Correct. It's a historical movement by your own definition.
That doesn't mean that you can't make a definition
And
for the.
also, not according to her own definition, he is getting pissed. Her definition was the empowerment of women, the promotion of femininity, which is overly broad. I agree with Jay that it's overly broad. And this is his definition. So, no, she's not, she didn't use this definition. You did. So you're getting pissed off and you're losing your shit. You're taking the L, not her.
The word,
Yes,
so
you
we
have
can
to
just
go
talk
to the
about
people.
it.
Where do you think words come from? From people.
That
They
doesn't
don't
mean-
drop out of the sky. They come
Jay,
from people.
Jay, I know you can do this. You can define a word without giving me a 5-minute
you
monologue
can't.
on the history.
No, you can't.
So there's no way for you to define feminism.
Would you go to a
without
dictionary?
history.
That's an appeal to authority.
It's
She's mogging him.
not an appeal
Yes,
to
it
authority.
is.
Okay, there are appeal to authorities that are fallacious, and there are appeal to authorities that are
Oh,
non-fallacious.
like when I give the examples of the
Rockefeller
funders,
as
the
a
funders of
funder
it.
is not an appeal.
It's not just a
legitimate,
funder. Abby was involved in Cell 16. She's not just a funder.
That doesn't matter. That
It
doesn't
does
mean,
because it came from them.
that doesn't mean that she's a relevant authority to cite.
The one who funded it and got it going at Chicago University is
Funded
not relevant.
portions of the third wave. Yes,
Correct.
that doesn't mean that
No,
she
it
gets to
comes out of her money.
No, that doesn't mean
Millions
that-
of dollars at
Again,
Chicago.
That doesn't, yeah. And by the way, Kyle is still right. Just because a funder of third wave feminism who was actively involved in the movement doesn't mean that she is the sole authority on the thing. So for instance, like she was talking about Israel, let's bring it to the Middle East and North Africa. Islam has multiple authorities on it. Okay. Muhammad, peace be upon him, is probably the ultimate authority on the Quran. You know, they would argue that it's God, but let's just say Muhammad is the author of the Quran. But within 3 or 4 generations, they have sectarianism that splits into Sunni and Shia, and they choose different leaders of those movements. So you can't say that a Shia cleric is the sole authority that you can go to for a perspective on Islam. It's not correct. You still have all the hadith. You still have all the Sunni leaders. You still have modern imams. You still have ancient imams. So saying that this is like me saying that a pope from the 1000s is the sole authority on which to understand Catholicism. And it's like, absolutely not. That's not the way to understand Catholicism. And you can define Catholicism very easily. It's like Catholicism is one of the central Christian religious sects that is centered around the Pope in Rome, Italy. Period. End of definition. And then if somebody wants to know more about it, then you go into the historical context. The fact that Jay is smart enough to be relevant on these debates 100% makes me more optimistic about my media career.
Chicago University.
That doesn't mean that she's the definer of feminism.
I didn't say she was. I said she's.
You cited her as a definer of feminism.
She's involved in the third
What's
wave
the
movement.
definition of feminism, Jay?
Oh
You
my
can do
gosh,
it.
you're so stupid.
No, she's not. She's asking you for a simple definition. She's actually not stupid. She's asking you for something very simple.
I've got
You
3
can't
things from you so far.
even do a
Feminism
rational
equals
conversation.
rights of women. Men and women are
You
equal.
admitted-
Labor rights.
I
I've got
mentioned
3 things. What
I
else is
mentioned
feminism? We can do this,
inheritance
Jay.
in terms of first wave feminism. I mentioned
yeah.
child age of marriage.
And now he's going back into the historical context that's unnecessary for the definition. Sorry, Jay, you are the dumb one here.
As another element of it.
Okay, so
in terms of the first wave.
Civil rights. Let's just call those civil rights.
That's not civil rights. It's oh my gosh. It's
How is that
prior
Those are civil rights, Jay.
to
Civil
the civil
rights.
rights movement. You idiot.
That doesn't mean that it's not civil rights, Jay. I'm just trying to create a way to make this succinct so we can get a fucking definition because you don't like mine, which is fine.
I said yours.
That's why I'm just
yours
trying to
is
now
too
get
Mogged. She's mogging him.
a new one.
broad.
That's fine. Make your own.
I'm giving the historical.
I
I
don't
don't
want the
need it
history.
in my own definition.
Yes,
It's
you
your
do.
position, you goofus.
No.
You debate
Jay,
positions
Jay,
like when you
Jay,
debated Jim Bob,
Jay.
and you tell people to define your position. This is how silly you are.
No, Jay,
You
I gave
a
you-
broad definition.
I gave you a definition and you
Which
don't
is too
like
broad.
it. That's
No.
fine. Make your own definition and then we can
I
work
don't
from
need
there.
to make a definition.
Yes,
It's
you
not my
do.
position.
If you have
It's a
rejected my definition, you now have to supply one.
Yes, I'm going to the people who came up with it. Correct.
Yeah, but we don't need a 7-minute historical rant. I think this dude is actually brain broken. I think he's fried.
Rockefeller didn't come up with it.
I said Mary Wollstonecraft in my opening statement is one of the first feminists in modern society.
And that's not a definition, you idiot.
Do you want to supply a definition? This doesn't matter, Jay. Just make a definition.
So the people who came up with it don't matter.
They matter if you can get to getting a definition out of your fucking mouth. We've got
I've been giving you
We've got four elements of
Thank you.
feminism now. Okay, so we've got rights of women, like men and women are equal, egalitarianism, labor rights, and civil rights. Is there anything else you would like to add to that definition?
As we move into modernity, we get more radical versions of this, particularly with Cell 16, which becomes almost a revolutionary terrorist movement, which wants to engage in radical action and Skittles rights, shall we say. So they move into it being Skittles as well.
Okay, so
Now, I don't care if you reject
trans rights.
I don't care if you reject that or accept that.
I
Because I'm looking at this as a historical movement, because guess what? Feminism is a historical movement. That's what we're debating.
You might not believe me, Jay. I'm so disappointed about this conversation. I talked about chatter because I was interested in a good discussion.
You keep saying chatter doesn't have anything to do with the fact that I did an internal critique and you didn't know what that was. And then I start going to the history of feminism
You're just
and then
saying
you're
stuff
floundering.
right now. You're just saying
I'm just
stuff right
saying
now.
stuff.
Yeah.
There we go.
So going to chatter, the reason I asked you about it is so that we could have a decently good conversation so that we weren't quibbling over the definition of words and we could actually engage.
I'm going to start lifting weights. I only did a partial bicep workout yesterday. I did regular curls, 3 sets of 10 of regular curls, 3 sets of 10 of hammer curls. I still owe myself 3 sets of reverse curls, and then I owe myself 3 back workouts. I'm going to do upper rows, mid rows, and then effectively reverse sit-ups. So you're going to see me doing that because I'm going to let them schizo rant for a while. Excuse me. I understand that we were having more fun engaging with chat, especially earlier in the segment, but I do want to allow them space to actually argue back and forth and hopefully land on some productive ground. I don't have a lot of hopes for that to occur, but if Kyla mogs him, then I want to watch that because she has been mogging him for the past 5 minutes. So she presented a definition. It is overly broad. She has given him 20 opportunities to give a concise definition. He keeps injecting historical information into the conversation. And she says, please give me a concise definition. And he's refusing to. Okay. This dude makes me respect Andrew Wilson. Unforgivable. Bud123 says reverse sit-ups work your abs still. I don't have a better way to describe this exercise. Effectively, what I'm doing is I'm picking a weight up off the ground and then I'm sitting up with it. I'll show you. Core can be worked out every day. It's robust. Don't tell me what to do. All right. I'm going to lift. Let's let them be schizophrenic.
In conversation. If the only way that you can debate for the last 25 years is to just quibble about semantics of words, I'm sorry, you're not a king debater. You're just bad faith.
You asked me for the last 30 minutes to define a word. So you're the one that's quibbling about semantics.
I'm
That's
not
semantics.
quibbling. I'm literally not quibbling. I am writing down your words.
Oh, so if you're writing it down.
I'm granting, it's not semantics because I'm just granting your definition.
I thought it was semantics. No, it's not.
It's not semantic debating because I'm not disagreeing with you on your definition. I'm literally begging you to just give me one. I'm begging you at this point because you don't like mine. So let's give yours.
I don't care what
Rights
your
of women.
definition is because all I have to do is critique your position internally and point out that
You
it's
do have
so
to care
ambiguous.
about my definition if you're going to do an internal critique. That's the fundamental of a fucking internal critique. Is that
Oh, now
have
you
to
do know
use my
about. So you
definition.
just learned about an internal critique about 10 minutes ago, and
Yeah.
now you're going to lecture me on it.
You're a really good.
Okay, he's a fucking idiot. Sorry for the F-bomb. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Jesus. So he's right. This is something that Andrew Wilson did in a debate that I thought was incredibly annoying, which is, I think it was insurrection. I think he was debating Destiny or someone else about insurrection. And they were saying, well, give an alternative definition. And he was like, no, I don't need to in order to disagree with yours. And I think that's logically sound, but I also think it's a really annoying way to have a conversation. And so he's doing the same thing. He's just objecting to her definition without offering another one. But I perceive that as incredibly rhetorically weak. Are you actually interested in having a productive conversation where we discuss what feminism is, what its downsides are, what its positives are, what the future of society should look like? That's an interesting conversation. But instead, he is, through ignorance or stupidity, I have no idea, turning this into a train wreck, right? He's turning this into a train wreck, and it has nothing to do with anything. Okay. So Kyla is doing great here, and I could probably make the case he wants to. This guy is just silly. I agree. Neutral sit-ups, something workout. He thinks he just has to falsify her argument that's actually called the fallacy. That's awesome. The fallacy. Yeah, well, we're all losing brain cells. That's our job, okay? My job is to lose brain cells on your behalf so you can be entertained by my pain. So Sacred Snow says, I knew this pain felt familiar. This is very similar to the Destiny Andrew insurrection debate. Yeah, that's actually where this popped into my head from. It's not even that NSE is doing a good job. He's just so bad. I know. It's actually, yeah, he should, like I said, he should present his alternative, which is a revolutionary philosophy hostile to patriarchy with radical perspectives on equality of the sexes and female empowerment. Ultimately, it can be misandrist. This would be my advice to Kyla. And I'm not saying you should have a train wreck, because train wrecks normally get good metrics. As much as everybody's talking shit about this debate, if they had like a calm, intellectual, conversational debate, then nobody would watch it. Nobody cares, right? They would get the tens of thousands of views they normally get. The reason why this probably has higher views than normal, I'm presuming here, is because it's a train wreck. So 170,000 views. If I go to YouTube, what is this? The Whatever Podcast? Yeah. Whatever Podcast. Sorry, let's take a look. It's because they wanted to hate on her or hate on him. Oh, that is him. He just got fat. Damn, dude, you used to be a Chad. Do not do Ozempic, but you need to lift weights. This is my genuine advice to Jay Dyer, is he needs to lift weights. He's a good-looking dude. Look at this. Look at Jay Dyer before the fall off. He's a Chad, bro. He's a Chad. So it has 170,000 views. The last one has 92. This has 312, which is Charlie Kirk bullying a bunch of Eastloids. And then bullying. Okay, but for debates, this one has 100K. This one has 90. And this one has 170. So bullying promiscuous women is more popular than everything else. However, for one-on-one debates, it's performing double what the previous debate did. So, and that's because it's a train wreck. All right. Sapien Green says, is it not possible to have a train wreck where both parties are smart, articulate, and well-informed instead of having one person who thinks playground tactics are viable for adults? No idea. I'll find out. I'll tell you. Jay Dyer, before taking the time to read one definition out of his dictionary. True. No more money for you, damn it. Wait, are you Jay Dyer? Bro, speaking of which, okay, so I just made Grassroots Hegemon upset. So, like the stream if you haven't liked it already. That lets other people know that we're live and they can come in, have fun and chat, hang out, all that kind of stuff. Then, if you have money burning a hole in your pocket, do a super chat. Never required, always appreciated. And then, what's the other thing? Super chat, and then subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. Put the notifications on, whatever, and then also go to the Counterpoints channel and watch the VODs as they come out if you miss a stream and you want to check it out. And if you don't have any money, then watching the VODs, liking those, commenting in the comment section, those help in the algorithm and give me ad revenue. Therefore, you can help me make this a viable career without necessarily donating cash. And then Grassroots, I don't know if you're offended because I was talking shit about Jay's aesthetics prior to him getting larger. But the truth is, I'm larger. I'm 240 pounds now. So I'm actually the biggest that I've ever been. But I've also been lifting for 6 or 7 months, and I think that I see results. So my recommendation is buy some weights and lift at work. So put 25-pound dumbbells in your car, and then I'll tell you exactly the workout that I do. Now, far be it from me to tell a very successful man on what to do, but you should lift, bro. You should lift, bro. Hearshot says BPF calls Jay Dyer the greatest and most knowledgeable Christian debater around. It's his tactics that are questionable. Yeah, these tactics suck, by the way. Connor, it's pure muscle. No, it's not. All right. Anyways, sorry. Let's continue. The point is that train wrecks are algorithmically viable.
And I say, so
The debate's over.
you do care about
She admitted she's learning.
you
in the
do
debate.
care about feminism and my definition of it because you need it for the internal critique, which you've already
I
acknowledged.
don't care about it because
but
it
now
doesn't-
you've
it
rejected
doesn't
my
act-
definition of feminism. So again, I know being mean to women is your fallback if you have nothing else to do.
Ad hominem now, so there we go.
It's not an ad hominem. I didn't say that
Being
you're
mean to you?
No,
Who's being mean to
I
you?
didn't say you're wrong because you're being an asshole. I just said you're an asshole.
Now you're getting your feelings.
That's not an ad hominem.
Also, he was infinitely more maudlin than she was 5 minutes ago. So him going like, you mad? You mad? You mad? You mad? It's like, dude, shut up. Sacred Snow says, you should make a note to chill at the start. My ADHD makes chat distract me from the like button. True. Like the stream. Grassroots Chatchabon says, I'm offended because I'm getting larger. Stop bringing ingredients up. Well, lift. Cultivate mass. Okay? It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia has Mac, who is... he gains like 50 pounds in a single season and he's fat, but he's also lifting and you can see the muscles underneath the fat. And then he cuts and he's shredded. Now, my problem is I'm never going to cut. I'm just going to keep bulking and lifting. What did she define feminism as? She said that it was the empowerment of women, the promotion of femininity. He said that that is overly broad. He is correct. She has been asking for an alternative definition for 10 minutes now. He's refusing because he started with a historical movement concerned with the rights of feminism, and he put that in, or rights of women, which he put in air quotes, including egalitarianism, and then he went on a historical rant. But if I summarized his 7-minute schizo rant, my definition is a revolutionary philosophy hostile to patriarchy with radical perspectives on equality of the sexes and female empowerment. Ultimately, it can be misandrist. If he just said that, or if she said that on his behalf, we also have a single word definition, which is girlhoodism, a combination of girl and jihadism. So if he just stated this, or if she just stated this, we could move forward. But they're just sniping at each other now, which is annoying.
My feelings
It's
are
not
fine.
an ad hominem.
No. Insulting people and being mean is an ad hom. You should know this. You can Google it. Google it at home. An ad hom is when you use the insult of a person to discredit them. So if I said, Jay, you're wrong because you're mean, now I'm ad homing you. As a debate bro of 25 years, you should know your fallacies better. You've already been wrong about multiple fallacies.
Really?
And you can't, can't define feminism. Do you want to get there?
You've already admitted that I gave you 4 elements.
It seems like you have more.
So
5 actually.
I think that
it seems
you
like you have
actually
more
think
that you want to add.
Dude, why does he suck? Why does he suck so bad? All right, I'm gonna move forward because I'm not gonna watch 10 minutes of them arguing about the definition. She is mogging him 100%, and I'm proud that she's mogging him. But dude, I'm not gonna listen to you fail to define a word for 10 minutes. That actually does mean that you suck at debate. So doing it for 25 years and being a writer and being involved in media and blah blah blah, good for you. I'm not impressed.
I wouldn't.
No, they're not.
Most also don't want to destroy the nuclear family.
Well, in academia and in
Most
society
feminists
in general,
want to get married and have kids.
Does this worldview promote, in general, in society, in academia, and in the corporate world, the
All right, I'm gonna
destruction
let Bly
of
listen to this.
the family, or does it
No.
help it?
It tends to promote it. Yeah, they want women to be mothers
really?
who can also
Feminism
work.
promotes women in society in general.
I would say fourth
women
wave
being
feminism is very pro mother.
No,
Yeah,
I asked you about the majority of feminism today.
Most feminists are fourth
that's
wave.
institutionalized.
Yeah, most
How do you know-
institutional
really?
academics are fourth wave.
And they want people to have kids.
Yes.
They're not antinatalists.
No, some of them are, but most of them are
In
not.
institutions?
Yes.
No, that's crazy.
I don't know what
That's
to tell you.
ridiculous.
I've been reading lots of fourth wave
I've been
feminists.
in academia. I've been in institutions.
too.
I've never met a feminist in academia or in institutions who thinks that there should be more people and more kids. They all believe in depopulation, the ones that I've met.
That's crazy. I've just met lots of feminists that don't believe that. And regardless, those feminists who are like basically death cult feminists, I'm not interested in advocating for their worldview.
That's fine.
I don't have to own them.
But the history of feminism,
just like you don't have
and
to own like Protestants. or
most
something.
feminism, right? So you've got a nuanced feminism, I guess, is your take, right?
I just have like a pretty traditional like fourth wave feminism.
Okay, so but it's not historic feminism, right? Or is it first wave?
It's fourth wave,
So it's tied to history.
of course, because there's
Oh,
waves.
so it is tied to history.
Yeah, but the waves,
Oh, but
the essentials of the waves is that they're
Definitions are always tied to history, you moron. Sorry, I'm on Valor Media Network, so I should not use the ableist slurs that are just bubbling to the top of my mind right now. Old definitions. All right, let's do some box breathing. Let's do some men talking mindfulness box breathing. 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, out. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Thank you, Men Talking Mindfulness. Men Talking Mindfulness, by the way, a show on the Valor Media Network that talks about mindfulness, meditation, recovering from trauma, and life hacks. Okay. So Dyer, whatever. Dyer is like, oh, so definitions can be tied to history? Obviously. But whenever I talk about the country of Israel, the definition can be a country in Western Asia along the Mediterranean. That is a perfectly apt definition. I do not need to give you 3,200 years worth of history of the kingdom of Israel in order to define it. So Jay is acting like he has a point when he doesn't. Excuse me. Seraph says, this is just my interpretation. Feminism is equal pay for equal experience and equal competition for the best job. Well, yeah, but that would be like a tenet. That would be like a goal of feminism, not it itself. Like feminism, as she defined it, would be the empowerment of women and the promotion of femininity, right? And she's effectively arguing through this conversation that fourth wave feminism is substantively better than third wave feminism, and all of his critiques are of third wave feminism and therefore invalid. And feminism is evolving into something that's more nuanced and better. That would be my inference based off of the past few sentences. Khalili says, it's so weak that he's not interested in what she advocates for and needs to tie her to anti-natalists for an easy win. Yeah, I don't even think it's an easy win if you have an IQ above 80. Valor Media Network, listening to Dyer will cause your head to explode. I know from personal experience. Well, then I'm happy that we have box breathing. Biz D says, the R slur is not kosher. Moron and idiot are fine. Good. All right. Okay. Deep breaths. Continue with the train wreck.
I've never ever said that feminism isn't tied to history. You've just made that up.
Yes.
I think we could go back about 20 minutes. So you can do what I do. You know, we go back 20 minutes where you said that the history doesn't matter.
I
And
said
you need
for
a
your definition, it doesn't matter. You can hold
you
frame,
just
Jay.
literally,
you can do this.
you have double
Jay,
think
hold
going
your
on.
frame.
Have you read
No, she doesn't. You're wrong and stupid.
1984?
You can hold
Have
your
you read
I
1984?
have.
Right. You know what
Yes.
doublethink is?
Yes.
It's the ability to contradict within a couple minutes.
I didn't
and
contradict.
It just goes,
If you remember, we can roll back the
This is like debating Admiral Gibbs. It's actually painful.
tape. We were talking about defining.
think
and I cared-
definitions are
Can I finish
relative?
my thought, or are you just going to interrupt me?
because I'm trying to.
Can I
I'm trying
finish
to-
my thought?
I'm trying to hone
Can I
in
finish my
on
thought?
what this weird mistake is because
Ooh,
it's
she's
weird.
appealing to the
Guys, if
moderator.
we can at least, we'll let the insults go. Okay, if you guys want to insult each other, we'll allow that. But at least let each other finish
Okay.
their thoughts. Go ahead.
Okay. The reason that we went into the history and why I said I don't care about the history is I was asking for a functional definition so we could move past that part of the conversation. I always acknowledge that history was part of the feminist movement and it's tied to
Yeah,
it.
I reject
just-
that there is a definition divorced from history.
I've never said that there's a definition divorced from history. I said I don't
You
need
did,
the
because
history.
you
I
asked
said
me
I
if-
don't need
you
the
asked
history
me-
lesson.
Not
Tampon?
necessary. You just
All right, I just fast forward a full 40 minutes because they have like a super chat segment in the middle of the show, which we're going to copy in a second. And their tampons never existed. Male versus female soldiers. Is feminism a historical movement? Super chats again. Conflicting positions. Agrippa's trilemma. Rewriting arguments and fallacies. Divine command theory in regards to feminism. Whatever cost. Was Paul a postmodernist? Who supplies the definition? Closing statements. So what I'm going to do for the sake of completion, I'm going to watch disanalogous tampons never existed, male versus females, soldiers. Then I'm going to skip all the arguments and I'm going to skip straight to theology, divine command theory in regards to feminism. And then was Paul a postmodernist? So there's only 4 segments left, and they're substantively shorter than the entire piece because they appear to be the only productive segments of this debate. So I'm going to save you guys a substantive amount of brain damage. So he's a chud jack. Yeah, true. All right. Anyways, I'm going to give Grassroots Hegemon his due because he's given a substantive amount of donos. Although the context is robbed of these, so I think I just need to thank everyone. So, Grassroots Hegemon, thank you for your donation. K Soko, thank you for your donation. Rises, thank you for your donation. Grassroots Hegemon, thank you for the insanely large $100 donation earlier in the stream. It's greatly appreciated. Old School for $5, thank you, buddy. Rises again for Hong Kong 10. I don't know what HK is, but wherever that's from, thank you again for the dono, Rises. So we had like 5-6 donors today, and they gave a substantive amount of cash, and it's greatly appreciated. So thank you kindly. Please like the stream. That way people know that we're live. Please engage with the VODs, and then also engage in chat. That way you're having a good time. If you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, not Grassroots Hegemon because he has been too kind to the stream already, but other folks, you have money burning a hole in your pocket, super chats are appreciated, never required. And then also, if you miss out on the segment, please watch the segment posted as a VOD. Grassroots gives another donation. Good God, you are too kind. All right, maybe a little more money for you, but Kyla did excellent here as far as I have seen, and I don't think is horribly biased towards NSE, but she was just right. No, there's plenty of reasons to be critical of Erudite, but I do feel like she held her composure. She matched the energy. She was tenacious with the points that she was absolutely correct on. She didn't let herself be steamrolled. She did a good job. She did a good job. So a lot of people like dogging her because there were a few meme moments in here. I think those people are just haters. I don't think it has anything to do with reality. Sacred Snow says, Kylo's a trooper. I couldn't do it for 2.5 hours. Well, I could. Seraph says, thank you, Connor. Well, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I know. Grassroots is honestly, he's too kind. He's too kind. But parasocial love to Grassroots, parasocial love to you all. Let's continue.
Said it's not necessary.
Do tampons exist?
That refutes your position.
Do tampons exist?
No.
Did they exist in Rome?
No, they don't exist.
Did they exist in Rome?
There are no tampons.
There's no such thing as
No.
tampons. Okay, great. If the tampons...
There's no such thing.
Did they exist in Rome?
No.
So tampons are not real.
Correct.
Okay. Well, if we're
There's never been
doing
one.
this type of debate, I guess that's true. And the sky's purple, and I'm a 12-foot hippopotamus.
Yeah, we have some chats coming through. We have Flower Pot.
Flowerpot 91 donated $100. You two just need
A bulk cycle. So I'm about 15 pounds heavier than I am, and I'm about 120% more muscle than I want. And
Of feckless, vapid
Chatter
ineptitude
said it
combined
must be
with
true.
unearned high self-esteem. Do you want to respond to that, Kyla, or?
I'm Canadian.
Huh?
I'm Canadian.
Oh, right.
Not making fun of you for being fat. Stop presuming offense. Just lift weights, bro. Okay? That's all I'm saying. And I'm not just saying it to you, Grassroots. I don't know why you're being offended. I'm saying lift weights to everyone in chat. Male, female, doesn't matter. Fat, skinny, tall, doesn't matter. Lift weights, bro.
Right.
Even worse.
Okay, there you go. All right.
Actually, Canada has like one of the most competitive education systems.
No, it's worse because it produces examples like this.
We have Intel Wild. Thank you, Intel Wild. Appreciate
Intel
it.
Wild
Thank you.
donated $100. Not so bright. You look like you have gained some weight lately. Moo moo oink oink oink.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I just finished my bulk cycle. So I'm about 15 pounds heavier than I am, and I'm
Crazy.
about 120% more muscle than I want. And I
Is that
started
part
cutting
of
a few days ago.
feminism?
That has nothing to do with it. I'm answering why I'm fat right now.
And she's not even fat, dude. That's so rude. As a matter of fact, I saw that, who was it? Ryle Kittenhouse created an AI generation of her being like obese. And if you're doing an intentional bulk phase, yeah, I think that people need to totally leave this behind. This entire mentality that you need to be perfectly aesthetic at all times instead of focusing on working out, gaining weight, cutting, lifting weights, all that kind of stuff. Like fitness is a journey, not a final destination. And anybody who's involved in fitness will tell you that. So if she's bulking intentionally and then she's going to cut intentionally and she's lifting intentionally, then these people, I think that it just, whenever you pick on somebody for intentionally bulking towards a fitness goal and you shit on them, I think you disincentivize other people to participate in fitness, which I think is wrong. I'm not even that fit of a guy, dude. I just lift 2 to 3 times a week and I'm not even lifting aggressively. That's crazy. The soy appearance comments are so funny when probably 95% of the whatever audience would chop off a foot to hook up with Erudite. Yeah, probably, dude. Probably. Yeah, that was rude as hell.
Are you building muscle bulk or fat
Yeah.
bulk?
No. I just said I gained 120% of the muscle that I'd ideally like to maintain after my.
Okay, that's why I said, is that part of your feminism regimen?
Nope, it's just part of putting on muscle, which
All right.
you would not know about, I
We have
guess.
Giovanni. Thank you.
All right, sorry for laughing so hard, but I wasn't expecting an insult randomly. But that's actually pretty funny, where she's like, which apparently you don't know about. Boom! Lol, got him.
He donated $100. It's not too much to demand definition for the entire topic of the debate. A good faith debate is contingent on being charitable to the other's intention. Gay sophistry to secure W is lame AF.
That's true. It is.
You got one fan.
It is pretty gay.
Good job.
Is this directed
That's
at Jay?
crazy. You knew that was about you. Oh my God. Thank you. That's so fucking funny.
Dude, you're so cringe right now.
No, she's so right now. She's so right now. If he wasn't arguing in bad faith, it's not too much to demand definition for the entire topic of the debate. A good faith debate is contingent on being charitable on the other's intention. Gay sophistry to secure the W is lame as hell. So he admits that he knows that he was engaged in gay sophistry. And she's like, oh, okay. You're not stupid. You're obtuse. So not only does she say, hey, you don't even lift, so you don't know about bulking. And then he effectively hands her the dub for anybody with an IQ greater than 80. Good for her. Good for her.
So cringe right now.
He's like, I know that's me. I'm doing the gay sophistry. That is so funny.
Well, if any of you want to get a chat in, it's $100 for a TTS.
And
you
remember,
can do that at streamlabs.com.
If you put in enough money, I'll wear a MAGA hat.
Yeah, let me see where we're at on that. So we're at 17 of 50, so we need 33 more to hit the goal. We got about 45 minutes. You got to do 10 and over soup chats over there on YouTube. Or if somebody does a champagne pop, we'll just do it right away. So
is that like a big donation?
Yeah, it's through Streamlabs. They have to, they do it through Streamlabs. Or if we have Crystal here, they have to do 1 Ethereum. So that's another option. If
1 Ethereum.
1 Ethereum for
How much is that?
All right.
We're arguing that there's no difference between a soldier who's a man and a soldier who's a woman because anybody who puts on the uniform becomes that. Right?
I feel like you must be citing Ken. I think.
Hearshot said, is Erudite doing stuff with whatever now? She's always done the red pill circuit. So she kind of got popular off of doing the red pill circuit with Destiny. Kyla can carry her own. She might have a bad take every now and then. She might argue for zoophilia with chickens every now and then. That's a meme. But she does do well in debates, particularly compared to other women who are more, I don't know, they get steamrolled, I guess. So let's face it, Kyla, a good-looking gal, and she can handle herself in a debate. So that's why she gets invited onto the red pill circuit, is because she can hold her own while not looking like a troll, right? So the fact she did that with Destiny for the better part of 2 years, I guess, and she became popular off of that. She got a substantive amount of subs to her channel. But then what ended up happening was she took a backseat in order to work on Bridges and in order to work for Progressive Victory. But then those projects ended or fizzled out because of the Destiny drama. And so now she's back on her own. So she should do solo stream. She should solo stream more often. However, I'm sure the Red Pill Circuit is still excited to have her because she can have contentious debates. She was on Fresh and Fit within the past couple of months as well. So is this guy the latest comedian trying to make it in politics? No, he's a writer for a couple of alt media people, basically Alex Jones and Sam Hyde.
Ken was somewhat equalizing the genders. What are you asking?
No, you were
just
arguing
ask me the
about
question.
whether or not men should be the frontline soldiers. You and Jim Bob particularly were going back and forth.
I'm fine with men being frontline soldiers. Why don't you just ask me, rather than putting words in my mouth, just ask me what you want to ask me.
I did just ask you a question. I said, do you think that there's a gender or natural component that men have that makes them leaders and women not leaders in general?
No. Women can be leaders as well. I've met plenty of tough female leaders, but when it talks about the front line, this is again where I hate these podcast bros who are soft as 10-ply tissue paper talking about military affairs. Okay, so when it comes to the military, there's a physical component and there's a mental component and there's a spiritual component. So I would argue that women are capable of being leaders and they're capable of having spiritual toughness. Plenty of women, they deal with plenty of tough stuff. But when it comes to the physical component and integrating all that stuff, then males are going to be on average better at doing that stuff because they're better at packing on muscle. They have more upper body strength on average, all that kind of stuff. And so that's where it becomes physiological, not psychological or leadership. So he's saying that it's like psychological or leadership, but that's not the issue. You need to have physical capacity to lead in combat.
Yeah, to some degree. Yes. And then I think that gets reinforced culturally as well.
What does that mean?
What's the biological pieces?
No, what do you mean when it's reinforced culturally? Like what? What is?
Multiple things. It would be multifactorial. So, okay. Fancy word. I know. Very
right.
spooky.
I don't know big words. Go ahead.
You do. I'm sure you know what
No, I don't.
What does multifactorial mean, Jay?
Make your argument.
Okay. Sure. So when I say multifactorial,
it does
in a cultural way, I mean things like epigenetics, right? So I think when we have a culture that reinforces certain things and makes people more successful as a result of those expressions, we'll also reinforce it through epigenetics. It'll turn them on more often, but also then it builds a cultural, social identity of like what it means to be man. And that's both testosterone and neurochemical, but it's also slightly epigenetic, right? But it's also on top of that, it's things like culture and society and what we do.
So there is a component that's biological, that's genetic, but there's also a component that you think is cultural.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if it's natural and biological, why ought we put into place a position or a system that is counter to that? That would make that position or system unnatural. That's what I argued at the beginning, trying to make that point again.
Because it's not just biological, right? And I think,
but the fact that it's not just doesn't address the question that's being asked.
Because by limiting people arbitrarily,
that's a parse-hole fallacy, by the way. Do you know that?
I don't care
because
about
by limiting people arbitrarily, I think you decrease your.
It's not arbitrarily.
It is arbitrarily. So, for example,
you just admitted that there's a difference, so it wouldn't be arbitrary.
It would be arbitrary. So, say for example, well, you don't want to don't do ecological fallacies on me, right? So, if we have like a bell curve, right, of men and women, and men tend to be a little bit more extreme, and say we're selecting for a job that's purely.
So you're
about,
repeating the first 20 minutes of this discussion and ignoring what I just asked you.
If you want me to respond to you, I can. If you want to just like bloviate,
but you're not responding. You're just.
I'm trying.
No, she is responding. Let her talk, idiot.
To give you a response.
20 minutes.
I'm trying to give you a response.
It's not a response.
Okay, I can just sit here and you can be like,
it's like a machine.
Fallacy. Or do you want me to respond?
You can try.
Okay. You sure? You're the leader here.
Try.
Okay. So at an individual level, right? I don't want a system that would limit any single individual from achieving higher levels than they can otherwise achieve. What? Why are you mad?
It's just like talking to like a child. It's just
okay. What word are you mad about? I know words are very sensitive for you.
What justifies the position that you're arguing for? That patriarchy.
Okay, I'm good. He keeps wanting to go back into that stuff, so we're gonna get into the theological stuff because that has the potential to be interesting. So, chat, I literally just saved you probably an hour of psychological damage, and I'm trying to get the golden nuggets out of the turd sandwich that is this debate. Okay.
Recognizing that I could be wrong about the infinite God, which is why I said, I don't know, but I hope so.
So the appeal to divine command theory actually doesn't work.
No, it does work.
Not to ground your position.
Sure, it does.
How?
Because I'm using exegesis, eisegesis, and divine revelation to try to understand.
Words doesn't mean that it actually works for an argument.
It does work for an argument.
Just rattling out the terms.
What's exegesis?
That is looking at a text and getting out of the text what it means. Eisegesis is reading into the text.
Yeah, and what's eisegesis?
Eisegesis is reading into the text.
And then what's divine revelation?
All the teachings of Christ contained in scripture and tradition, in our view.
And I'm sure
Here we go. Dude, we actually, listen, I'm not saying that this isn't going to derail, but this is actually what frustrates me. Whatever podcast is a place for men to bully women for the entertainment of dumbasses, right? But when Jay Dyer is on his best behavior and Kyla, who is an intelligent woman, are making arguments about theology, which are things that they're both relatively versed on, they're using the words for complex concepts. And instead of being like, oh, well, you're avoiding my argument, or no, you're avoiding my argument, or that's a fallacy, or this is a fallacy, or that kind of thing, which is so annoying to watch. That's why we just skipped an hour of it. Instead, she says, hey, here's 3 complex words. And then he says, well, you can't just use that in your line of argumentation. Annoying. But then she says, well, what's the meaning of these complex words? And instead of being an asshole about it, he just pops it off for the sake of conversation. Thank God.
These are typically the 3 things taught in most theological schools that you should utilize to try to understand what God's will is and what his principles
are. But that doesn't mean that you have an argument because you're appealing to what's taught in seminaries. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
My argument is based on divine command theory, and I use exegesis, eisegesis, and divine revelation to try to understand what I think God wants, and then I try to apply that to the world.
Yeah, but broadly. I'm telling you why it's not a good argument.
She's literally talking about how to apply your faith into the real world. So why is he objecting?
It's coherent, you just don't
know. No, it's not, because you just said that I don't know if it's right. And so I can't appeal to divine command.
Because he's deferring to the judgment of God, you idiot. Sorry, let me summarize this for you, just in case you're not tracking, because they did use fairly complex words in a pretty short time. So I don't know exegesis or eisegesis, but I'm assuming it's something to do with the text. And then they use some other word that means translating the text into real life. So she's talking about how to practice your faith, right? Reading the text, trying to understand the history of the text, taking your own experience, applying it to the text, and then also trying to use those in order to infer from reality the will of God. And what Kyla said, which he's being obtuse about, is that she does not know the will of God. She is doing her best to understand it. And he's saying like, oh, so you're just saying it's all subjective then. And to a degree, it is, but there's a difference between good faith attempts by a subjective individual to understand reality versus saying it's all arbitrary, which it can be anybody's value system. So she's not wrong here, and he's being an asshole.
Do you know exactly what God wants in all ways? You just know all of God?
Now
answer the question. Answer that question.
It's not divine command theory.
Of course it is.
But you don't know what God wants.
I do my best. Do you think that you know?
Do you know what he wants or not?
I think so, yeah. That's what faith is, right?
You think so?
Yeah.
Was that?
Oh my God. I just want him to make his point instead of being a condescending asshole, but I have a super chat. Silver Jacket Man for 10. Thank you kindly for your very kind donation. I do appreciate it. Whenever someone says exegesis, I hear exog. That's what I was thinking of. Oh, bro, you stole it from my brain. Sorry. Let's look it up. You didn't call me out, but you made me think that we should understand these concepts. So let's do it. My Hebrew friend says exegesis is interpreting the text, entailing the cultural, historical, and theological background and context. Eisegesis is reading into the text, quote mining, and reading modern issues into it for X. Okay. I'm probably just going to confirm what you just said, but let's just Google it anyways. Critical explanation of interpretation of a text, especially in scripture. Okay, so this is trying to read into the scripture with the context. Eisegesis definition. Eisegesis is an interpretation of a text, especially scripture, where the interpreter projects their own ideas, biases, or agendas onto the text. Okay. So context and history as one idea. Eisegesis is what I believe. And then I think she made another point about trying to apply it to the natural world or trying to apply it to reality. So what's his beef with this? Silver Jacket Man says, whenever someone says, oh yeah, that was the one that I read. Is Exogesis a Warhammer character? Yeah, it's the Emperor of Mankind. Earshot says, you're missing the context here. Kyla starts by saying she thinks God would agree with her liberal worldview. Well, don't we all? If we're followers of God, don't we all believe that God would probably agree with us on a substantive amount of the things that we're doing, unless we're sinning assholes? Baroni says she's claiming she has authority to put out God's will into the world because she's a divine command theorist, but contradicts herself. Well, I don't know what God wants. Yeah, but she tries to understand. Dude, this is something that I need y'all to understand. And I'm not saying that there isn't going to be a nuance between command theory and what she's doing. There could be a nuance there, and I'm open to learning about it. However, when it comes to actually struggling with faith, like isn't somebody's name he who wrestles with God? Isn't that somebody's name? He who wrestles with God. Name. He who wrestles with God is Israel. This name was given to Jacob after he wrestled with a divine figure, later identified as an angel or God himself in Genesis 3:28. So the point of faith, even in the Old Testament, is not to have God say, this is the way it is, and then you just go, yeah, okay. That's not like the point of faith, okay? And by the way, I say this as a non-literalist. When you look through the Bible, there's even like the really early story, like who did the sacrifice, child sacrifice Bible story? It was Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, okay? Abraham, even if you think this is like a totally psychotic story, that's totally fine. But Abraham believed that God commanded him to sacrifice Isaac, and then he struggled with that ask, and then at the last moment, God like stayed his hand. Now, you could just attribute that to a psychotic breakdown if you want to. But the point of the story is that God is going to ask you to do things that are against your health, against your wealth, against your sense of self-preservation, against your detractors, against your community, et cetera, et cetera. But if you're serving the higher power of the universe who's calling you to higher behavior, then even if you struggle with your call to faith, you should still do that struggle and then try to live out what you believe God is calling you to do. So people who have this, well, God says it, so it's true, so I do it, with no internal contradiction, in my opinion, those are the people who have committed some of the most horrific crimes in all of history, because they didn't question their own faith or what they understood to be the will of God. The people who are the most murderous sociopaths on the planet just said, God said to do something evil. I believe it wholeheartedly. I'm going to go do that evil thing. Right? How do you understand what God wants when it's all subjective? It's not. It's not. As a matter of fact, there was somebody who was talking about a postmodern interpretation of reality, where even postmodernists agree that reality exists. They just believe that you can't understand reality without your own biasy, which, by the way, that's like like modernists believe in that. That's the whole point of the system of experimentation, is to eliminate as much subjectivity out of experimentation as possible. So the fact that like postmodernists created an entire philosophy that ended up being anti-reality, and then they walk it back at the last second, I find so cringe and destructive to human discourse. It's difficult to articulate how much I hate postmodernists. Chase says, if you are doing things to living in sin, then by default, you think you know what God wants to a degree. I mean, yeah, I agree, I guess. God does absolutely love gin and tonic. This is true. See? I think God would want me to be the emperor. See? We Who Wrestle with God was also Peterson's last book, wasn't it? I don't know. Peterson's book. But yeah, that's fine. It's fine to question your faith. It's fine to have contradictions gum up in your mind. That's part of like moral and spiritual analysis. How is that moral if God tells me to do immoral things? But 1, 2, 3, that's kind of the point. So kind of the point is, I've said this over and over again. I am not a religious literalist. Part of the reason why I'm not a religious literalist is because the pre-Israelis, the pre-Judaic kingdoms, Jewish society, they got commands from God in order to slaughter and sack cities. And I don't think God was ordering them to do that. I think that was a secular need that they had, that they gave the holy writ of God so it wouldn't be questioned that they had the authority to take that territory. I don't think the actual underlying creative and ordered force of the universe told them to do that. I think that people at that time said that God told them to do that in order for them to have a secular, a mundane reality come into being through their actions. But in my opinion, they did something evil, which is they slaughtered men, women, and children and livestock. I think that's evil. So I don't think God did that. I don't even know if God communicates in humanity that way. That's why I'm not a literalist. The Silver Jacket Man says that's a name. I wish Americans' name meant something. I named my first kid Killdozer. It would be literal. Conservative liberalism says postmodernists are just contrarians who realize they couldn't argue their way out of being seen as dumb. Yeah. So he's trying to force the attacks he'd normally make onto people being less careful. Yep. Hey, blame the prophet Samuel. He was ruthless. My favorite. Yeah, dude, there's plenty of ruthless Old Testament dudes. That and the church fathers interpreted the text with different senses, the 4 senses, if I remember correctly. Right. When you look at the formation of the Bible, they had to choose books and reject books. And there were contradictions within some of the books. The choice to include certain books into the Bible was subjective, and it was a product of its time and place with human frailty. But it was not arbitrary. Not every book was as valuable as every other book. And sometimes I feel like people use subjective and arbitrary as synonyms. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and look up arbitrary real quick. See, this is where we used a very dumb conversation to learn things. Based on random choice or personal whim rather than any reason or system. The choice of the books in the Bible for the New Testament were subjective, but they were not arbitrary. Isn't there a Jewish joke about some theologians telling God to shut up because they know better? Yeah. And by the way, there are some, just sharing with you guys from my perspective, there are some times that I will be effectively revealed like a moral pathway forward, and I will resent the revelation because I know it calls me to better behavior than what I am presently engaged in. This is actually where I get frustrated with Stephen Bennell. I get frustrated with Destiny because I think that God or nature or life has given him wake-up calls that his behavior is bad and he needs to change his ways, and he ignores them. So he's like, who's the whale? Jonah. He's Jonah and the whale. So I pray that he starts, listening to that voice. But, ultimately we all have to choose our own paths. Sorry, let me read a few more chats. We'll get back into the content. The test for the unfaithful wife is an abortion via holy water in the case of infidelity. Jesus. It's not an abortion if God aborted your child. Ugh, that's crazy. What are you talking about? Holy water, I thought it was just a bitter drink or something like that. Oh, if you're talking about medieval abortion or something. Theology usually makes my eyes glaze over, but I am learning. Good, Khalili. Good. Yeah, what's funny, Khalili, is that this dude is probably going to argue for why why your eyeballs glaze over. Because he's probably going to say that divine command theory says, Bible says it, therefore true, therefore you follow it. Which I do not think is a sophisticated way to approach religion at all. All right. Okay. Anyways, let's continue.
Is that an argument?
That's an honest response to my relationship with Christ. Are you
That's good, but how is that an argument?
Confident that you know what God wants?
How is that an argument?
Are you
then?
100% confident that you know what God wants?
Why don't you just answer the question, you tool bag?
Of confidence doesn't matter about an argument or
Do
not.
you think that you know 100% what God wants?
This is the problem, is that you think that your subjective state of argumentation or being convinced relates to an argument. It doesn't.
No, not at all. Do you think that you know what God wants?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, so would you say that you're using your subjective state to interpret the world around you?
You think that because...
Well, QC John says, my wife told me to get in shape. I reminded her round is a shape. Indeed. So what I want to do is I want to create like a playlist or a channel eventually called Dad Bod Fitness, where I go over the simple weightlifting workouts that I do. And then I was going to do, there's a TV show called The Tool Academy that has this pose with a dude with like a douchebag haircut. And I want to replicate that silhouette, but then I want to put a round belly. And I want the logo to be Dad Bod Fitness, round is a shape.
Because everyone has a subjective state that everything is subjective?
Nope, I don't.
Okay, so then there's your answer.
Okay, interesting. So I also would agree that just because I'm using my best interpretation, it doesn't mean that it's subjective, because I'm using things like exegesis. Exegesis is not subjective as much as possible, right? You're using ancient tomes, you're looking at Greek literatures, you're listening to rabbis and the original readers of the language to try to understand what like Exodus means, right? That's exegesis. And so that is not subjective. Ideally, the goal is to be as less subjective as possible.
That would make my point, that it's not subjective, and so you are appealing to something that you claim to know.
But then eisegesis is reading into it as well, which we
What does
also
that have to do with
always
this?
Because
it's the way that you understand truth, you obtuse dickhead.
that's the level of like self-interpretation
Right.
that every single Christian is doing. In fact, you're doing to try to understand your divine command theory.
What does this have to do with proving your argument?
Pointing
this
out
is
that
how
we're doing
divine-
the same thing.
But that doesn't mean you're getting to the same conclusions or it's a good
You're
argument.
right. We do come to different conclusions, but that doesn't mean that mine is
So
somehow
how does this
incoherent.
relate to your argument?
Because we're using the same thing. And
So what?
So
The use of the thing has nothing to do with the
I'm
argument.
using your own
Yes, it does.
logic to establish why I am being
I
coherent.
want to know your argument.
I've already
You're just saying that I use these things.
I've already
Good
stated
job. How's that an argument?
It's an
It's
art.
not.
It is.
Using the things is the argument. No, it's not.
My argument is that feminism is good because it does a number of things, which I've listed
Right.
multiple times.
And you appealed that on the basis of divine command theory,
Why
and
don't-
now you say that I don't know what's
Why
right.
don't we have an interesting conversation and you argue with me about like GDP or like whether it actually leads
Because
to
we're going
flourishing,
to the thing that's
rather
what
than just like
because
quibbling about like presuppositionalism.
because it's what your argument's based on. If I undo that, your argument falls. That's why.
Okay. This is why he's a tool, because she could 100% logically follow why she believes in a liberal version of feminism that does not contradict with her faith, but she's probably going to rely on exegesis, eisegesis, and whatever she said in order to interpret reality based off of God's will. She's going to use that line of argumentation in order to justify her worldview. But what he's going to argue in turn is that the only thing that he should or she should use is the original text and its historical connotations, and that these two parts of understanding God's will are not valid. But of course, because Christianity has as many sects, sects, as there are days in the year, she's going to argue, well, how do you know for a fact that this is God's will? Honestly, this conversation could have been had 2,500 years ago, but if Erudite had this conversation 2,500 years ago, she would have been hit with a rock, which is kind of the point.
And it did.
It didn't. You
It
just
did.
don't like it.
No,
We're
you
using,
gave a dumb argument.
No,
You said
we're using
that
the same
I just
system.
read
We're
the-
using the
use the
same
thing.
system.
Using that how does that help your argument?
Actually,
Because what it means is that we're both being coherent, but we still end up
I don't
with
have your
different
system.
conclusions.
I don't have your views.
Yeah, you do. You're a divine
No, I
command
don't.
theorist.
I don't
aren't you?
have your views.
Aren't you a divine command theorist?
I have a different account of what that means. Do you
You
understand?
don't use
words,
exegesis, eisegesis,
words
and divine
mean
revelation?
different things in different systems.
Do you not use these
almost like chatting.
three things to understand the
Using
will of
them has
God?
nothing to do with whether that backs up your argument.
Interesting. So you will agree that
So
basically
she
you're
thi-
doing the same thing as me to
You
build
think
up
the
your
use of a
presuppositions,
thing-
but somehow
Yeah, we need to get to Super Saiyan Jesus. I'm going to skip this because it's getting to the end of the segment and they're not resolving it. And I want to get to Paul, a postmodernist. We're going to listen to that. And then I think that's the end of it because everything else is, I think it's super chats and wrap up. Who supplies the definition, closing statements, outro. So I'm just going to watch Is Paul a Postmodernist because they might actually grapple with something interesting.
just God's a relativist way he approaches things. What nonsense is that?
What's my favorite Christian sect? Mine are the Mormons because I think they're cute despite being asatru. I don't know what asatru means. I would say the Orthodox. I like blessing weapons. I think that Orthodox Christianity is very Warhammer 40K.
Any response?
Yes, I said that God is a relativist. You can just like look through
Thank you.
scripture and
So
see that he
you
like
just
is constantly
totally
saying,
refuted yourself.
for example, there's
Thank you.
multiple verses where he says like things that were wrong back then or weren't wrong back then were not wrong because they didn't understand.
That
And he
doesn't make God a
often
relativist.
yes, he regularly
That does
updates law.
not-
That is what
that's so
relativism
silly.
is. Yes, it
Does
is. It
not
is
make
absolutely
God-
relativism. It's understanding
No,
people
it's
within the
not.
context of where they are and applying rules
That's
based
not
on that.
relativism.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. That
Yes,
does
it
not
is.
make God a relativist.
Yes,
You
it
were
does.
indoctrinated with postmodernism, and that's why you thought St. Paul was a postmodernist. So you don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Okay, good job.
All right, we have another chat here. We have Grid One, big Grid
Hold
One. Thank you, man.
on. Look, use relativism accurately. No. Guys, look at this. The doctrine that knowledge, truth, and morality exist in relation to culture, society, or a historical context and are not absolute. Bro, this is 100% an Old Testament, New Testament argument. So in the Old Testament, they had like laws. When you talk about the clothing with multiple threads or eating pork or what is it, shellfish or something like that, then the argument from a lot of modern Christians is that those are ceremonial laws that apply to Israel at the time that the laws were written, which is why they can eat, nowadays you can eat pork or shellfish, or you can wear clothing with multiple threads, et cetera, et cetera. And so the doctrine that knowledge, truth, and morality exist in relation to cultural, society, or historical context and are not absolute, that's 100% a relativist argument. So unfortunately, Jay Dyer, the person who's been an obtuse a-hole this entire conversation, she's just correct. Erudite, it is super interesting to watch you try and walk the line trying to claim patriarchy and feminism are not at odds when feminism has its base in the destruction of patriarchy. That would have been the interesting conversation.
There it is.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200
Yo, thank you, man.
and
Good to
1
see you in the
cent.
chat.
Erudite, it is super interesting to watch you try and walk the line trying to claim patriarchy and feminism are not at odds, when feminism has its base in the destruction of patriarchy.
Yep.
I just think that when feminists do that, it's harmful. I don't think that patriarchy by itself is bad, but I do think that patriarchy that like is enforced is bad. And so like feminism is at its root trying to block the obstacles by which we make patriarchy a necessity rather than like allowing patriarchy to emerge naturally.
So another way to show that she lost the debate is that her position is unfalsifiable, because anytime it gets challenged, she can redefine the terms to be whatever it needs to be at that moment. And if you go back and watch the debate, she did that multiple times.
Wrong. We watched like 80% of this debate.
I've used
And
the
that's why
exact
feminism,
same definition.
but the definition was
entire
broad
time.
enough to fit this.
It
critique
wasn't
that I'm
actually
making.
broad enough.
It is
and
broad.
again, if
That's-
you didn't like
thought
it,
you thought
if you
ancient
didn't
Israelites
like it, Jay, you shouldn't
thought
have agreed
ancient
to it.
Israelites were feminist.
Yeah,
I would not argue that ancient Israelites were feminist. I would argue that they had some pro-women policies. And that existed within a patriarchal society, which also backs up her point. So I actually feel like he's being obtuse.
yeah, to some degree. For
Feminism is a historical movement, you goober.
Again, just
A
because
modern movement.
Do you think that trans people only existed after we made up the word
feminist
trans?
movement is what's being debated. Not
It's
our.
not. It's literally not. It's
It
feminism.
is. No, I'm pretty
It's a
sure
concept.
the title
It's a concept.
is feminism, right?
It's a concept. It's not. Is the
No, no, no.
feminist movement?
So just to show that Jay is wrong here, and I am getting frustrated, so we will wrap up at the end of this segment. Mathematics existed before humans understood mathematics, okay? The concept of 1 and 2 was created by humanity in order to understand objects, but the world is explicable through mathematics, regardless of whether or not human beings understand that language. I would actually make the argument that mathematics is effectively the language of God. It's the language of creation. And I'm happy that I only understand a decent amount of it, but not all of it, because if I understood all of it, I would probably lose my mind. So the fact that he's saying like, oh, well, feminism is exclusively a 19th and 20th century historical movement, it has nothing to do with generally being pro-woman, is stupid. It can actually mean both. It can mean the reference to the historical movement of the 19th and 20th centuries, and it can also mean in general, women's advocacy, right? Like there are feminist icons through history at times when feminism didn't exist. Cleopatra, Catherine the Great, Bloody Mary, Joan of Arc. These people did not exist within a feminist context, and yet they are feminist icons for a reason. And it's because they fought against the cultural waves of their society for like a better, more egalitarian, more powerful role for women. There was also, what was it, like Eleanor of Aquitaine? This is one of my mom's favorite heroes. Eleanor of Aquitaine was a queen who like divorced her husband. Eleanor of Aquitaine. She was in the 1100s. And she has one of the most like remarkable lives of any woman who's ever existed. And it's because her family was so powerful and had so much money and had so much wealth that she was able to fight the church, her own husband. She was able to resolve like a hostage negotiation. She was able to marry a younger man. And this was in the 1100s. Eleanor of Aquitaine is a feminist hero 1,000 years before feminism existed. So again, I feel like Jay is either an idiot or he's being obtuse. Yeah. 25 years of debate and is still wrong about unfalsifiability. 100%. This dude sucks. Yeah. Sorry. Let's let them wrap it up and give us a minor amount more brain damage before we wrap up.
Feminist movement
We're not wrapping up the stream. We're just wrapping up the segment.
What I'm debating.
That's not what I came here to debate. The question is feminism good?
You did come to debate feminism.
Do you think that trans people only began to exist after the word was invented? That was the only time that trans people now exist?
Feminism is the thing that we're debating, which is a historical movement.
Do you think that like any
You already admitted that.
Hold on. Penguin says, which is at odds with NSE saying that feminism promotes femininity. How?
Exist until we
You already admitted it's a
word for
historical
it?
movement.
Like crocodiles
You
weren't
already
real
admitted.
until we made the word
You
crocodile.
already admitted in the debate it's a historical movement.
Of course it's a historical movement
Thank you.
that just has nothing to do with anything because feminism
So
is
now
also a
again,
concept.
for the fourth time, you contradict yourself because you said that the history does
As a great man
matter.
today said, a word can mean two different things. Feminist as a movement is not what I'm here to defend. Feminism as a concept is.
You admitted an hour ago that the movement is necessarily bound up with the history, you idiot.
No, she didn't, you asshole. He just lies. He just lies.
That has nothing to do with the...
Thank you.
No,
so
that
now
has
you've
nothing...
lost again for the
No.
10th time the
No.
debate.
No, he's just declaring victory so seals in chat will clap their hands together.
Again,
Good, great.
if you desperately need all of history to define a concept, that's fine.
For historical concepts, yes. Like
No.
movements, like so.
That is a traditional definition of feminism, but that relies on highlighting women who performed male roles in society. Sure. But if we take a look at her definition, because I wrote hers down, the empowerment of women, the promotion of femininity. So what a feminist would argue is that Eleanor of Aquitaine seized roles that were traditionally held by men and given an incredible amount of power, especially for her time and place and context. And the promotion of femininity, they would say that that does not divorce her from her femininity because she was still a sexual being who had a dozen kids. She's still married. She still ran a household. She still did XYZ, ABC. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and see if she's attractive. Let's look at art of Eleanor of Aquitaine. She could be a good-looking gal. I mean, that's not my cup of tea, but I'm pretty sure for a medieval time period, that's like an 8 for the medieval era. That's probably a 10 for the medieval era, bro. I have no idea what she looks like, but let's just say artist depictions are not my cup of tea. But, she could be like a good-looking gal for her time. I have no idea. Right? She was at least hot enough to bag 2 kings, okay? Oops, I meant Lang Leave von Steuben. Interesting. Yeah, this dude sucks. This dude sucks at conversations. Derek, every red pill or whatever brings on is so stupid, except for maybe Andrew Wilson, I guess. This guy is a historical figure being stupid. I understand why you guys wanted to avoid the conversation originally, because it was kind of brutal. Assuming the paintings are realistic, yeah. Dude, she looks like she bathed. That's a win for medieval times. Exactly. Exactly. For her time, she's a smoke show. So Kyla would say that Eleanor of Aquitaine was empowered and that she still maintained her femininity, and therefore she is a feminist icon 1,000 years before the historical movement of the 19th and 20th century existed. So these definitions are not contradictory. He is not incorrect in his definition. She is not incorrect if her definition is overly broad. And then he is pretending that because she is not shoehorning her understanding of the concept into his definition, he's somehow winning, which is stupid. I'm sure it appeals to people with like 80 IQ, but it doesn't appeal to me.
Social movements that come out of the French Revolution.
So a movement can create a concept, and then the concept can then be retroactively applied to other instances that you saw in history.
It's not retroactively applied.
True.
This is why Paul's not a
she's literally describing exactly what I just described.
Postmodernist, you moron.
This is why we can call things liberal democracies before the word liberal democracy existed.
Let's look at the definition of postmodernism and see if there's a steel man here. Postmodernism definition is a late 20th century style and concept in the arts, architecture, and criticism that represents a departure from modernism and has at its heart a general distrust of grand theories and ideologies, as well as a problematic relationship with any notion of art. So I agree with him, just because postmodernism has so many arguments about, like modern shit. So I would never assign Paul being like a postmodernist. However, if you wanted to argue that it had a general distrust of grand theories and ideologies, as well as problematic relationships with any notion of art. No, not that part. It would just be the sub-definition. Has at its heart a general distrust of grand theories and ideologies. So what I would say is that Paul was an ardent critic of the Roman Empire, the pagan world, and probably of Judaism. And so if you wanted to argue that he used postmodern thinking of being critical of dominant structures, you could make that argument. Now, whether or not that's actually postmodernism, meh. I'm assuming that he's strawmanning because he's an asshole, and he's been an asshole the entire time.
This is why
Paul is not a postmodernist.
This is why,
You're
for example,
an idiot.
This is why, for example, we would say that the founding fathers created a democracy, even though they didn't invent the word democracy yet.
True.
You can retroactively apply concepts.
You can't.
Yes, you can.
Paul is not a postmodernist.
I'm sorry.
Paul is not a postmodernist. This is so.
Let's see if she steelmans. It sounds like she's about to steelman her own statement.
Stupid. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
He engaged with the Bible. He engaged with the Bible the same way that I did, which is a postmodernist
stupider statement than that.
That's because you don't even know what I think, Jay.
Yeah, because he misuses words. If she's saying that postmodernism is criticism of existing structures, which, let's face it, that's a substantive part of postmodern thinking, then, and she uses exegesis, eisegesis, and she uses application to the modern world in order to understand her faith, then while I wouldn't say that that is like postmodern philosophy leading her to that, I'm sure there's like an infinitely longer tradition of scriptural interpretation. I would say that the thrust of postmodernism is skepticism about existing ideologies and structures. And so he could steelman it if he wasn't an asshole. Azurai says, why are you the one good conservative streamer? A better question is, why are so many of them horrible peoples and liars? Because it's convenient and it's lucrative. Finding a tribal, this is frustrating for me. I'm more interested in describing reality as I understand it than I am in taking reality and shoehorning it into the narrative of an existing tribal political identity, which is frustrating because I'm pretty sure if I just said everything Trump does is bad, everything that the Democrats do. Wait, hold on. If I said everything that the Trump does is bad and I said everything the Democrats do is good, I'm sure I could get a shitload of time, cash, money, time, attention, et cetera, et cetera. And then if I did the inverse and I said everything the Democrats do is bad and everything Trump says is good, I could probably blow up my platform very quickly just by reinforcing to an existing tribal group their already preconceived notions about the world. However, that is what's breaking our society. So I can't do it. I can't do it. I couldn't lie even if I wanted to. Jonah Boy says, sorry, Connor's mom, by stupid, I meant silly goose. Well, thank you for the apology. It is appreciated. Commander Haircut says his argument also ignores that places other than the U.S. exist. Yes. It's very easy to be a bad person. Yes. Whew. Sorry. Let's compose ourselves. Box breathing. In for 4 seconds. Hold for 4 seconds. Out for 4 seconds. Okay.
You have blabbered the most insane spaghetti splash diarrhea nonsense
what is
on the
Protestant?
wall.
What is what is it? What's radical orthodoxy?
I don't know what you've made up.
Shut your mouth.
Okay, I'm good. This dude's pissing me off. He doesn't engage with anything. He derails every single conversation, and he's an asshole. There were things that we did pull out that were good. So I'm going to address chat. I'm going to do our outro. We'll wrap up the segment. Penguin says, to be fair, if you said everything the Dems do is good, then you probably fight with lefties all the time. Well, the good news is lefties are almost as politically irrelevant as libertarians. They're just a lot more noisy and annoying. Kalili says, true. I couldn't believe how much Andrew has popped off. Well, he got really good at bullying, digital prostitutes. So, I could bully digital prostitutes, but I think my mother would think less of me, and therefore I'm not willing to make that sacrifice. I'm not willing to sacrifice my mother's love in order to become rich for bullying digital prostitutes. Not my style. Commander Haircut says, yeah, I'm pretty sure if you said Dems were always right, you probably wouldn't be that popular. Lol. Well, not on the internet. I guess leftists are more popular on the internet, huh? Although Pondering Politics is doing very well. Derek said, and I'm not saying he exclusively worships the Democrats. I'm just saying he has a pro-Democrat bias to his coverage. Derek says, or as JD Vance says, it's a people like his grandma in the cemetery. Yeah. Eric Dom says, well, actually, people in the Middle Ages were much cleaner than most people believe. Even peasants usually use wet cloth to clean themselves all over daily and visited bathhouses regularly. I believe it because if I get like filthy, covered in mud and dirt and dust and all that kind of crap, my instinct is to wash myself. Obviously, I live in the modern context, but I have to assume that instinct comes from somewhere. Sadly, integrity doesn't get clicks. Well, we got Grassroots Hegemon. Grassroots Hegemon, K-Soko, Old School, Rises, Silver Jacket Man, they are willing and paying members. And our VODs, some of our VODs get decent views. I effectively started from scratch on my political channel, and I just started posting long form VODs, which is not really a style of content that I posted before for like review debate stuff. And while some of them are only getting a few hundred views because of click-through rate, some of them are popping off. They're getting like, 800,000, 2,000, that kind of thing. And so I think what we need to do is just build momentum. That's what we need to do. But anyways, let's do a little outro summary for this segment, okay? So in summary, we actually did have a spirited, if wildly unproductive debate between these two people, Jay Dyer and Erudite. I would say that Jay Dyer was wildly obtuse and an a-hole the entire time. And if he had conceded during the argument that he had a definition, which was that feminism was girlhotism, a historical movement concerned with the rights of women, including egalitarianism, and the rights of women was in air quotes, and the rights of women actually meant a revolutionary philosophy hostile to the patriarchy with radical perspectives on equality of the sexes and female empowerment. Ultimately, it can be misandrist. Then I think we could have had a productive conversation. But he didn't want to define his terms because he just wanted to play a bunch of sophist games, which he admitted in the middle of the stream, and Erudite laughed, right? Then Erudite defined feminism as the empowerment of women and the promotion of femininity, which, by the way, is overly broad. I do think it's overly broad, so you can effectively include all of the good things that have ever happened for women historically, which I think was Jay's complaint. But rather than actually have a productive conversation and define it and fight over not just definitions and logical fallacies, but actually the concept of feminism, they were just assholes to each other the entire time. So while this was a massive train wreck, I think the people who were unfair to Kyla in this debate are incorrect. She did make coherent points. You just have to have an IQ above 80 in order to understand her. And fortunately, my chat all has 3,000 level IQs. So they understood not only every single word that Jay said and why he's wrong, and not only did they understand every single thing that Kyla said and why she's correct mostly, but they also understood everything I said in my analysis. And therefore, they are geniuses and they're fantastic people. End of rant. Grassroots Hegemon says, Boudica was a queen in 30 AD, and her famous quote before sacking a quarter of Rome was, "We will show them they are a legion of hair trying to rule over dogs and wolves." That goes so hard. Then John for the $10. Thank you for the donation, King. Happy birthday to your wife, man. Thank you kindly. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the cash. Thank you for your viewership. Very, very, very much appreciated. So I'm going to go ahead and end that segment. I'll hold on to these notes so I can kind of like put them in our running notes section. But what we're going to do real quick is we are at 4 hours. So we're going to break down Hassan Piker going on to The Daily Show and Hassan Piker going on to NBC News because he got detained. And that'll be another segment. So I need to kind of do an intro and keep it moving because I do want to be out in an hour just because, dude, I got so much back end stuff to do, man. I got to take care of the wife, make sure that she has what she wants for her, B-Day. I need to shoot and edit the Warhammer episode, although I think Taze is going to help me out with the editing. Thank God. He's such a godsend. And then also I need to shoot and then I need to edit a pre-recorded breakdown segment for Valor Reacts. The good news, though, for Valor Reacts is that we're going to start breaking down war content. So some of you might have been with this channel for a really long time. You might have remembered my Full Metal Jacket breakdown, my End of Watch breakdown, my Fury breakdown, and all that kind of stuff. Even though metrically some of those episodes did really well and some of those episodes did meh, there was a lot of really passionate comments in that content. And so as a result, we would do that. You guys hiring for an editor or anything? So Derek, I don't want to take advantage of your kindness. However, we do kind of need turn and burn editing, I guess. And so what I would recommend, I'm going to share this in chat. You can send me a DM. I can't promise anything because everything is so across the board. Ooh. Arguing with viewers and he's arguing with a 10-year-old. That's dope. And he's got 100 live watching. Bro, PF Young's popping off. That's dope. That is dope. Good job, PF Young. Hold up. So watch this. Counterpoints 40K. So I'm just going to link one of my episodes. And I'm going to put it in chat. If you're unfamiliar with my Warhammer content, go ahead and click on this and save the link and watch the content. And I'm just going to break it down for you real quick before we move into the Hassan segment. There's an intro. There's me talking. I summarize what's going on. We do a commercial because we actually have sponsors on the Counterpoints 40K channel. Then I show you something like 5 minutes of stuff and I'm in the corner reacting to it. And then I launch into a lore thing where I'm no longer present, but I'm showing you what I'm talking about. And then I go back into a reaction. And then I go back into a lore explanation. And then we do an outro and we're out. Okay. So if you know how to do that formula and you're interested in doing that for military stuff and you're good with Adobe Premiere and Photoshop and stuff, just send me a Twitter DM at CounterConnor or send me a Discord message. I don't know if Valor is going to hire an editor and be willing to do what I think is necessary in order to get it done. And so effectively, if you are capable and interested, then I might throw an episode or two your way just to see if you can do it. And if you can, then we'll work together and we'll do revenue share if that's acceptable. And then if you can't, or revenue share is not something that you can do as a hobby on the side while we're building up steam, then I totally understand it. It's not a big deal. So either way, PF Young atomizes the giant baby. I need to fight with PF Young more because we're actually incredibly aligned on a lot of our base level, like political and moral analyses, but we absolutely disagree on how we think those should manifest in the world. So, all right. Appreciate you, bud. Appreciate you. All right. So let's do a little intro and we'll get cracking on the Hassan Piker criticism. So let me fix my camera. Boop. Boop. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name is, well, hold on. It's not even Counterpoints, bro. It's Valor Media. What am I doing? Although I guess it is Counterpoints, my show. Sorry, I'm on autopilot, so it's not working. Let's try that again. Hi, guys. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd. I'm a part of the Valor Media Network on a show called Counterpoints, and I love breaking down alternative media, news, politics, commentary, etc. I am a never Trump Republican, which means everybody hates me. But we have a lot of fun. So does chat. So do the people that I engage with, enemies and friends alike. What we're talking about today is there is a very large leftist creator called Hassan Piker, who's kind of a piece of garbage. And he actually got 2 spots. He's very large. He makes a ton of money. He's very influential in alternative media. And he got 2 spots on The Daily Show, and NBC News. And so as a result, we're going to watch it. We're going to break it down. We're going to criticize him, et cetera, et cetera. Let's take a look at it. Let's get it cracking.
That the podcast world is full of MAGA right-wingers, but the left has some big players too. I spoke to one of their biggest. After 10 years of covering the Trump campaign, I thought nothing could shock me anymore. But somehow in 2024, young voters, and most especially young men, went hard for a 78-year-old who uses pancake makeup.
The bro vote, especially on college campuses, broke heavily for Trump.
Yes, Trump.
So hold on. I want to explain this. Sorry, my shoulder hurts, so I need a Theracane because I'm not a young man. I am an old man. So not only did MAGA use alternative media in order to mobilize young men, but I think Charlie Kirk can take a healthy chunk of credit for this because he started TPUSA a decade ago and people thought it was a waste of money. They said young people don't vote. They're not politically active. They're not this. They're not that. But he believed in the Breitbart claim that politics is downstream from culture. And so effectively what he did is he created fraternal chapters of conservative, politically aligned people, and he mobilized them for voting. The fact that no Democrat has thrown millions, tens of millions of dollars behind a TPUSA mirror for the Democrats is actually a crime for the Democratic Party. I myself, like I said, never Trump Republican. So if you want somebody to talk to Democratic voters, I'm probably not the best person. But at the same time, why are you sleeping on this? If you're a Democratic voter, why are you not bullying the shit, excuse my profanity, out of your creators and congressmen and all that kind of stuff in order to make a Democratic TPUSA? It's actually crazy to me that they've just missed this opportunity, right? All right, let's continue.
Reach voters by engaging with right-wing influencers in what's called the manosphere. It's a collection of online content and social media promoting bro culture, and it's a space that the left seems to ignore. But someone saw this as a mistake. Were you
I hate this so much.
surprised that so many young people showed up and voted for Donald Trump?
No,
No.
not even a little bit.
This is Hassan Piker. He's a progressive who has intellectual sit-downs with Bernie and AOC and still manages to post thirst trap workout videos to his 2.8 million followers on the platform Twitch. This combo has liberal media asking if he is the magical connection to young male voters. This is where you Twitch from.
Yeah.
What is a Twitch?
It's basically like YouTube, but you're live streaming.
It's a podcast for people who are like, I wish this podcast were longer.
Yeah.
Yet his...
Okay, number one, yeah. So I'm not going to freak out. I'm not going to pearl clutch or whatever. The segment itself is completely inoffensive, which is part of the problem. So Jake Tapper, whatever his name is, Jordan Klepper. Sorry, that was racist. So Jordan Klepper is effectively saying, I don't know anything about this space. I don't understand young people, which is crazy because he's like a millennial, right? He's probably my age. He's probably late 30s, early 40s. And he, has kids and stuff, but he's acting like he has no idea what the internet is. And so he's coming at it from this perspective of like, well, explain it to me, young gun, right? And yet I need to remind the chat already knows. I need to remind VOD viewers that Hassan Piker, just in this past week, past month, he helped a critic of a Jewish man. Him and Ethan Klein, another very large YouTuber, had a split on the October 7, 2023 terrorist attacks and the Israel-Palestine conflict, right? Ethan Klein is against the evaporation and destruction of the state of Israel, and Hassan Piker is for that, right? Now, he might not want to kill all Jews inside the state of Israel, but he is 100% for the destruction of the state of Israel if you track his rhetoric. Hassan Piker also sweeps for the terrorist organizations Hamas and the Houthi pirates, and he is 10 toes down a supporter of the Houthis randomly kidnapping hostages and randomly missiling commercial ships, which is insane because all of this drama popped off in the past month. So one of two things happened. Either the Daily Show is incredibly incompetent and stupid about how they vetted somebody to talk to in alternative media, or they legitimately don't care. And I think that them not caring is more worrisome to me than them being incompetent.
Lefty bona fides might have made him a target for Donald Trump's Homeland Security, which recently detained Piker at the airport. How do you see the left communicating with young men in this?
They passed that over so fast, but if they just said, "Why were you detained?" this would blow this entire segment up, and they don't.
This time of the manosphere.
The left could, I don't know, talk to dudes without vilifying them. There's a lot of anger, resentment, not having any hope for a future, never being able to retire, never being able to own a home. All of those things are very much at the core identity for the next generation.
But is there room for the Democrats to create a left-wing manosphere to talk about the social safety net and protein powder?
Absolutely. I think that there is a space for it, but I don't think the left fills that void at all at this moment. I try to do so, but even I sometimes get hit with this is body fascism.
Now I have to worry about a new fascism? I'm just getting used to the old fascism. What does even the term body fascism mean? What would you?
I don't fully understand it. I think it's a lot of leftists hate other leftists. Any sort of consideration about the aesthetics of how you look is actually another way to, I guess, reinforce an unjustifiable hierarchy.
To be fair, that's why I don't work out.
Yeah.
Because I'm anti-body fascism, so people are like, "Oh, are you lazy?" I'm like, "No, I'm a socialist with my body."
Yeah. No, respect.
Yeah. And it's not.
So again, this is inoffensive and cute, which is why it's a problem. So Derek, you say it's wild how he doesn't have real solutions other than less identity politics and more property ownership. I'm not sure who you're talking about specifically, but Klepper has a populist brain. But dude, that's me too. The trans thing, the gay thing. I want trans people to have rights, but I don't think that's the only national conversation we should be having. Fair enough. The conservatives center it at the center conversation because they don't want to talk about policy. But then also when it comes to gay people, it's dude, can you chill out? Can you not do gay leather bondage stuff at pride parades? And they're like, no, at least on the internet. They're like, no, BDSM is a part of my culture. Stop sex shaming me. And I'm like, really? Is that necessary? If you're a dude who likes dudes, good for you, right? But do you need to be spanking each other with BDSM gear while you're walking down the street with kids present? I don't think so, right? Then when it comes to economic redistributivism, unfortunately, there is no room for economic redistributivism in the mainstream right. There's dissident right-wing factions. Trump and JD Vance talk about it sometimes, but also their policies are totally dog water. They're horrible. So yeah. Bo Dickerson says, Hassan Daily Show interview drops the left. Why don't we win elections? Bro. Yeah. So if mainstream Democrats are endorsing a guy who in turn endorses terrorism, I'm not voting for you, right? If AOC and Bernie, they can sit down with Hassan. I'm not against totally backing out and criticizing and eliminating alternative media pundits because they're edgy. That's not the problem. But if they sanitize him, where they say, "Oh yeah, we agree with everything you say about Israel Palestine," but they never talk about what that is, I'm not voting for you, right? It's not a thing. Commander Haircut, this is vulgar, but only if you know what the words mean, says, I can't believe you're telling me not to expose my cloaca on camera. Bruh.
Not young men just being drawn to the right. Some technology is giving them a push. A recent study created generic TikTok accounts for imaginary 16 to 18-year-old boys to see how the algorithm acted. And within 23 minutes, they were fed masculine, anti-feminist, extremist content.
Life for a man is harder than life for a woman.
The hotter a woman is, the more insecure she is about her looks.
Your body, my choice.
So I was excited to dip my toe into this cesspool. So I set up this account as a 16-year-old, pretending.
That's what the pedophile hunters do as well.
I'm not in that world. Yeah. So walk me through some of the stuff.
That's funny. That's funny. I hate that it's funny, dude. I think this is one of the biggest pieces of shit on the internet. And they totally sanitized and whitewashed him and made him charismatic for the camera. I'm sure they could have zoomed in on his screen and there would be people talking about like assaulting IDF people to death with missiles in their butts, but they didn't do that. They made him make a funny joke and they highlighted it.
We see here. So this is what my algorithm is essentially feeling me. First up, some content from Charlie Kirk. Kirk is a right-wing influencer known for trolling liberals on college campuses.
You said male baristas aren't masculine. I think you and I can both agree that male baristas are not exactly usually high on the testosterone. They are. Just to be sure.
Wait, pause for a second. But he's a podcaster.
He's a podcaster.
We are doing something very, very not like alpha dog. They mistake being confident for what it means to be masculine.
Okay, moving on.
Trevonta Davis, he's 6. Okay, I'm seeing your algorithm. May I gently bury my face in those milkers?
This dog, see, there's just so much going on here. Does this dog want to f a woman? Is that what's happening here?
I don't know what's going on.
Who am I? And I don't know.
Who are you, Jordan?
This TikTok makes me very existential. I'm gonna like it. I'm gonna smash that hard.
What are these trucks? What is going on?
I like this one though. This is interesting. Me cheat. The only thing I do behind your back is look at your ass. See, this is actually kind of sweet.
But it's like, why is it always trucks?
You get dogs that objectify women, and also trucks that objectify women.
Yeah.
Are you?
Dude, we're missing out. We need to go on a TikTok, man. We need to create the grill hottest army and expand to TikTok, and we need to talk about grilling with the bros and lifting weights and shooting guns and all that kind of stuff. Well, for that, the economy would have to not suck and we would have to have tons of money. But when we do have tons of money, we need to make like a grill hottest convention, and we need to blow up propane tanks and shoot bolters and, cook meals and all that kind of shit.
Lying because I would like to see you lying in my bed, sweetie.
No, I'm telling you, this is for, how old are you?
I'm 46.
Yeah, this is literally the TikTok algorithm. I think at some point identified you as a 46-year-old man.
But you can tell that because it's a dog that wants to me.
This is like even the first dog one.
It knows why. It found me that.
Now you understand how people find themselves captivated by right-wing politics.
Oh my God, yeah. I was like,
a lot of people are like emotionally and mentally stunted adults.
Yes,
running around, and that's why they think Andrew Tate's awesome. I think we're arriving at how that happened.
In the end, young people just want influencers who connect with them, politicians who address their concerns, and social media that doesn't break their brains. I want to keep scrolling through to see if there's any more dogs I want to pet. Dogs I want to pet.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sean Piker. And for more about the rise of young Trump fans, check out my new special, MAGA, The Next Generation, airing next Monday, May 19th, right after The Daily Show, right here on Comedy Central.
So this is my frustration, is that was a relatively wholesome segment, right? He didn't say anything endorsing terrorism. He didn't say anything about his Nazi sword. He didn't say anything about 10 Toes Down being pro-Houthi. He didn't say anything about 10 Toes Down supporting kidnapping or missiling random commercial ships. He didn't say America deserved 9/11. And so what's effectively happened is that there are a bunch of aunts, uncles, grandmas, grandpas, or whatever who are going to go to their little Democrat progressive kids and sons and uncles, and they're going to be like, wow, I saw this nice little gentleman, Hassan Piker, on The Daily Show the other day, and as a result, I think he's an interesting alternative to MAGA. Could you please, could you show that to little Timmy? And then so we're going to have a bunch of like grandparents and parents promoting Hassan Piker. Well, I don't even know if there are grandparents anymore, right? Grandma? Jonah Boy says, also, I'm pretty sure I could smack Charlie Kirk in the face and he wouldn't do anything. He's not exactly one to talk smack. He's pretty tall, bro. I'm not saying that he's a good fighter. I have no idea what Charlie Kirk's fighting bona fides are. However, I do think that he's like 6'2", 6'4", and he also has that like weird small face thing, dude. You don't even know if he's like a cosmic horror. If Charlie Kirk is like a cosmic horror piloting a meat suit, right? Charlie Kirk might not even be human. He actually might be a demon who like shrunk into a human suit that had too small of a face. As a matter of fact, that could be Hassan Piker as well, because he has that little head. He could be an alien wearing the face of a, he could be an alien that just got the proportions a little bit wrong. You know what I'm saying? But for the sake of completion, this guy also got onto NBC News. Now, the good news is the segment doesn't have that many views. It's only got 7K views. But I guarantee you there were still tens of thousands of people who watch this on the actual channel. And so this guy is still being mainstreamed by Democrats. And I'm just telling you, okay? I'm telling Valor, I'm telling you, I'm telling the audience, I'm telling the VOD people, I'm trying to tell Democrats, if Hassan Piker becomes normal and then his perspectives are endorsed by the Democratic Party, and then there are candidates my game plan. This is my game plan as a never Trump Republican. My game plan is I think the Trump admin is so bad that I am ready to go into the voting booth and effectively check D across the board in order to punish the Republican Party for endorsing all of this horrid behavior over the past couple of years. However, if you make me choose between that and a terrorist apologist, I'm going to not vote. Okay? I'm going to not vote. I'm going to go to the thing. I'm going to vote for the people who don't endorse terrorism. And then when it comes to a terrorist apologist or a MAGA sycophant, I am going to not vote for either candidate because I think both of them are evil. Yes. Wait, he went on Pod Save America as well? Maybe I'll add that to the React list. I don't know. Vote Vermin Supreme. Maybe. Eric Dom says, I'm still flabbergasted as to how super pro-free market neocon and the Groypers bullied them into becoming a pro-tariff populist MAGA guy. Yeah, bro, it's crazy. I'm not sure which guy you're talking about, but if you're talking about any Republican who got bullied into being a MAGA sycophant, yeah, I can't believe it either. How to make Connor vote for Jill Stein. Let's not do that, okay? Let's watch this and let's break it down.
Specifically on Gaza and President Trump. Now, he posted about. Now to this developing story that may be related to the Trump immigration policy. Popular left-wing Twitch streamer and YouTuber Hassan Piker says he was detained at a U.S. airport for hours this weekend and questioned by U.S. Customs and Border Protection about his political beliefs, specifically on Gaza and President Trump. Now, he posted about it on X saying, quote, it wasn't that bad, but very strange experience overall, though.
Notice how there's no timestamps. So people, oh, wait, hold on. Here we go. May 11, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. It happened because he did get detained by CBP. And by the way, he's endorsed terrorism 10 toes down. He's a Turkish. I wonder if he has Turkish citizenship. So I took a look at citizenship for Turkey, and they said that if your mom's a citizen and dad's a citizen, you automatically get citizenship. But Turkey also has required military service. And he's talked about like, oh, if I go back to Turkey, I'm going to jail. I wonder if it's because he never did his military service to Turkey. And then, so I wonder if that actually confers him citizenship. So effectively, he might have defunct Turkish citizenship, but it might still be like active for the purposes of immigration. He travels out of country a healthy chunk of time, and he also supports terrorism. This is the exact person that I want stopped by CBP and interrogated, and I want their bag searched extra carefully.
Oh, and Piker's post seems to have caught the attention of the Department of Homeland Security, who replied by saying,
lying for likes, claims that his political beliefs triggered the inspection are baseless. Our CBP officers are following the law, not agendas. Upon entering the country, this individual was referred for further up inspection, a routine lawful process that occurs daily and can apply for any traveler. Once his inspection was complete, he was promptly released. 6:28 p.m. And then also he says, hey guys, I'm out. And there's a date and time stamp there too. And I think it's like an hour.
And I quote, lying for likes. Now, we reached out to the DHS for comment. They told us, and again, quote, this is nothing but lying for likes. Hassan Piker joins us right now live. Hassan, let's start right there with the DHS's response. Lying for likes, calling it routine. What's your response to their response?
Hassan is a citizen. He was born in New Jersey.
I find it really strange that they consider asking questions that are very specific about my political commentary in general, as it pertains to Israel-Palestine, but also specifically around my loyalty to the current administration and Donald Trump, as to be a part of a routine inspection. I don't know if this is the Department of Homeland Security admitting that this is now going to be a routine part of the process at the point of entry into the country for American citizens. Or I don't know what they're actually trying to say at all, because they did not deny that they actually detained me. They openly stated that they did that and also released me after questioning. And the thing that they actually omitted in that statement was the questions themselves, the questions that they had asked. And I think that's the main point of contention here.
And this
Good. Okay. So I think you guys all know I hate Hassan, so I'm not gonna bloviate. But one of the things that Hassan was guilty of in the Ethan Klein debate was that he kept going and going and going and going and going and going, whereas this one was actually like a punch, right? It was in, this is what happened, out. And I think particularly in debate content and interview content, that has to be your mentality. And so I hate Hassan, but good job to you for making it concise.
This all, like, the thing, I hate to say this, but one of the things that caught my attention, like, you have global entry, right? That's supposed to be the expedited line. Walk us through how all this happened, and has something like this ever happened before?
I mean, I've gotten the quadruple S on my boarding pass in the past, but the apprehension or the questioning process never actually escalated to the position that it got to this time around. This was my first time using global entry, as a matter of fact. I was coming back from France. I had gone to France with my family for Mother's Day. I had to come back early because I had a speaking engagement at the University of Chicago. And I got my picture taken at global entry. I walked in, and the Customs and Border Patrol agent at the gate told
No. Bud 123. Can Border Patrol deny U.S. citizens entry into the United States for political opinions expressed in the past? Dude, they can't do shit about political opinions in general. Okay, this dude was not at threat of arrest for expressing his opinions. That's not what he was like under threat. He was detained. And by the way, they're saying it's a part of the routine screening. He's saying it's a part of like an ideological issue. I have no idea what's actually true. But if let's say Timothy McVeigh, as an example, the guy who blew up the Oklahoma City place. Let's say that he was in the current era with social media and he was posting about how feds need to die. We need to blow up their buildings, justice for Waco, justice for Ruby Ridge, justice for this, justice for that. You know, I'm a part of this militia and we're making plans and blah, 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 blah. Some of that stuff is actionable where you could use those social media posts in order to obtain a warrant to search his personal effects. But ultimately, if it's not like specific incitements to violence or specific plans in order to commit acts of terrorism, you can detain him for investigation, but you can't arrest him on a permanent basis. And so as a result, Hassan Piker saying that 10 toes down, he supports what the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea crisis is not something that he can be arrested for, but it's 100% something that you could be detained for and searched for when you're entering the United States, just to take a look and make sure, like, hey, where are you coming from? Hey, what are you doing? Blah, 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 blah. Let's search your bags. Make sure there's no hidden explosives. 100%. Expression, like that's what I want. If you express sympathy for a terrorist organization, then I want you to be detained and searched by law enforcement, right? Chase says he has alleged connections to a Houthi pirate who has been on ships with hostages. If they didn't stop him, then they would be bad at their jobs. I agree.
Told me to step aside and that another agent would be coming over to take me to a separate location. And I knew that this was...
God, I wish it was Guantanamo Bay.
Was most likely going to happen because I'd seen news reports about immigration attorneys being apprehended at the border and detained and questioned in a similar fashion. I had seen a TikToker talk about her own personal experience a week prior. She also had global entry. And basically, I knew what was up. I knew what was coming. I suspected this would most likely happen. And given that I have immense privilege being a public personality and also having enough financial security to potentially go through a long and arduous legal process, I wanted to see where this line of questioning would go, this line of inquiry would go, instead of immediately exercising my Fifth Amendment rights. And they took me to a detention area. I was surrounded by terrified families sitting on a bunch of pews. And I asked around to see if any of them actually had American passports. People around me said they did not. There was an old lady in a wheelchair, and agents coming in and out of this other room with passports in hand, telling the people slowly but surely that they could leave, that they were cleared to leave. And then another agent came out and said my name. They walked me into this back room with these two metal stools. Everything was bolted down. I sat down on the chair that I assume is normally reserved for the lawyer on the corner. And in the process, they started asking me a bunch of questions. It was obvious. It felt like they knew who I was, given the line of questioning was very specific. It started off with like, what are you doing in Chicago? Things of that nature, pretty basic, boring stuff. And the more I revealed information, the more the agent kept repeating, well, since you said that, and acted like it was in line in the process of discovery, that he was getting new information out of me. Well, he was be like, oh, you're in Chicago for, you're delivering a speech. Well, since you said that, what do you do? Oh, you're a Twitch streamer. Since you said that, what kind of stuff do you do on Twitch?
Okay, now he's yapping. Now he's rambling. Now he's wasting the time of the segment. We don't need a play-by-play of the exact process that we went through. We need to get to the specific line of questioning that he was asking you that made it seem like you were detained because of your political beliefs. That's what we're looking for.
And, I told him I play video games. Sometimes I talk about drama. And basically, we arrived at questions about what my opinions were on Donald Trump. And I thought that was strange, but I was honest. At first I said, what does that have to do with anything? But then I told him I don't like Donald Trump. After that, he asked me about my opinion on Israel and my opinion on what's going on in Gaza, and whether or not I found Hamas to be a resistance group and found the Houthis to be a resistance group. Did I like the Houthis? Did I like Hamas? Did I like Hezbollah? Yes. Very specific questions that you would only ask if you already were familiar with my commentary, which is in normal circumstances in a completely academic setting, describing the historic reasons for why resistance exists.
Okay, I take back what I said earlier. He did a good initial, quick, concise intro, but you actually hear the host about to interrupt them because he's yapping.
So
it almost felt like he was trying to get something out of me.
Right. So it seemed clear to you that they knew who you were. Real quick, last question here. What do you think would have happened if you weren't a citizen?
Oh, I think if I wasn't a citizen, the process would not have gone down as smoothly as it did. I probably would not be allowed to enter the country, as we've seen reports on French researchers, for example, being stopped at the border and having ICE agents look through their phone to see if they've said something negative about Donald Trump. Even within the context of Donald Trump taking away grants for academic research, any kind of negativity can be met with a border agent claiming.
Watch this, dude. He's getting the sign out, man. Okay, this is advice. This is advice for chat, okay? Parasocial, love you guys. Some of you might be aspiring creators. This is some advice, okay? In, out. This is my show. I'm by myself. If I want to go on a 20-minute rant about theology, I can do that while engaging with chat because this is my show. But in a panel setting, in a debate setting, in a conversation setting that's supposed to be back and forth, Jordan Peterson is guilty of this. Hassan Piker is guilty of this. They just go on and on and on and on and on and on, and they let the tangents lead them to other tangents. I am guilty of this as well. But my advice to you is in, point out. Okay? Jesus.
That,
You should have been talking about exo Jesus. I agree.
You're ineligible to enter the country. Non-citizens have significantly less rights than citizens do in this process. And it seems like even citizens are losing some of those rights as well.
Oh, Hassan Piker, we really appreciate you sharing your experience with us.
Thanks for watching.
See, and there's a reason why he had to cut out so fast, because Hassan Piker sucked up the room like napalm. Good God. All right. Anyways, but we are hitting almost 5 hours. I try to do a 5-hour stream. I try to hang out with you guys for 5 hours, because after 5 hours, let's face it, I just become a dumbass. It's very difficult for me to articulate complex and coherent thoughts and not sound like an absolute moron after 5 hours. So I think it's like Gremlins, after 5 hours, I turn into a water, I get exposed to water and I turn into a gremlin. But I do want to thank everybody for being here, for watching, for liking the stream, for hanging out. I want to thank Grassroots Hegemon in particular, always very kind to the stream. His support means the world to me. Keisoko Rises also supported the stream very generously. Thank you kindly for donating. Old School, same thing. Grassroots again. Rises again. Silver Jacket Man and John, it's enough for you guys to hang out and chat and give me AdSense revenue through your viewership and liking the stream and engaging in chat. That is already incredible. And then having financial support as well is just, awesome. So Sitch and Adam do 12. Dude, I couldn't do 12. I couldn't do 12, right? Now, they do exclusively React Andy. We've been doing a lot of React Andy recently, but they do effectively like EFAT politics. That's their thing. So good for them. But I also think they stream once a week, bro. If I only had to do 12 hours once a week, I don't think I'd be, or they do 2 streams, don't they? They do Tuesdays and they do Sundays. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Yeah. Let me check Discord real quick. See who sent me what. Okay. So I didn't get anything back from Taze, or not Taze. I didn't get anything back from Steven. I think he said tomorrow, if I remember correct. So I'll just reach out to him tomorrow for a debate or conversation. I think he's traveling right now. But I'm going to read some of your names in chat just to say thank you for hanging out. Sarah, thank you for being here. Conserve Liberalism, thank you for being here. Keisoko, Old School, the Hebrew Gentleman, who was very engaged. Derek, Bud123, Dr. Zayas, always good to see you, Bud. Paz Ajero also said something pretty funny. He said, they made him sit in pubes? Oh, man. Keisoko, if I didn't say that already. Jonah Boy, always excellent to see you. I saw Christian Valeris earlier. Chase, Andrew Paris, I think I already said Derek, but Mr. Geek, good to see you as well. So Parasocial, Commander Haircut, as always. So Parasocial love to you and yours. Good stream, guys. Much love. Kayil Hashalom. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's your name. I thought you were gonna say something like from the Dune reference or whatever. The Abi, the Messiah, the Mahdi Hassan, whatever. No, but that's your name. Kayil Hashalom, which is a good name. That's an excellent name. I think that's dope. Have a good afternoon. See you tomorrow. Yep, we'll be back live tomorrow. Go watch another one of your favorite streamers. I parasocially love you guys. Thank you for all the donations today. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for your likes. Thank you for your time. I wish you and the family the very best, and I hope you have a great day. 10 toes down. 07. Salutes. Parasocial love. Bye for now. Biz D. Bye.